Man, good morning. I'm having a little bit of a... I screwed up, you guys. I'm having a little bit of a wild morning. I realized I had everything good to go. You know, I'm having one of those days where you're sitting back and you're going, boy, I got everything done nice and early. I'm just sitting there staring off into the nothingness like an idiot waiting for the show to start. And I realize after I start playing the music, after everything's begun, that I haven't gotten the Zoom up and gotten Corey ready to go. So I'm sitting here like an asshole, not doing anything. So proud of myself and the way I've gotten today's show ready to go. And then I forgot to send Corey the link. So I do that. And then in the middle of that, I got to wonder if I got the video started properly and all that shit. Oh, my God. But we got it all started. We got it all good to go. And Corey should be here in just a minute. Forgive me while I do my other preparations for Corey getting here. We have to do that there. Oh, get off of that screen. You guys don't need to see that there's nothing in there yet this morning. And why should there be? I haven't proven that I can do a show yet even this morning. And then what's our other one? Oh, wait, that was Chrome. We got to get Chrome. Chrome goes over here. I told you, I'm falling apart this morning. I thought I was king shit. I had it all together. And then here we go. There's the Corey thing. Perfect. Look at that mess that I've created for myself. There we are. Welcome to the show. Let's catch up with you guys. Corey should be in here in just a little bit. If he's not, we'll wait until he wakes up. It's not his fault. I'm sitting here going, maybe when he wakes up, he'll join the show. I didn't send him the link till like 2 seconds ago. But we do have a great show for you today. We have a great show for you tonight as well. I'm excited about the whole day. Really excited for tomorrow. It's going to be a great rest of the week. It has to be. We have a lot of awesome shit to talk about. We have a lot of fun stuff to tell you, a lot of interesting developments. And I got to tell you this. I thought we were just having some fun. I thought, on this show, we're always laughing and goofing. Like, even when we're making fun of people, we're just goofing on them. I don't know if Kevin Brennan and Chad Zumach are fucking each other and Kevin caught some kind of terrible disease from Chad. But Kevin is bitter and hostile and angry towards this show. I got to tell you, I thought we were having fun. I thought it was a good time. I'm still having fun making fun of his Burger King headset, and he's an old man, and he doesn't get technology, and he's angry, and he yells about the same 5 things all the time. I thought it was a bit. Even MLC fans who have become Steel Toe fans and vice versa, they say, oh, no, Kevin likes you. It's just a bit. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. I like that. A professional who can bust balls. I think he's really hostile and angry, and I think he's projecting a lot of his hatred for like Gino and Chrissy. Like he's throwing that now onto me. I don't really see us as competitors. I'll be honest. That's why I thought we were having fun. I mean, between our Rumble and YouTube viewership, we have higher viewership than they do on our morning show at, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the morning than he does in the middle of the day. And we're still growing and he's kind of stagnant. And then on the other hand, like I'm 36, April's 28, he's 62. Like he's literally an elderly man. I didn't think we were competitors. Like, I hope he doesn't think we're competitors because if I'm where he's at when I'm 62, I've wasted 26 years of doing this show. So look, closed circuit to Kevin, send it to Kevin. I don't think we're fighting. I don't dislike you. It's a waste of emotion. So just pipe down, old man. Relax a little. Have some fun. Oh, my God, you might enjoy it. But well, I'm sure he'll receive that in the good faith it was intended. We'll see. He must have caught Chad AIDS or something. All right, let's go. I can hear him slurping. I think he's ready to go. There's Corey Adam. How are you, sir?
Good, yourself?
Oh, man, I'm having so much fun. We're closing in on 9,000. You and I talked about something the other day that I can finally talk. I've been told I can talk about it tonight.
Ooh.
That's what I've been told. I can talk about it tonight. The thing you and I were talking about. So it's there's some crazy developments in the Steel Toe world. We've got our own hate subreddit, which
Steel Toe boring show.
Isn't that great?
It's great.
I don't know,
I
man.
came in there like what? Like it was funny because on Reddit, I one of my screen names is Corey Adam Comedy because I'm not scared of the internet, right? And somebody actually like private messaged me from that thread, like, "Hey, check this shit out." And then I came in and just LOL'd at a couple of their things and moved on. I'm just like, well, it's like it reminds me of that Kurt Cobain quote where he's like, "We knew we made it when there was a Weird Al song."
Right? Yeah. Once people start investing so much time and energy in despising you and hoping for your demise, when in reality, I don't think they're hoping for your demise. What would they do without you?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they're
nothing.
actually...
They don't know. They don't know.
They don't even know what they do. So that was kind of heartwarming to me because we're closing in on 10,000 subs. We're passing up like a lot of names that we thought we were like, that we thought were big when we started on YouTube. And now we're starting to pass them. And then we got a subreddit dedicated towards us. We didn't like ask for it. We didn't motivate it. We didn't try to like astroturf our own hate group or anything. It just naturally happened. It's got like 100 or 200 people in it.
Technically like our second like hate-filled Reddit thread though too, because there was also that dipshit that had his.
Yeah, but that guy kind of, once we didn't go away and we kept growing, he was really smart. Once we kind of kept going, he kind of went radio silent on us because he's like, okay, now I'm going to look like a dipshit because I've been predicting these guys are going to go away. Now they're pushing like 10,000 subs. I can't keep doing this or I'm going to look like a dick. I'm going to look like a dipshit. Yeah. That guy was a little self-aware.
Just a little bit?
Yeah, a little self-aware. I think these people might be around I think these people might hang out with us for a little while.
I think some of those people are viewers just based on some of the comments and they're also they have clips a lot.
Yeah.
Like they have clips more often than anybody who isn't watching the show.
Right. And the clips I've heard from fans of our show who go check it out. They're like, it's a really weird subreddit because they claim to hate you, but like the worst clips they can find are like relatively decent stuff. And I don't think it's the own that they think it is.
No, there's one. I know specifically what people. There's one that they added like this last week where they're like, I totally got him, and I'm like, that's a pretty good clip.
Yeah, it's like, oh, was it the one where I'm making fun of their subreddit and we're like taking it in good nature, and they're like, oh, he's what's the word they used? Oh God, it's seething. They said we were seething about the subreddit, and I'm like, we promote that subreddit, and we talk about how funny it is that we have a hate subreddit. Like, we've arrived. We're here. So
pretty great.
I think that's what happens with internet people, though, when they don't get the reaction they want. They kind of just pretend they got it. They're like, well, we can't admit that this guy's kind of being really good-natured about this. And, like, I think they think we're a gimmick that saying, like, we're a show that likes to have fun with everything. They think that we're lying. And then when they go, we made a hate subreddit about you. And I'm like, did you? Gay like one of the guys' names is Gay Hercules. And it's like, what do you want me to do? Get mad at, I'm not getting mad at Gay Hercules.
There's also one on there that's called like something like Sambo or something like that. Yeah. And it's like, whoa, all right. Like,
I'm not gonna
like,
get.
They might as well have their avatar be Shaka at that point.
Right. Like I can't get mad at that guy. Plus, again, giant fans. Giant fans.
And we love our fans.
All of them. Big and small, love or hate. We love you all.
I just wish you hadn't cost me my friendship with Chad Zumock, you know?
Look, the way he...
Technically, we're still friends. We're not together on Twitter anymore, I guess.
Corey, the way he is right now, I don't think he has... He would have burned that bridge eventually no matter what.
Oh, I know. I'm being tongue in cheek. I just think it's super funny. I just think it's super funny that he followed me on Twitter and didn't unfriend me on Facebook. That's weird.
Well, he obviously he wants to leave the door open just in case.
He probably just doesn't have the password to his Facebook account.
That might be it.
He's pretty old. He probably needs his grandson to call him up. You know, he's going through his.
Well,
I know it's in here somewhere.
The credit card that reserves that account might be somebody else's, so he can't get the information.
Yeah, he was boosting his presence, but once the card got taken back.
Scarface starting things off tonight with this morning. Excuse me, it's dark out this morning. It says $4.99, caught a clip from Chad's Patreon takedown on you. It was just an angry failure ranting, raving, and name dropping. It was quite sad and pathetic. That's kind of what I've heard from...
So just Chad.
Yeah, three or four people who said, yeah, he tried to do like a Jocktober style thing on our show. Like he wants to go after Gino, Carl, Chrissy, us, and he's going to call the show, get ready, Kumia's cucks. And I know. Just it's like when a little kid plays make-believe and he's wearing like a toilet paper roll for a hat, and you just go, just let him do it.
I'm just proud that his podcast isn't called Zach Attack.
Look, son of a bitch, would you not give him ideas? He'll take that.
He's not listening.
Well, not yet. But
I don't think he listens on my days specifically.
Oh, okay, fair enough. It hurts him too. You know what? It hurts him too much.
Yeah.
It hurts. But he would. Yeah, the people who sent me clips of that, they were like this Jenna and whatnot. They're like, you don't need to respond to this. It's just anger and hostility. Like none of it's comedic. And I'm like, well, that sounds pretty on brand. Thank you very much, Scarface. By the way, we are starting things off today under $300. Another great night, another great week for Steel Toe. Thank you guys very much. $295 is where we're starting today. $295, and if you feel like contributing, there's the Streamlabs and the PayPal. Super Chats and memberships count as well. All right, let's go in.
Are we on Rumble right now too?
We are on. Yeah, we're on YouTube. We're on Rumble. We are on all of it. So we'll check in with all of you throughout the show today. Let's. I should probably hit. Let's make sure we are live on Rumble. Actually, yep. There we go. We're good over on Rumble. All right. Thank God bless Restream. All right. Let's go into the chat and see what you are all talking about this morning, and then we'll get on to our first shows of the day. Did you see the Chelsea Handler thing I sent you?
Yes.
I don't really judge whether or not people have children or don't have children. But I have to say, when you out of nowhere, unannounced, and nobody said anything to you, go like, look at how awesome life without kids is, I do feel like you're projecting some insecurity a little bit. It does seem a little insecure to just out of nowhere go, you fucking look what happens when you don't have kids. It's like nobody was shitting on you for not having children. I don't understand it. But we'll check.
Oh, there we go. Awesome. It's one of those where people get super defensive about shit they know to be true.
Right. And it's like you have no reason to be, because like people overthink what other people think of them. It's like for the most part, people aren't thinking about you. You know, right. and like you're coming up with this
And I think that's a humbling fact that a lot of people can't deal with.
Right. Like the idea that you would make that video obviously means you were thinking that other people were thinking about it, when in reality, it's like we reference this a lot, but it's like the Don Draper elevator ride. I don't think about you at all. Like I wasn't thinking about Chelsea Handler. I certainly wasn't thinking about her living situation and how many children she had or didn't have.
I was judging it.
Were you? I only know that she's had 3 abortions because she brags about them. That's all I know.
The only thing I judge her on is this, and I'm actually not even a Chelsea Handler hater. I thought her original like late night show was actually kind of funny. And I think her early stand-up was pretty decent. But she made this ridiculous virtue signal. You can go find just numerous quotes on it about how she doesn't think people should be doing stand-up after the age of 40. And then the moment her money even dwindled, she's back out on tour doing more dates than she ever had.
Yeah. Well, not only that, like you would have missed the best Carlin stuff of his entire career if he'd have stopped.
Or all of Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh God, yeah, all of Rodney. I mean, every successful comic, you would have missed their best stuff.
It's just fucking stupid, and it's one of those things where everybody told her she was being fucking stupid when she said it early on, and then she was like double, triple, quadruple down everywhere, and it was like. It was just so funny because, again, just the moment her money was dwindling, she's back out on her most extensive thing. And again, I'm not judging her on it. For me, it's just like, oh, okay, I see you. And that was the exact moment where I was like, fuck this bitch.
Mad Max Mardigan says, Kevin listens to Chad when it comes to Steel Toe, and Kevin's fucking losing it to the point he's not funny anymore. It's just sad. I feel sorry for Bob having to deal with those two. Yeah, I love Bob. Bob's a really good guy. And
which Bob?
He deserves better. Levy, the old Reverend.
Oh.
Reverend Bob.
Yeah, Bob Levy's great.
It's a great. Every comic I talk to, nothing but amazing things to say about Bob Levy. Mad Max Martin.
My whole thing was like, I met Chad twice, and he was really, really awesome to me. But again, I think that's because I met him with Nick Swartzen.
Not only that, like the last few years of his life, he's made some terrible mistakes, and it's cost him big time, and he just kind of lashed out at the world. So
yeah,
I think
been there.
Yeah, I think you met a different Chad. Oh, by the way, did you see on that? I don't know if it was just Twitter or if it was on the subreddit or what it was. Somebody has the Max Weirs confrontation video, and they posted it up, and I hadn't watched it in a long time. And somebody posted it going, "Oh, look at how much of a piece of shit Aaron looks like here." And I'm like,
that's what I'm talking about, though. Like, that's a deep dive for, like, a real fan. That's like some radio shit.
Not only that, but, like, I watched it, and I'm like, I was there, and I'm watching this video. I owned him that entire, like, I packed that room full of people, and it was his show. You and I kind of took it over, and then he wanted to, like, fight over it. And after he pushes me, I just stand there right in his face. I go, "You don't want to do this." And then a girl comes in and pulls him away, and it's like, guys, again, it's like you and I always say, we deserve a better class of troll. Guys, this isn't the own you think it is.
It's not. If anything, it's like a cell phone, and you don't even realize it.
Yeah, and I remember, and then I retweeted this morning, and I said, yeah, guys, not only did he not look good in this video, this guy also had to move away because of rape threats a few months later. Or not rape threats, rape accusations. He was accused of it by multiple women. And,
well, it wasn't even that. It was like how fishy his fucking alibi shit was, too. Like, at one point, he was saying that, like, he had text that could clear his name, but it was on a different phone. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
It's like, dude,
that's the first thing you do is check that phone.
No, that's not a good look. So, yeah, I was like, guys, you might want to look into what you're posting before you post. Again, we deserve a better class of troll, but for now, we'll take the ones we have because at least they're gathering into one place. Jack Burton says, Bob said Steel Toe is going to join the Shuley network. You know, Shuley's doing great on his YouTube channel. He's doing amazing, and we're doing great here. So I don't think either of us really feel the need to merge with one another. Could
be a fun dual casting event one episode, though.
Yeah, once in a while we go on each other's shows. It's a good time, and, you know. But, I mean, as far as going to each other's network, no reason. The Ghost of Yule Gibbon says, imagine having so little personality you have to name your podcast after someone you hate. It is a little odd, isn't it? It's a little strange. Dario Delfino says, to be fair, Opie would make more money if his podcast were called Anthony Cumia Sucks. I mean, that is kind of what gets him the views, right? Let's continue on. Dario says, Chelsea Handler had a decent comedy special where she ran around apologizing to black people like a mental patient.
That was her later work. That was her after 40 work. She's really sticking to the bit.
No, she's really leaning in. Let's continue on here. Boom Annis says the trolls you have are like me trying to be funny. It's awful. I know, but like, you know, we'll take what we have so far. It'll get better as time goes on. The quality of the trolling will get better as time goes on.
Hope.
We hope. Because right now it's like we have to prop them up and like teach them how to come after us. And look, man, I don't want to spend valuable time on this show doing that. I got better things to do. All right, let's check out the Chelsea Handler thing. Chelsea, apparently her not having children thing is weighing heavily on her mind. And again, not on anybody else's. Like nobody else was thinking about Chelsea Handler when this video was made. And certainly nobody was thinking, God, you know that Chelsea Handler, she doesn't have kids. Well, she's a weirdo. Like, what is it, 1961? Where if you don't have any if you don't have any children, you like have to explain yourself? It's like, no. And not only that, like her best days appearance-wise are behind her. So I don't think she should be the spokesmodel for, you know, middle-aged single people. You know, if Elizabeth Hurley is single, she should be the spokesperson. Let Elizabeth Hurley be the spokesperson for that. Not Chelsea Handler, who's going down the Joan Rivers route of like, there's a bunch of loose skin just held in by a safety pin in the back of her head. You don't want to be that person. So
Elizabeth Hurley and Joan Rivers all on the Epstein Island dossier, FYI.
Oh my God. This is I saw April sent me a news headline this morning, speaking of which, and I always try to share these because, YouTube only allows you to say so much about this particular topic. People unvaccinated for COVID-19 at higher risk of diabetes. That is an impossible thing to know. That just has to be a coincidental thing where there's people who have the COVID shot and maybe less of them have diabetes versus that's a correlation, not causation thing. There's nothing about the shot that says, hey, you're not going to get diabetes. Not only that, it's only been 2 years. There's no, and first of all, getting a vaccine or not getting a vaccine doesn't have anything to do with type 2 diabetes. It has to do with diet and lifestyle. So
sometimes I feel like our government is just turning into Chad Zumach.
Right. They're just kind of raging at
They're
us.
Just losing it. So like, you can't bring up anything about the vet. Like I was watching that, my buddy had never seen it. A couple of days ago, we watched that Tyson video where he's on that podcast yelling at that guy about how like they were tested. Remember that? I think we did it on this show. And he's like, well, yeah, they were tested for like 6 months, not the 5 years. And he's like, you can't say they weren't tested. He's just losing his shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, calm down, like Tyson. You gotta you just gotta fucking chill, Neil. Simmer down.
Oh yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, where he's like, you can't say that. Well, no, what it is? Oh, the PKA clip, I think, or whatever it was.
Yeah. And he's going off, and it's funny because that rant looks a lot like Chad, looks a lot like what our government is doing now as all the data keeps coming in,
When you get, it's kind of like this Chelsea thing we're about to play. When you get really defensive over a punch that wasn't thrown at you, it raises red flags. Like when a guy asks you questions about the vaccine and you turn that into, well, you can't say it doesn't work it's like he didn't say that. Like you're defending, you're dodging a punch that's not coming at you. You look silly. So Chelsea Handler did that same thing here, where she made a video and put it out on Twitter and Instagram and everything else, and it was called "A Day in the Life of a Childless Woman." Now, Chelsea Handler is single. Chelsea Handler doesn't have kids.
Weird.
Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit that you don't have kids and you're not married. So putting out like a 2-minute
She
break,
does, apparently.
She really cares, and she's really worried about it. You talk about self-owns. This is a big self-own where you're like, none of us were accusing you of the opposite. So let's take a look at this. We've set it up plenty. Let's take a look at the 1-minute, 11-second video. Chelsea Handler's "A Day in the Life of a Childless Woman." Now, I at first did not know this was Chelsea Handler. She looks like...
Doesn't really look like her, yeah.
Yeah, she looks so worked over and old now.
Kind of looks like April's grandma.
Oh my God, she does. She looks like she could be April's grandmother. Yes.
Yeah.
So April's grandma made a video for The Daily Show because she's guest hosting right now. Have you seen who's guest hosting for The Daily Show, by the way, like their schedule?
I saw the list and excused myself from watching that show. But in fairness, like I wasn't super jazzed about Jon Stewart when he took over. I was a big Craig Kilborn mark.
Sure.
And so I haven't watched The Daily Show in fucking ever. Honestly, I feel like the only time I come across it is when I'm here and when Trevor Noah did something stupid and we had to talk about it.
And we didn't even really use him very much at all. Less than five times the entire time.
Yeah, his entire run. There were like 3 or 4 things that were kind of crazy, but I don't know. Like, he wasn't that bad. He was fine. I find The Daily Show to be very, very predictable and not entertaining. And when Jon Stewart was on it, it was a little bit less predictable. Like it was a little bit more spontaneous, but still little entertaining. I mean, Colbert in character was about the funniest that show ever got.
Well, that's because he had some control over that show, and so it could kind of take the twists and turns that he wanted to take it. But I think once they got him out of there, the suits got to control that show, and basically Trevor Noah was happy to be there so they could plug anything into him and he'd say it.
Yeah, I mean, he was just glad to get that paycheck.
Right. And like, once suits take over a show, it's terrible. It's not good anymore. And that's kind of what happened to The Daily Show. Well, they put out a list of their guest co-hosts.
Did suits take over Steel Toe?
Bum, bum, bum.
I hit it, but it was muted. I'm having a lot of problem with my soundboard today.
Are you having a lot of problems with the soundboard, or are your fingers a little chubby today? What's the deal? You've muted yourself once
are
already.
always chubby, but I'm having a little trouble with the soundboard.
But like,
oh, did you just call me fat?
I said, are your fingers chubby today? That's all. Are your fingers chubby today? Maybe it's swelling. The heat could be picking up there in Texas. Maybe you're not drinking enough water. If you wear any rings, are they fitting ill? But I
have diabetes from my vaccine. Okay.
Oh, damn it. There was a list of the hosts they're going to have for the Daily Show. One of them was D.L. Hughley, and like out of all of them, there was like him and Wanda Sykes, where I was like, those could be okay.
Yeah, I saw Wanda Sykes on that list. Even D.L. Hughley didn't even like hit it, but when I saw Wanda Sykes, I was like, one of these things isn't like these others.
Right.
Like one of these people still has a career.
Yeah, but like Chelsea Handler would be terrible. I did watch, Corey. I was waiting for April to get home from grocery shopping one night, and I watched Leslie Jones do an episode of The Daily Show.
Oh, how bad was that?
Dude, it was so awful. But I'm going to tell you right now, it will not shock me if she gets the job, simply because they could plug anything into that teleprompter and she'd read it. So any kind of agenda or any kind of message that Comedy Central wants to put out there, they'll run it right through Leslie Jones. And
you want a hot take?
What?
I don't think anybody's getting the job out of that.
You think the Daily Show's days are numbered? Or you think it'll be
I think they're just doing that temporary host, and then at the end of the temporary host, they're going to be like, we've decided to move in another direction, and they'll bring somebody that wasn't even on that list.
I'll throw a name out there, because I think Al Franken's on that list of guest hosts, too.
I can see Al Franken taking it over.
I'll throw you a name, though, that I thought they would put out there, who I may not be the biggest fan of, but he might work in a Daily Show type setting. Mark Maron.
I hate that guy.
I don't like Mark Maron either, but I feel like
Maron.
I feel
Mark Maron is a giant cocksucker.
You know, I've heard that from people, that he's an absolute piece of shit.
Oh, dude, he fucking, like, I worked with him one weekend, and he couldn't follow the feature who was Gabe Noah, so he kept cutting Gabe's time every night and blamed it on the manager of the club, who was Gabe's best friend and co-host on his podcast at the time.
Mike Brody.
No. Fuck Mike Brody.
Oh.
Mike Brody's nothing. Like, don't even utter that little fuck's name.
I apologize to you, Corey, for
Mike Brody is basically like, all Mike Brody is Rick Bronson's cuck. He's only there to get beat up by Rick Bronson. If he wasn't just a complete milquetoast of a human being, he wouldn't even have that job.
Well, that's why I thought that was the guy. Like, because you said
this guy, like, I can't remember his name actually. He's on, like, when they used to do that Profession Confessions.
Okay.
That was him. And anyways, long story longer. So, like, the last night comes and he has Gabe Noah, who's a feature, who's supposed to be doing a half hour, and he has him cut down all the way to 10 minutes.
Holy shit.
And me and Gabe were just laughing about it. Gus came out and did a guest set on that. We were just laughing about it because he's like, yeah, this cocksucker keeps cutting my time. And he was just a dick to everybody else on top of that, which is like, whatever. That I expected. Yeah. But it was so funny because we're just laughing because he couldn't follow Gabe. So he kept cutting Gabe's time. And it's like, dude, if you wanted Gabe to look bad, you should have given him more time. Like, all you're doing is taking his, like, 20 minutes and turning it into just a fucking 7-10 minute hammer.
Yeah, you're consolidating it into something even better.
And then he, like, kept talking about how, like, yeah, you know, it's not me. It's just the club management, this and that. And on the last night, Gabe's like, no, it's not. He's like, what? He's like, I know the manager. That's not what's happening.
Yeah.
And on the last night, he actually had this chick who he was trying to bang. I don't know if he did or not, come up and do a guest set. So he literally took away time from Gabe, myself, to have two people come in and do guest sets who weren't even comics.
Nice. So,
and then he blamed Gabe the entire time and told them that the club was doing it. It's just a complete cowardice cocksucker.
Well, and if you're Gabe, like, you can call out Mark Maron for that, because it's not like Mark Maron's known for helping people's careers. So
right. Well, it's at the time he barely even had a career. I mean, like his podcast had a real, like, ebb and flow thing to it. I mean, seriously, when's the last time you heard about WTF?
I was just going to say, I don't think that, like, that's not, Joe Rogan kind of took all of his thunder, and Corolla, I think, came in. Like, those guys, Mark Maron was the king of podcasting for a little while, like in the late 2000s. And then 2010, 2012 kind of rolls around. Corolla, Rogan, they all start catching up.
So I'm going to tell you something that's going to surprise you, right?
Okay.
His last episode of that podcast aired yesterday. It's still been current this entire time.
What do you mean?
I mean, he's still doing it, and he hasn't missed an entire episode for how little we've heard about it at all.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he's still doing it. Yikes.
It's not like, because people just assume that podcast died, because it was one of the biggest podcasts on the planet. And then it just isn't anymore. And it was on his way down.
Well, and the thing about Maron is, if you ever listen to him, he is remarkably jealous of Rogan.
Oh, yeah.
Remarkably jealous. Like it oozes out of him when he brings him up.
Well, so the story, and I don't know if this is true or not. So there used to be a thing called Earwolf. I know that's true. And out of Earwolf, that's where all your major big podcasters came out of in that. And that's what, Nobody Loves Onions was on Earwolf. Mark Maron was on Earwolf, and Joe Rogan was on Earwolf.
Okay.
And what happened was that the story is that Mark Maron did some radio stuff before that, which I think that's true. I don't know. Air
America Radio. Yeah, it was supposed to be the liberal talk station that rivaled Rush Limbaugh.
And so he actually was helping one of the guys that worked with Rogan. So in a weird roundabout way, he helped build the Rogan podcast, and it's something that he just never got over.
God, I mean, just that level of bitterness. I mean, it's golf, man. You're trying to beat your own best score. Like, if you're building a podcast, you just do a good show, and then your audience grows. Like, you don't worry about what the guy next to you is doing. That's a recipe for disaster. That'll blow up in your face.
It's literally a game of golf. Eye on your own score.
You're saying that Mark Maron is like a more successful version of Chad Zumach, just kind of hates everybody who's not him.
So with Chad, again, I feel like Chad is going through some mental stuff, and I don't know if I just didn't meet the right Chad or whatever, but I met him twice, and he was definitely not this person I've come to recognize him on the internet as.
Well, Levy, if you talk to Levy, he thinks it's alcoholism.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a thing, right?
It's probably it's why I don't get as angry as maybe other people think I should. Why I kind of keep it funny and everything else, because it is a wounded animal. It's an alcoholic guy who's going through some serious problems.
The difference between him and Mark Maron to me is that I feel like if everything was equal, we're in a vacuum, and everybody like Steel Toe, Mark Maron, and Zach, they're all the same level, right?
Yeah. Okay.
If Zumach got mad at you, if Chad got mad at you, he would do these really long ranting videos, like he does, right?
Yeah.
But when Mark gets mad at you, he's going to call your station, he's going to call your jobs, he's going to do everything he can to really hurt you as a person and your life. Because he's just a petty, insecure piece of shit.
Yeah. All right. Well, I suppose we should get into this Chelsea Handler thing. We have been teasing it for quite some. We keep running into comics. Like, the whole topic of this is comics who do cringe shit. So there's a lot of dovetails off of this topic. In fairness, that can.
Yeah, we should get back to April's Nana.
Yeah, April's Nana, Chelsea Handler, wants to let you know that not having any kids fucking rules. Now, you don't need to make this video. Because you know who knows that not having kids fucking rules and is probably a lot of fun? No.
Everybody without kids.
I was going to say everybody with kids knows that.
Yeah, everybody knows that. The people without kids know that, and the people with kids know that. Matter of fact, who doesn't know that?
Right. Everybody without kids, especially if they have teenagers, is counting down the years until they're done with school and they move out. And they're like, now I get to go do fun shit. I'll get to hang out with my kid when they're an adult, and they'll have their own life, and we'll have this, this thing going on. People with teenagers and shit like that, they're like, yeah, I don't know why you need to make this video. We all know that life without kids is fucking awesome. You get to do whatever you want. Here's the one thing that parents always think of. I know my parents talked about it when I was a teenager. The fucking money you're going to have in your pockets when they graduate. I mean, just insurance alone. You don't pay their insurance anymore. You don't pay for their groceries, anything like that. I mean, people talk about
groceries, especially though, because I have friends of mine that have teenage kids now, and man, just wait. You think your kids eat a lot now? Just wait till they get to 16. They are food disposals. I have a buddy of mine who's working. He had to pick up an extra job when his second kid turned 14 because they're both wrestling and football kids, so they're just consuming calories.
Jesus, I just give them a 20 and send them to Taco Bell and here, do your best.
You can't afford that, dude. You need to take that 20 to the grocery store and make them a million Taco Bells.
That's true. I know that's a good point. Yeah, so like Chelsea Handler making this video going, let me show you how awesome it is. And then before I even click play on it, I'm like, this isn't going to be the kind of awesome that those of us who have kids imagine not having kids being. So in a weird way, you're ruining the fantasy for us. Let's watch it.
Shout out to Nick. He just texted me. He's actually listening.
Oh,
right now.
Nick Swartzen?
No, my buddy Nick, like the guy that I was just talking about with the kids.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, it's not my fault you moved to Texas. You used to bully them about being fat. Their consumption has gone up.
Oh, shit. So here's Chelsea Handler, a day in the life of a childless woman. And it's going to be very Chelsea Handler. It's going to be on brand, meaning bitter and not funny. Here we go.
This is a day in the life of a childless woman. I wake up at 6 a.m. I remember that I have no kids to take to school, so I take an edible, masturbate, and go back to sleep.
So you're living the life of a poor college kid.
Oh, God, and her fucking voice is so weird now.
I know, and the problem is, like, she still thinks she's 28. Like,
she's one of those that, like, kind of aged out of being hot, but still thinks she's hot.
Right, exactly. She's like, I take an edible, I masturbate. I'm like, oh, God, Nana, no. Nana, I don't want to know about your vibrator and your edibles. Hey, you know, not having kids is great. Oh, yeah? What do? I get up in the morning, I take drugs, and I whack off. Okay? So far.
Pretty sweet. I'm just saying, it's pretty sweet.
I know. Look, I'm not, again, she's the one who brought this up. None of us were shitting on her lifestyle, but it is kind of like, it's a fine lifestyle.
Power can't do an edible around their kid.
Right. Be a man, Hogan. I mean, if you're going to make a video and brag about it, have something to brag about. Masturbating and taking an edible is just fine, but if you're trying to sell me on the virtues of not having children, I don't know. You haven't started off with a bang. And why are you getting up at 6 a.m.? Those of us with kids, April and I will attest right now. Don't get up at 6 a.m. if you don't have kids. Try to stretch that shit to 8 if you can. If you can.
Wake up at 12:30 p.m. and get ready for a busy day of doing whatever the I feel like. I put on my most impractical and stylish shoes since I won't be chasing a child around the grocery store.
That doesn't sound
okay, I have a question, though.
Yeah.
What if the person has a day job and no kids?
Right. She's doing this thing where she's like, well, I've made millions of dollars already. And
right. Like, it's like she should be doing a day in the life of a millionaire without kids, right?
Right. First of all, her life, if she had kids and didn't have kids, is the same life. Because you have a nanny, you have a daycare, a babysitter who comes to your house every day and takes care of your kids anyway. Tom Hanks, when Chet and Colin were kids, could just as easily take drugs, jack off, do all the things Chelsea Handler's talking about because, you know, it was going to be Paul the butler who was going to be taking care of
if you're rich, too, isn't there boarding school?
Yeah.
Like, you could literally, that's so funny. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Like, you could have had your kids, sent them to boarding school, and be doing all this other stuff.
Right. Again, this is all just like Chelsea Handler's self-doubt and bitterness about whether or not she made the right call projected out onto the rest of us. It's like, Chelsea, you're a multimillionaire. This life is something you could do with or without children. And at the age you are, honey, you wouldn't have children anymore anyway. They'd be grown up. They'd be moved out of the house. You'd be doing all this shit regardless.
I go to my fave spot.
Oh, go ahead.
I lost it. Go for it.
Oh, fuck me to death.
It was
my
really
fave
good.
spot in Paris to grab a croissant. I do a meditation sesh on the plane since I have no screaming kids.
So can we stop saying sesh if we're over 50?
Yeah, and not only that, can we stop annoying the shit out of everyone on the plane? Like, if you're really doing a meditation session on the plane, that's cringe. If you're just doing it for a comedy bit, it's missing the mark. Either way, let's leave it on the editing room floor next time.
Came back to me. You ready?
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter if she wants kids or not anyway. She can't get pregnant. Her body just sees cum and assumes it has to go in her stomach.
Oh, no, you mean her sexual lifestyle over the years has made it so her entire system has rewired
well, you know,
its
like animals
plumbing.
will adapt.
Yeah.
Like animals adapt in the wild, right?
You're saying she's evolved.
Her fallopian tubes have evolved to go right to her stomach because that's where she puts her cum.
It's like the drive-through bank tellers. The cum goes into the vacuum thing and right into the stomach.
It makes the same noise too, though.
I had no idea. Wow. I didn't know that.
I told you it was a good one. Remember when I was like, God damn it, I lost it. I told you it was good.
I didn't know that evolution happened that quickly. That's amazing.
It does if you've spent your entire 40 years on this planet in absolute whore.
That's a lot of cum to ingest. I mean, she had to work hard, and we shouldn't shortchange that. All right, continue with old lonely spinster meditating on a plane.
Allowing me all the time in the world to become enlightened. The weightlessness.
When's that going to happen?
Yeah, holy shit. If she's enlightened, like fucking, I've got to go take a nice dinner cruise in my garage, guys.
I am tired of these motherfucking spinsters on this motherfucking plane.
Of my
can you get the pilot? She's in there masturbating again. I got to shit.
She's taking an edible and jacking off in the fucking bathroom. Enough.
Can we tell the pilot that she's masturbating in there? Yeah, you know what? We're not going to say anything. We're just glad she went to the bathroom this time.
She's got one of those blankets. She's sitting in her seats. They go, ma'am, were you masturbating just then? She's like, all of a sudden you just hear, no. And then you hear, bzzz. Ma'am, would you turn that fucking thing off?
I'm shaving.
Ma'am, don't shave your pubes on the fucking airplane, please.
Not that long. It's fine. Also, can I get any kind of package of nuts? Yeah.
Ma'am, we're going to France. They don't care if your pussy's bald or not. In fact, they'd prefer it wasn't. Relax.
Do you want something to drink? Yeah. Do you have a Coke in the bottle?
She's like the MacGyver of shoving things in her pussy.
That's right.
Continuing on, a day in the life of not having any children by the wonderfully talented Chelsea Handler.
So wait, if you just don't have kids, you get to see the Mona Lisa every day? Is that what happens?
Fuck, that's again, like people with kids go like, oh, could you imagine if we didn't have to take care of kids, like the shit we could do? And now she's making it depressing. You're like, I might as well have 3 more kids.
Dude, she's on the plane, knocking on the cockpit, like trying to hand the pilot at like 50. Like, here's an extra 50 if you go over even more turbulence.
Come on, they took away my vibrator that I was using in the bathroom. I got to go au naturel.
Help a sister out. I don't have kids.
The weightlessness of my existence has granted me superhuman powers. I teleport myself back home. Then I get ready for a night out with whatever hot guy I met on Raya that morning.
On what?
Raya. I don't know. I thought that was a Disney movie. But anyway, is she really cruising?
Did you see in the dating app thing? It said hot boy.
Yeah, hot guy, I think it said. Yeah. She's, you see, because she's still 30 and she's still fucking all over the place. I mean, hot guy. Let's relax. I mean, it's probably like he's a mechanic from Queens, but he's like the manager of the garage. That's probably where she's at about at this point. Or Neil Hamburger.
Why does turbulence agree with Chelsea Handler's pussy?
Oh, why is that, Neil?
Well, because I took her vibrator away.
Oh.
I call up a babysitter and tell her that I don't need her since I still don't have kids. Now,
it's a funny.
How do you have a babysitter then?
I call Bill Maher because he'll fuck anything, and even he turns me down. And that's when I know that the lines in my face have gotten too deep. Bill Maher's like, okay, look, Chelsea, I don't need your pussy, okay? New rule, Chelsea Handler's pussy is for her hands only.
Now it's time for a workout, so I hit Mount Everest for a quick climb.
Of course.
I invent a time machine, go back in time, and kill Hitler. Freeze you!
Could you go back in time and not marry an executive from NBC so you don't have a career? And we could have avoided this whole video from Jump Street? I mean, if you've invented a time machine, which, by the way, I think you're fibbing. I think you might be lying.
Bastard! It's amazing what you can do when you have this much free time. And that's a day in the life of a childless woman.
I mean, honestly, other than the things you totally made up, that sounds horrible. Like, again, like Corey and I were saying, even people with kids are like, oh, man, I wonder, you daydream. Like, what's a day in the life look like if I don't have children? They're like, oh, Chelsea Handler made a video of what it's about. And you're like, you just go in and you wake your kids up. And you're like, hey, we're hanging out today, fuckface. Come on. I just watched a really depressing video. You and I are going to chill today. Oh,
I just don't get the babysitter call. Oh, I called my babysitter. It doesn't. So you're just harassing a 16-year-old kid in your neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Spacey does that. He doesn't have a career anymore. Oh, they're saying Raya's a black app?
I don't know. I Googled it, and it says a community dating app that you have to have invite only.
Oh, wow. That's a good, funny joke. That's when you
For
got
people all over to connect and collaborate, but it's invite only.
God, she is awful.
So it's like Tinder, but like it's literally hipster Tinder is what it looks like.
Well, hey, guess what, guys? You might be blessed with that kind of comedy on a nightly basis because she might end up getting the Daily Show. Oh, wonderful. Chelsea. Again, this is just a video made by someone who nobody was talking about it. Nobody was questioning her about not having kids. She just got really insecure about it one day and went to the other spinsters on the Daily Show writing staff and went, let's really stick it to the people who criticize us for not having children. And like everybody on the staff who has kids is like, lady, we're busy raising kids. We don't give a fuck if you have kids or not. Like we got our own fucking problems. Eggs are $20 a carton right now. We don't really give a shit if you have kids or not. This may be shocking to you, Chelsea. We don't think about you. Yeah, you know what?
I had to jog my memory to remember who she was.
Right. Joe Berger says it this way. This is how bad that video was, Corey. Joe Berger says Samantha Bee is available.
Yeah.
I mean, you could.
She should have called that video "How to Lament the Many Abortions I've Had."
Right. Exactly. While projecting it onto other people. Thank you to Lemmy.
Like it's one of those that needs like a good menopause sob. Like,
yeah.
I'm really fine. It's great. I love not having kids.
She wrote that in a hot flash, I think is what happened.
She didn't write that.
No, that's true too. Nicholas with $5. Thank you very much over there on PayPal. Appreciate that, buddy. And Lemmy becoming a member. 285 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. We're under 300 in the first hour. That is great. Let's get under 200 by the end of the second hour. Remember to hit the like button. Where are we at for likes? We like to hit 200 by the end of the first hour.
75 right now.
75? All right, let's go on a quick run here. Everybody hit that old like button. We'll get that up to 200 in the next 15 minutes. And also, if we knock out today's goal, of course, we do an extra half hour of overtime at the end of the program. Michael B says, I'd rather have Lily sing than
We're
Chelsea
also at
Handler.
23 likes on Rumble, so get those likes in. Get those Rumbles in there, too.
Yeah, Rumble. Go ahead. Oh, a couple hundred people over on Rumble, too. That is, it's nice having the best of both worlds, man. That is very cool. All right, Adam says we're at 95, so we're about halfway there. Everybody
101.
We're over 100. There we go. Oh, it's my favorite number, 101. So we're halfway there. Everybody hit the like button. We'll get there by 7 o'clock.
You know what I like most about the number 101?
What's that?
Is if you take the decimal and you move it over just right behind the 1, it's also the demographic of shares they have.
1.01. That is, sir, why so mean? Why so mean?
Where's the lie? Where's the lie?
I didn't say stop lying, sir. I said why so mean.
Oh.
The meanness comes from the truth of it. Matt says, do something to impress me and I might hit the like, you grifting fuckers. It's a good point, Matt. Thank you. And Matt, we're
you're right. God, how hard is it to hit that like?
Matt, we're e-beggars, not grifters, you son of a bitch. M.A. Mahalik with $5 says, a literal who doesn't have kids. Good. Eliminate your genes from the pool. Evolution is beautiful. Yeah, that's the other thing about Chelsea Handler's video. None of us are arguing with you.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I think everybody saw the beginning of that video and goes, she doesn't have kids? Oh, thank God.
All right, there's a positive. Yeah, it kind of starts everybody's day out with some good news. Chelsea Handler's gene pool doesn't continue. TK Suso says steel toe begging show. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the steel toe morning show. We are filthy e-beggars. Big difference, Suso, but you're going to adjust. You'll figure it out. Become a member. Throw in a couple of bucks. You'll get it. Corey, let's talk about where you live for a little bit. Since the country seems to be being poisoned from the inside, since they're basically trying to seal us all off and poison us at this point, I can't keep up with all the train derailments. We have the Ohio one There was a South Carolina one.
That Ohio one is fucking crazy. Like the winds and shit. Like they're saying that blew beyond their like mile radius before they even warned people about it.
The stories sound remarkably Chernobyl-y, don't they?
No, it sure does. And like they were like talking about evacuating a town, but the whatever we covered it on my show yesterday, whatever the environmental commission is that was in charge of it, they didn't tell the residents anything was going wrong as this wind is just like blowing toxic smoke everywhere.
Well, and they're still doing a thing where they're telling the people who live around the area. I don't know. Have they brought the people within 2 miles back yet? Are they still allowed to go back to their homes or no?
They weren't as of yesterday. I don't know if that changed yesterday. Yesterday at like 10 a.m. they were not. I don't know if that's changed.
The people outside that area are reporting that they're smelling chlorine from the vinyl chloride. Their eyes are burning. They cough when they go outside. And there's a mixed message coming out of East Palestine, which is they go, hey, what you're smelling and everything else, it's not toxic. It's not harmful to you. But you should all stay inside. It's like, well, wait a minute. Which one is it? Is it not
it's
harmful?
Totally fine, but stay in. Don't you fuck it. If you come outside, we're going to shoot you, but it's fine out here.
Like, which one is, like, it can't be non-toxic and you can't leave their house. Like, that's not how this game works. And then, like, people's chickens are turning up dead. Fish in streams, like, 10 miles away are still dying. And that's serious shit because that derailment happened near the Ohio River. And I know they released it into the air, but if that shit gets into the water, that feeds to the Mississippi, and then you've got farmland, and you know what happens to it's an easy conspiracy theory to believe because it does seem like our food supply system has been under attack for the last couple of years.
Right, and then M.A. Mahalik nails it, is that when they started burning the chloric acid, the chloride, they turned it into chloric acid. Like they turned it into another really bad like acid rain chemical by burning it.
Well, they panicked, I think, because it was the Ohio governor and the DNR guy who said, all right, look, this thing could explode, and if it explodes, it'll send shrapnel for miles. Well, at least the shrapnel would just be pieces of metal that would get lodged in somebody's heart and kill them. You know, it'd knock out a few people. But what they did instead was they burned it off and purposely released these chemicals into the fucking air, and it's poisoning the area. And like now they have the air pollution maps, and it's a pretty wide circle they're talking about.
Well, like I said, the thing that was like the craziest part to me was that it was like bad, and they didn't anything. Also, maybe they're just planning to roll on Palestine and just getting us used to the idea.
Yeah, they're just like, let's get Palestine in their head and fucking it up.
No lie, the first time I heard about that, I got this push update, and it didn't say Ohio, it said East Palestine, and I'm like, my first reaction is like, they have trains in Palestine?
King of Cali with a great point. He says, let's mustard gas everyone. What could go wrong? Yeah, right. If you're wondering, one of the gases they released when they burned all this shit off is a gas that they used in World War I.
Oh, good. I'm sure that's coincidental.
M.A. Mahalik with $5, as Corey says, vinyl chloride becomes hydrochloric acid when it is burned. We've created an acid rain plume in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that plume, that's the thing too, is the acid rain plume. That's a good point. The plume, like, you can't even track. Like, you can say, here's where the clouds stuff, but that could dissipate down to almost be unmeasurable. And then the next, so like, it could look fine for like states, and then it could get to Mississippi, hit a giant cumulus cloud, and start raining mustard gas.
Well, and that was that. Remember that guy who made that video where he's yelling at his camera and he's showing the sky, and yeah, there's all kinds of like fucked up toxic clouds in the air, and you're just like, holy shit, this looks like a nightmare. The birds, have you seen the one where the birds are flying out of the area?
Yes.
Where there's flocks of crows just getting the fuck out of Dodge.
Dude, crows are one of the smartest animals on the planet. I swear to God, if you're ever standing somewhere and you see just an ass load of fucking, like a murder of crows, they're called, just flying like dead away from you, you start running and go with those crows.
Yeah, you follow the crows. Yeah, so I don't, like, the Ohio thing seems far from over. But unfortunately, I don't think we have the attention span, like the American people, to really see it through and find out. I think they'll be able to cover this up pretty easily.
Well, they're not. This is the thing. They don't have to. And we've talked about this before. We're in this era where they don't even have to cover this shit up. They don't have to. They cover it. They let people get mad for like a week, and then we just move on to the next thing. That's how we are as a society.
Well, and also I was thinking about this ironically while I was boxing yesterday. I was working the heavy bag, and I was listening to Gino's show, and he was talking about it, and it kind of dawned on me. I know I'm not the first person who's thought this, but I'm like, they're just bombarding our senses with shitty things. They're just bombarding us with so many horrible things at once that we can't focus on them, and we won't be able to, pick one. Like some 18-year-old athlete drops dead on a basketball court, and we're like, hey, somebody should fucking look into this. This seems relatively important. We find out why this is happening. And then just when we're about to focus on that, oh my God, a train derailed and fish are dying 10 miles away. And then I'm like, oh, a guy just shot a bunch of people in Michigan State. And like, that's all in the last 48 hours.
Well, you know what's really interesting about that is that the shooting and this derailment both happened within a radius of that UFO that they knocked down.
Oh yeah, and then lest we forget all the balloons and UFOs that they're knocking down and shit.
So here's the thing that's crazy about those UFOs, and I have not been able to find a single balloon or UFO from 2019 like they insist happening, right? And then of the 4 things knocked down by us this last week, the initial balloon that they let fly over us is the only one you can find a picture of. Like, they have no timetable. They don't even know when they're going to get the debris. And not to go super UFO, they did a really good thing on Breaking Points about it, but this is almost play-by-play what they did with Roswell. They came in, they said, yeah, we don't know what it is, this and that, and then they made it so nobody saw anything ever, and then it was just a weather balloon.
Well, and then in the last 2 years, they've done enough shit where you're like, a lot of this, I think at least a third of this country is going, I'm ready to believe anything on this. Like, I think anything's possible on the gas leak, the balloon thing.
At this point, the government can't be trusted, right?
No.
Shit. It's amazing how many people learned that over just COVID. It's always been there, and it's not getting better. It never will. It'll keep getting this bad till our society devolves. That's what happens throughout history.
M.A. Mahalik would. So anyway, what happened in Texas then? Because my next story was the Texas one, because there was an anhydrous ammonia leak and there was a derailment in Texas. Like what happened there?
So the Texas one,
fertilizer, right? It was a fertilizer.
Yeah, it was fertilizer, and it was north of me, right? It was by Dallas, I want to say.
Yeah. And
the thing is it collided with a semi. That was the big thing.
Oh.
And so I don't know how a train collides with a semi. That's weird, right?
Right.
And one person was dead. The train struck him. And it's in Texas, a lot of the highways and roads were built by the railroad companies. So there's a lot of railroads right in the middle of the highways. It took some time to get used to. There's one here in Austin, but it's just at no point do they cross over. So and I haven't seen footage or anything, but it would be just crazy to see what happened where an 18-wheeler hit a train.
Yeah, we have some of those in town here in St. Cloud where the railroad literally runs right through the street, in a busy city.
This is area. In the middle of the highways though. So they one lane of traffic is going this way, one lane's going that, and in the middle is a railroad train. And they Mopac is the highway, and it's Missouri Southern Pacific Railroads are the two companies that built that entire highway system with the rail system in the middle.
Yeah. I don't know, man. All the shit, the Michigan State shooting to me is the least conspiracy theory thing I can find, because it checks off all the boxes of things they don't want, like black guy, criminal record, gun that he didn't necessarily shouldn't have been owning legally, pistol, not a rifle. That one kind of came and went. So that one I was like,
that
okay.
One's funny because they didn't mention it. I mean, it was reported, but it wasn't really covered like any of the other shootings, because everything, like you're saying, everything went against the narratives they're trying to push.
Yeah. So that was just they're like, look, that guy's only doing.
The other thing was he had notes and he was already on their red list. This is my newest pet peeve with all the shooters, right? Is that if you're telling me that you want gun safety, you have to start with handguns. Anything else, you're being dishonest. And this is now the third one in a row where the person that got in question had a red flag by the FBI and they did nothing.
Yeah. I mean, and just all the warning signs in all these things. It's like, we're not even trying. It's just, they just use all of it to try and take shit away from law-abiding people, and it's obvious to see. Let's catch up with a few people here. M.A. Mahalik with $10 says the train company, Norfolk Southern, has heavy investment from the Chinese. Also, the balloon was within 300 miles from the derailment at approximately the same time. It's subtle warfare. Matt Fields with $9.99 says, I work for a major Class 1 railroad. We have an emergency response guidebook to deal with this stuff. Vinyl chloride response clearly states the hazards of fire. It was 100% intentional and criminal. Yeah, I look, man, I'm going to have to defer to a railroad guy on that because I don't know enough, but it does seem a little fucked up. At the very least, it seems like people who don't know what they were doing panicked and made a terrible decision. At worst, it was intentional. Like those there, I'll set my range. My range for believability is you guys panicked and made a rash decision and you fucked up big time. And then all the way up the high end of my believability scale is you did it on purpose for some reason. Anything in between those two, I'm willing to believe. $260, by the way, away from today's goal. Great job, guys. I mean, Jesus, you're at about 250 in the first hour. Great work. Let's get it under 200 by 8 o'clock, and I think we're still in good shape for the day. Thank you, guys, for contributing. There's the PayPal. There's the Streamlabs membership. Oh, and before I can even finish the plug for the filthy e-begging, KF with $5 says tinfoil hat time. Netflix released a movie called White Noise last year based on train derailment in Palestine, Ohio. Oh, shit, that's some real Wreck of the Titans Titanic shit right there. You okay? That, I'll be honest, I was looking at the chat when you did that. It scared the fucking shit out of me.
I hit the mute button, but I think something's wrong with my Rodecaster because I hit the mute and it went on and off.
You muted yourself there for a second.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
what do you do? Bo Archer.
I'm going to throw this fucking Rodecaster right out the goddamn window.
Bo Archer says, Shalonda at the op center. Oh, snap, just burn that shit. See, now that would at least make it funny for me if that's really what happened. I mean, there should still be lawsuits and all kinds of shit, but I don't know. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says the X-Files spinoff, The Lone Gunman, featured a passenger airliner smashing into the World Trade Center circa 1999. Oh, shit. Dario Delfino says, can't help laughing at Palestine. I don't know Ohio town names. Ohio's never been a state worth learning about in my childhood or adulthood, so forgive me for my lack of knowledge on Ohio. Corey, we have radio guys apologizing for shit as we move on in the program here today.
Okay.
I've got apologizing radio people, only this one is in Syria. We've got a Syrian broadcaster who, hold on. I had a sneeze.
Contagious.
Oh my God. You know what? It's all this hydrochloric acid in the air. I can't seem to shake it. Well,
you joke, but I'm downriver from that shit.
So there's, okay, so the locals do call it Palestine. My apologies. So a Syrian morning zoo host, which I think it's awesome that the rest of the world is like 30, 40 years behind America. So now they're just getting like morning zoos and like shock jocks and shit like that. So now we're going to hear like the Syrian Howard Stern one of these days. Well, a Syrian DJ had to apologize for a joke he made about Turkey after the earthquake. You know that big earthquake last week that happened in Turkey?
Yeah.
A lot of people injured, a lot of people died, a lot of property damaged. Well, Syria thought it was positively hilarious. And like all those Middle Eastern countries, they don't really like each other very much, so they're going to take some shots. After making a joke about Turkey, where thousands of people have died in a terrible earthquake that struck on February 6th, and neighboring Syria, a radio DJ has apologized. Here you go. You thought cancel culture was only a Western thing. Oh, no, they got it over there, too. On Monday, the host of Capital Radio's drive time show, Ant Payne, made a joke about Turkey that was called shameful and disgusting. He has since expressed his regret for his remarks, calling them insensitive. Now, Corey...
Oh, that's it. That's it, right? You apologize once, that's it?
Oh, yeah, then it's over. Then you don't have to make any changes to your show. Everybody leaves you alone. Nobody ever...
You know, it's Pretty childish of you to even include it in the show at this point. Like, dude, apologize. It's over.
Yeah,
like,
it's over. Yeah,
bring it back up.
They'll all leave him alone, of course.
Bygones being bygones, they say.
Well, here, you listen to the joke and you tell me if it warranted an apology. The worst thing about apology.
Wait, hold on. Check this out. Ready? No. That's my prediction.
Right. The worst part to me is that, especially as we get older and older, like as time moves on more and more. Like if I were a consultant for radio and they came to me with this, I'd be like, guys, don't apologize. This goes away in a day. Like, you just wait this out. It's going to take you longer to craft this apology, send it through legal, and put it on the air than it is the amount of time any of these people are going to be upset about this shit. Like, they can't even focus on a lethal gas leak being covered up for more than 12 hours. You think they're going to focus on what the morning zoo guy said last night or yesterday morning? Leave it alone, let it go, stand by your guy, and it'll all go away. But that corporate attitude, man, they're like, no, we can't lose. The problem with office people running entertainment is that they're terrified of losing one person. And entertainers know that if you're doing edgy content, if you're doing stuff that might be a little offensive, every time you lose 2, you gain 4. So it's okay to run some people off. Like as a comic, it's okay to walk the room once in a while if what you're doing is really funny, just a little offensive to some people, because you're going to find more of an audience for that than the amount of people who walked out. But if you do the apology, now the people who thought you had balls, they don't give a shit about you anymore. And the people who walked and were offended by you, they're still not. People need to stop trying to win people over who don't like them. Some people aren't going to like you. You and I talked about that subreddit earlier. We encourage, go ahead, absolutely hate the shit out of the show. I'm not going to try to win you over. We're doing the show for people who like us. If you want to hate it, then that's good. That's part of growing. That's part of getting big. Same thing with a radio guy. Same thing with this dude in Syria. Quit trying to make these fucking people like you because, like Corey said sarcastically, it's not like they're going to stop now.
Oh, you mean they're not stopping?
Yeah, once you say you're sorry to people, it's not like they're going to go, oh, well, I mean, we're reasonable.
I wasn't being sarcastic. I was being genuine. It's not over, you don't think?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, Corey, see, they're going to just keep monitoring this guy now. It's kind of like in the old days when you used to get
he
an
apologized.
Well, yeah, it turns out that's not going to work. They're just now going to monitor him and watch him and make sure he's on his best behavior all the time. It's like when they would complain to the FCC, and if the FCC started monitoring your station, they were going to find something to fine you for, just for wasting their time. And then you were also going to be on their watch list where they're going to keep an eye on you randomly from time to time, and they're just going to keep finding stuff. Once they see a guy who gives them outrage, or in the FCC's case, an ability to fine you, they're just going to lean on you until you go away. Payne made a joke on his show, which airs every weekday from 4 to 7 p.m. Okay, so he's an afternoon guy. He said the best time to start looking into cheap flights to Turkey over the next few years is right now. He continued, while you're there, get your teeth fixed. Returning, appearing to be 19 years old. He says if you're doing that, you will be on Love Island the following year.
Love Island?
Boy, that I got to tell you, that must be all some really insider Syria shit, huh? Because I don't fucking get any of those references.
Is that Syria, Ohio?
Yeah, that's actually, no, this is the real Syria. I'm sorry, we started with East Palestine. I'm sorry, no, now we're going over into the Middle East for this one. But, so he apologized for that joke, which in Syria and Turkey must be really offensive. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. But he's now issuing a statement. He said, hello, everyone. I'd like to address my last-minute comment on the show. It was ill-timed and insensitive. Holy shit, I didn't know this. More than 36,000 people have died as a result of the earthquake that struck northern Syria and southern Turkey. 7.8 magnitude.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, Corey.
Johnny says praise Allah. Ooh.
Corey, I think we got to stop using all these fossil fuels so we can stop all these climate change earthquakes.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Did you see that? That just reminds me of that Bill Gates shit where they're like, you arrived in a private jet. He's like, no, I'm doing the work. This is your rules, not mine.
Yeah, when they asked him about it, he kind of gave him the PETA, why the diabetic lady at PETA gets to use drugs that were experimented on with animals, because she's like, well, I need my life to save the animals, so it's okay for me to do it. And Bill Gates was like, oh, well, I'm solving the problem, so the way I do it doesn't matter. I just, because I'm part of the solution, The closest he's ever gotten to going, well, I'm part of the elite, so I don't really have to play by the rules. Well, in this Syria thing now, I guess this guy's been forgiven. He gets to do his show. I want to juxtapose this with something else. This Syrian guy got in all this trouble over the Turkey earthquake. This is kind of the difference between working for a radio company and working for yourself. Because, Corey, there was another show, an independent show on YouTube and Rumble that got in trouble for a Turkish earthquake joke they did. And they pissed off all of Turkey Twitter. Like, Turkey Twitter was coming at them. The country.
Okay, time out.
Not the turkey industry.
I was gonna say, is this a Twitter dedicated only to the very middling entree of Turkey, or is this to the even worse country?
The country. This is the country of Turkey was up in arms about this joke. It was
it's weird how that's next to like Hungary and Greece, right?
Hungary, Greece, Turkey. Yeah, it's all the.
How
food
can you be
trifecta.
hungry next to Turkey and Greece? Makes no sense.
Well. Friends of the show, Mersh and Royce from Revenge of the Cis, did a bit about Turkey. And I am willing to say, Corey, that the bit they did is far more offensive than anything this Syrian DJ apologized for. And we're going to play to you Mersh's apology for that after, and you will compare the two.
I bet theirs is way funnier, though, to be fair.
Well, I'm going to play it for you, and you get to decide. Then we're going to play Mersh's apology to the people of Turkey for what they did, and you can compare who did the bit better and then who did the apology better. Before we do that, thank you to Fuck You Dude, who says, does anyone else feel like all this stuff is a calm before the storm situation? Like something big is going to happen? I don't know. In my opinion, this feels like the storm.
Would you say this is the gravy on top of the turkey?
It could very well be.
Would you say that for this turkey segment, you're really stuffing it full of content?
This segment is remarkably stuffed. I mean,
would you say that
to the gizzards,
the entire audience should feel thankful for the smorgasbord of turkey you've laid out in front of them?
Yes, they should be so full from this turkey talk that they feel it in their breast.
Would you say that all of our Native American listeners should really just bundle up with these blankets?
Well, no, that would be an attempted illness genocide. I don't think we should take it.
Just checking.
Okay, good. So here's what Revenge of the now again, the context behind this: Syrian DJ had to apologize to save his job because he made a joke about cheap flights into Turkey at the moment. Let's see what Revenge of the Cis did for their Turkey bit, and let's see who did a more offensive thing. All right, here you go. You got Mersh and Royce. They've got the buildings up in Turkey. They're going to show footage of the earthquake. Let's see the classy way in which these two handled it.
You son of a
No, I'm not. No, what are you talking?
All buildings collapsing from the earthquake's power. Unable to stand against
Hey, this is what happens when you don't use union workers. Am I right? Huh?
They played the fucking Tetris music while the buildings fell to the ground.
Pretty great.
It is a remarkably shitty thing to do. I would argue, Corey, that what the Revenge of the Cis guys did was far more offensive than anything the Syrian radio guy said.
Yeah. I would say the Tetris music.
Well, and now...
it's like that. People are dying in that, right? Like that's like we literally watch people die to the theme of Tetris.
People were dying as the Tetris music was playing. Well, this sent people in Turkey. I don't know how people in Turkey just all kind of shared around a Revenge of the Cis clip. I mean, don't get me wrong. They got like 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, tens of thousands on Rumble. Like they're doing very well for themselves. But I don't know how Turkish Twitter just gets a hold of this and goes, even as 20,000, 30, 40,000 people are dying, you know what we really need to focus on? Our outrage over this comedy show clip playing a video game theme song to the buildings falling down, as though that's somehow killing more people.
What if they're not allowed to work in Turkey anymore?
Yeah, I think the IP, like whatever the stream key is for their show from now on is blocked in Turkey.
Blocked. Yeah.
Just keeping up on it.
They'll never make it on Trovo at this rate.
Yes. So they do that. people from Turkey just start piling on. I mean, they start going after Mersh and Royce on Twitter.
Wait.
Yeah.
So that building collapsing, does that technically make everybody in that building ground turkey? I'm here all day.
See now, that would be something that the people of Turkey would find remarkably offensive. Ground turkey.
But is it the white meat or the dark meat?
Little column A, little column B. You know, that's variety.
Unless you're thigh meat or breast, get the fuck out of here.
I think once they're mashed to that kind of a pulp, you can't really discern.
It's true.
It's all, like you said, it's all just kind of ground turkey. Hard to package, too, with all the concrete pieces in it. Well,
what do you mean? It comes pre-packaged. What are you talking about?
Not a bad line at the end either. Like, this is what happens when you don't hire union workers. Am I right? So Mersh decided he'd had enough. There was too much pressure coming from the people of Turkey, so he apologized on Twitter. Now we have the Syrian radio guy's apology. Heartfelt, feel terrible. This isn't something to joke about. Can I have my job back, please? Well, Mersh decided to go even longer than that and release an even bigger statement. This is Mersh on Twitter. I would like to offer an olive branch. I have realized how wrong we were. Neither Royce nor myself can fathom the suffering that is happening in the nation of Turkey. I don't want to get canceled or whatever. I have nothing but love and respect for the Turkish people. My heart goes out to them in their time of need. So on behalf of ROTC Radio, we've donated to Doctors Without Borders in the name of one of the greatest historical Turkish leaders, Enver Pasha. Maybe your noble people find healing with this sweet tenner I gave you, and that's $10 American. That used to mean something. It's like a collector's item. So he sent a $10 donation to Doctors Without Borders in the memory of Enver Pasha. Now, in case you're going, oh my God, Mersh caved and he apologized. That was a funny bit. He doesn't need to apologize. Enver Pasha was one of the leading Turkish generals during the Armenian genocide.
Sure was.
He's responsible for the death of over 1 million Armenians. And Mersh apologized in the memory of the Armenian genocide. Not only that, Corey, you know who he emailed the notice for the donation to?
Who?
Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks.
That's great.
Who has famously denied that there was an Armenian genocide. So there we go. Corey, we now have 2 examples of people saying offensive things about the Turkish earthquake and how they handled their apologies. Our Syrian radio guy, Revenge of the Cis. Who handled it better?
Revenge of the Cis, obviously.
You know, Corey, I'm going to disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. And it's purely a conspiracy theory on my part. I think the Syrian guy handled the apology better. I'll tell you why. I'm starting to think this apology that Mersh gave, I don't think he meant it.
Oh, come on. That's just childish. Of course he meant it.
I think he might be being kind of a sarcastic cunt.
No, I think you're just reading into that. I've never known Marsh to be sarcastic ever.
I've seen him be sarcastic many a times. I'm a fan of that show. I think
you're misinterpreting it. He's just being very direct.
See, now I don't understand then, Corey, why would he use the Armenian genocide as a reference point to the donation that he gave in his apology?
Because if less Turkish people die, like if more people died in that genocide, there'd be less to die in this earthquake.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, okay. Look, I understand you can.
Sometimes you have to endorse an Armenian genocide to save people.
Oh, okay. Well, now, okay, it makes a little bit of sense. All right. Maybe, you know what? Maybe he was serious. Maybe he did mean it. And maybe sending it to Cenk Uygur was just a way to send it to a Turkish emissary who would understand that he's serious.
Yeah, well, he had to send it to a fellow Turkish American citizen, right? Like he has to get some inside perspective that he can really resonate with.
You know what? You're right. And I'm sorry. I got really judgmental there for a second. And I assumed that Mersh and Royce did not mean their apology for playing the Tetris music over earthquakes knocking down buildings and killing tens of thousands of people in Turkey. And
I'm sure that was just a miscue on their audio board, though. I'm sure that was supposed to be like Sarah McLachlan or something.
Oh, or maybe like the Hindenburg guy going, "Oh, it's the greatest disaster in the history of mankind. Oh, the humanity." And they keep that one.
Yeah, you've done this a while. You know how it is. Sometimes you put a sound on your soundboard and you just hit the wrong button.
It's the wrong one. You're right.
You're like, oh, here, I'm gonna add something really funny right now, and you just like, for whatever reason, you just hit like, the wrong fucking thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and it sounds like the audience.
Case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
See, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I don't know why that would even be used.
Oh shit! I was talking about the people he's apologizing to.
The suburban liberal wine moms.
Oh, okay.
It happened. It just happened right now.
Corey, the bit's over. Michael B writes, don't read too much into it. It was just funny. Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I had no idea. See, I was being very serious about it, thinking that they were trying to do something else. I didn't understand, Corey, that they were just trying to be funny. You know what I do like about the audience? They always let us know when it's time to move on.
No, they don't.
They always let us know when it's time. Thank you, Michael. All right, $250 away from this morning's goal. There's Streamlabs, there's PayPal, Super Chats, and memberships count as well. We're at 720. Where are we at for likes? Are we pushing 200? Let's
150.
150. Oh shit. You know what? Let's get to 200 right now. Everybody hit the like button. Thank you very much for 50 and the 320 for renewing your membership. Appreciate that. Everybody take a little time, whether you're on Rumble or YouTube, to hit the thumbs up.
We're at 43 on Rumble with one thumbs down. Get that person out of here.
Yeah, I don't like that. Well, Chad's up. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up, and let's get that up to over 200 here on today's show. 158?
164.
164. Holy shit. We're going to get to 200 in no time. And then we're going to get to 300 by 8 o'clock. We're going to get under 200 for the goal by 8 o'clock. Thank you guys very much. A lot of people chipping in $10 and under. That's always nice to see it go that way. Rostog's Broken Spirit says if you donate $20 or more, April will call you personally. That is not necessary, sir. Where are we at likewise? Keep hitting that refresh button. Give me an update on the likes, guys. Let's see how close we are. Everyone throw us a thumbs up. Let's clear 200 for by an hour and a half into today's show. 171. Okay, so we're very close. Less than 30 away. Oh, we're also I think 20 subscribers away from 9,000. So if you feel like hitting the subscribe button, if you're enjoying our program, let's get up to 9,000. Oh yeah, we're 20 away. 20 away from 9,000, our last barrier before we get to that big 10 grand number. All right, 175 says D Gulag. Everybody throw us a thumbs up. Let's get to 200 before we get to our next story, which, I think I want to play this short little clip for you guys first before we get into the I tried to watch a bunch of that female medium lady we have that tried to channel claims she channeled Jeffrey Dahmer in a YouTube video. I don't know if I want to use that one quite yet. But
I've been watching the exact opposite of that, where it's like that one guy, like that old guy who brings people on that claim they're psychics and then basically offers to pay him a bunch of money if they can prove it, and they never can.
Is that like the Amazing Randy's challenge that he had?
Randy something or other.
That was great. Have you seen the one where he has the guy try to turn the pages in the phone book using his mind?
Yes, that's the greatest one ever.
That's the best one because that guy,
you can't blow on it, you can't this and that, and he's like, yeah, I'm just not feeling it today.
You know what? Fuck that lady. We'll play that clip today. Yeah, that guy. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Mars knows the ninja pedo. That guy ended up getting arrested for pedophilia. It's pretty wild. That whole story.
That guy that couldn't do that?
Yeah, he got arrested for pedophilia later on.
Shut the fuck up, really?
Yeah. James was it James Hedrick?
So you mean the guy that was lying about having psychic abilities was a scumbag?
Yeah, the guy with the creepy pedo haircut actually turned out to be a pedo. Well, you know what? We'll play that one next. Fuck that lady who thinks she's channeling Jeffrey Dahmer. She sucks. Veldrain with $5 says valuable lesson learned.
She's hilarious.
Syrian construction crews are horrible Tetris players. That was them not making it past level 5, not an earthquake. Oh, thank you, Veldrain. It's
the whole building came down, and so did a bunch around it. So I think that was technically a Tetris.
Yeah, that is how Tetris works. You clear one, and then the whole row clears out.
You got to clear the whole 5 rows. That's what a Tetris is. The one with the long brick or whatever. 4.
Thank you very much to Reaper for $5 over on PayPal. We are, I believe, now 240 away. Thank you, guys. very much. There's all the info pinned to the top of the page and in the chat. Only 240 away. Michael B says in Tetris, L blocks are the worst. Yeah, they don't like them over in Syria either. All right. Before we play the Amazing Randy thing, I hope you watched this when I sent it to you. There is now officially some Fighter and the Kid and Steel Toe Morning Show crossover.
Yes.
Because
we did it. We've made it.
Brendan Schaub pulled an Oz on one of this week's episodes.
You want to go start his car?
Hey, watch this. Tell me this isn't exactly... This is a very short clip. We're not going into a big deep dive on the Fighter and the Kid here. But Brendan and Brian had a guest on. I don't know who this guy is. Forgive me. And they're in the middle of a conversation with their guest. Now, when you have a guest on your show, like we want to have Alex Stein on here pretty soon to talk about his new show on The Blaze. And he's open to coming back on the show. And we would treat Alex very well. He's our guest. And you want him to feel very welcome and like the most interesting guy in the world. Well, Brendan decides in the middle of his guest talking about something that's supposed to be pretty interesting, he has to pull an Oz. Here's Brendan.
If you were
pause
then,
for a second?
yeah.
I have to go.
You gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta do this other show at 2.
Oh, I got you. I know.
Can you guys finish it though? Don't finish early. You're great at it. You can sit in my seat.
You're not
No,
great.
you have another-
You're leaving.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we're supposed
I'm
to.
never coming back.
What? No, but I'm programmed. This guy's a woke fuck over here.
What the fuck, dude?
You're a bag of.
Come
cock.
on.
We have 15 minutes. It's
Bag-
only
Is
1:45.
it cock bag?
Cockbag.
Cockbag.
Yeah, you're a cock of
You're a
bags.
cockbag.
It would be a bag
two.
of.
He's a cock of bags. First of all, I'm not even playing this part for Brendan
Who the
being
fuck
remarkably...
listens to these guys? Like, it's so weird to me that like they even have people that listen to their like
Unironically,
their
right?
podcast is so fucking bad.
And it's this for like 2 hours or 1 hour, however long they're on. It's this all the time. And you know what the real crime here is? Brendan Callen's not an unfunny guy.
No.
Brian Callen, if he's like with a Will Sasso or somebody like that, is a funny dude.
He's you know
saddled.
who he is? He's like Dan Aykroyd. He's only as good as the people around him.
He's kind of Dan Aykroyd, David Spade kind of a thing.
Yeah, well, like Dan Aykroyd's like the perfect example because if you think of like almost everything when he was there that you love on SNL, it was always him in the background lobbing up the yes ands to people, right?
Right. Yes.
And the thing about Dan Aykroyd is that if you get him around people who suck, the things he makes sucks. But if you get him around people who are good, like when he's doing like Great Outdoors with John Candy, that's a great movie. You know, he's got John Candy right there.
Or anything with Harold Ramis or Bill Murray or anything like that.
Right. But then you get him like alone where it's just him and you get shit like that fucking preacher dad with the fucking bike or whatever.
Not only that, he wants to talk about aliens all the time.
Heavenly
too.
Father, I think it's called. I think
Oh,
I just
yeah.
pulled that out of my head.
I think it is called Heavenly Father. So Brendan pulled a fucking Oz on his show, like in the middle of the guest. He goes, "Hey, I gotta go. I'll see you guys later." I'm like, "Wait, what? You're just bailing in the middle of the show?" And he's like, "Yeah, I gotta go. I schedule." And then his excuse is,
They call me Late Poppy.
he says, I scheduled, I have an appearance on another show at 2:00. It's like, asshole, you knew you were doing a show. Like, you do a show every day at this time. Why would you schedule that for 2:00? It's like, I just, I gotta go. I've got to leave. Like, but our show continues. Oh yeah, you guys got it. Nothing makes your guest feel better than when one of the hosts on the show goes, "Hey, look, you're great and everything, but I'm going to fuck off to go do a different show." Oh, sorry, Brendan. Am I boring you? Brian says most of his views are bots. I don't know, man. There's definitely people, because I just put a Fighter and the Kid video up, the Mark Harley stuff and all that. And there are definitely people who stick up for Brendan. There are definitely people who stick up for that show. So I know it's not as big of audience as they used to have, but Corey's right. There are still people who watch that show unironically. So do with that information what you will. The Fighter and the Kid has viewers, listeners, what have you. Before we get to the Amazing Randy challenge video thing, the Minnesota Weapons Collectors Association is back at it here in our hometown. They have another gun and knife show coming February 25th and 26th to the St. Cloud Armory on Veterans Drive in St. Cloud, Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is next Saturday, a week from this weekend. And Sunday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. You know the drill. They buy, sell, and trade firearms and weapons, new, used, antique firearms, vintage sporting items, and collectibles. It's $10. Paid on Saturday, allows entry on Sunday. So if you pay $10, you're good for the weekend. You can go both days. 12 and under are free with a paid adult, and people under 18 are not permitted in without an adult. No loaded firearms allowed. All firearms must be inspected. It's the Minnesota Weapons Collectors Gun and Knife Show, February 25th and 26th here at the St. Cloud Armory. Go out there, have your vintage weapons looked at, go pick up some new ones, whatever you need. That's the Collectors Show. Check it out. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says we have hit 200 likes. Awesome. Keep going. Let's see if we can knock out 300 likes by the end of the hour. All right, let's go find this this Amazing Randy thing. The Amazing Randy had a bit he did. Here, Amazing Randy phone book. There's the Uri Geller thing. God, this one's going to be tough to find here. Oh, God, it was...
looking for that psychic one?
Yeah, Bob Barker, wasn't it? Bob Barker was the host of that show.
No, it was Randy, I thought.
No, he was confronting the guy.
Oh, you're right. It was Bob Barker.
Yeah, what? How come
Bob Barker's psychic page turn, probably.
Psychic, Amazing Randy, Bob Barker. Yeah, I can't find the fucking thing.
I'll find it. I'm on it.
Where is it? I'm going Google instead of YouTube.
Hold on.
That's what I'm doing. Sorry, guys. I didn't prep this for today's show, but I do want to play it for you. Amazing Randy. Oh, I'm spelling Randy wrong. Bob Barker. James Randy, Bob Barker, exposed psychic fraud. Here we go. Oh, James Hedrick was his name. Yeah, so this James Hedrick guy. Oh, no shit. It says video unavailable. Well, holy...
Check Rumble.
What the dick? The Confessions of James Hedrick. That's my line. James Randy, James Hedrick. Here we go. Oh, that's IMDb television episode. Holy shit. Really?
Yeah.
I can go on Boing Boing. Yep, video unavailable. Every link I go to. Exposing an idiot on live TV. Oh, Reddit's got our back.
Tonight on this stage, you are going to meet a man.
We've got it now. So the Amazing Randy was a magician. He actually is kind of responsible for Penn Jillette.
There is one on YouTube, but it's Opie and Anthony's reaction to it. That's hilarious.
They did a good one. I think they had Penn. That was Penn Jillette talking about it, I think.
Yeah.
And the Amazing Randy was a magician who he called himself an honest liar. You know, we call ourselves honest e-beggars on this show. There's like, what's the old saying? Like, the best response to criticism is honesty. Like, if you're genuine, you'll deflect all criticism. That's kind of how Amazing Randy was, and that's how we try to be on this show, where he's like, look, I'm a swindler. I'm a trickster. I do tricks. I do illusions. I do things that aren't real to fuck with you for your entertainment. But he didn't like people who did tricks and swindles and then tried to pass them off on people as real. He hated psychics. He hated mediums. He hated people like this James Hedrick guy. He even had a prize, and I think the prize got up to like $1 million before he died, of anyone that could prove under scientifically controlled conditions that they had psychic powers. He challenged that Sylvia Brown lady, the woman who claimed she could talk to dead people. He challenged her. She wouldn't do it. And so a lot of these people over the years from like the 1970s onward were like, fuck James Randy. I'll show him. I can trick him. I've got psychic powers. So he would go, all right, let's do it on TV. We'll have a bunch of scientists here. They'll watch it, and I'll pay.
Did anybody ever like win any money from him? Never, right?
Never. It couldn't be proven.
He did that for like 2 or 3 seasons, right? Like, I mean, there's tons of them.
No. He had the James Randy fund for like 40 years.
No, but he was doing like a television show almost weekly where he would invite, because I remember there's the one where like he has them like pick the number or the object behind the cylinders. They're just like all these different like psychic measuring things, and not one of them passed it ever.
Well, James Randy would be a big help to Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson was a magician before he was a comedian, and he also hated psychics. And so he was friends with Randy. And
They fucking hate psychics.
Randy fucked over Uri Geller. Do you remember Uri Geller? This was before both of our times, I think. But Uri Geller was the guy who claimed he could bend spoons with his mind.
Oh, I've seen pictures of that guy because he's all like this. I didn't know his name.
He said he could bend spoons with his mind and stuff like that.
They find out it was just his thumb.
Well, here, we'll play that video. We can go down a James Randi rabbit hole if the audience wants to. But
James Randi is the best. I will never Randy. I will never ever object to it because again, it's so crazy.
Carson had he fucking hated Uri Geller and he hated like people who claimed to be mediums. So he contacted James Randi and he said, "Randy, help me nail this motherfucker." And we'll get into it if we play the Uri Geller thing here in a little bit. But he helped.
The one where he did it on the Carson show.
Yeah, he helped Johnny Carson sabotage Uri Geller. Yeah,
fucking great.
All right, let's watch. And for those of you who don't know who James Randi is, go down a wormhole today if you want to. If you got time at work, we'll introduce you to him. Go watch his shit. It's great. We played the Peter Popoff one before. It's awesome.
Who claims he can move physical objects using only the powers of his mind. All of us are very pleased, not just pleased, but
And if he
excited
can't,
to
we're gonna
have
have
you
him
with
spayed
us.
or neutered.
Now, you claim to have psychic powers, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Is this something that you have discovered recently, or have you known of it since childhood? How did it all begin?
Well, everyone's born with it. It's just a matter of development.
What do
By the way, can you believe that this guy got arrested later for pedophilia?
I was gonna say, is this the Chomo?
Yeah, this is the Chomo. I don't even have to say allegedly.
That's why his videos are gone.
Maybe.
What are you going to do, James?
I'm gonna move a pencil for you.
With just psychic powers?
Just psychic powers.
Very well.
Go for it.
So he's using his hands. Come on, turn, you son of a bitch. Oh, look at that. He turned. Look at that, Corey. He turned a pencil using only his mind. Forget that he's whooshing his hands in a really windy motion around the pencil. He's moving it using only his mind because this motion helps your brain turn the... How fucking stupid are people? I have to ask you that before we really dive in.
Can you really move? Obviously, I'm not saying it's a psychic. I know he's fake, but is that something you could really turn a pencil with that little wind, though?
When it's balanced on the edge of a table, yeah, it doesn't take much to move it.
All right.
Yeah, you can the wind from your hand can blow it side to side.
Is it true that you can also turn the pages of this telephone directory?
Yes, it is.
And you will do...
But you got to understand, Bob, it's only the telephone directory. I can't do it with any other book. For some reason, my psychic powers are such that I can only move really wafer-thin paper through the air using my mind. I haven't worked on my...
It won't work on the Bible because I'm satanic.
My skin starts to sizzle.
Do that for us?
I'll try.
Should I take the
How old
pencil
is
off
this
the
clip?
table?
Not only are they talking about a phone book, but they're calling it a directory.
This clip's legit about 50 years old.
Yes.
All right. There you are, James.
You would like to open it to any page, or should you want me to do it?
I'll be
You know what Bob Barker should have done? He could have fucked him right there. He'd have been like, well, James, you're the one who changes the pages with your mind. Why don't you open the fucking thing? And then the guy's like, well, that's not how it works. You see, I have psychic powers, but it has trouble getting through cover pages. That's part of my mentalism.
Ready?
Are you ready? Here we go.
All right.
He turned the page using only his mind, Corey. That's amazing. Let's see if there's any shenanigans.
Are you saying breath wrong?
Isn't it amazing that as soon as he sat down and came forward to the page, all of a sudden it started turning? That's amazing.
The amazing Randy maintains that you did not use psychic power, but that it was trickery. And he is prepared to pay you $10,000 if you can do it using psychic power.
So this is 1972. That's like 75 to 100 grand now.
So even in the 70s, they knew psychic powers were bullshit.
Yeah, they knew that this guy was complete. Oh, you think that ninja suit bowl cut fucking was granted with gifts from the Almighty to turn, and God was like, all right, but I'm going to give you powers, but it only pertains to pencils on the edge of desks and telephone books. Yeah, they knew this was bullshit.
Here he is, the amazing Randy.
This little Merlin-looking fucker just comes in like, I'm going to fuck
you
your day
saw
up.
James' demonstration from backstage.
Yes, I did.
And do you accept that as a demonstration of psychic power, or do you believe that he used trickery?
I don't accept it as a demonstration of psychic power, Bob. I think that the solution is rather simple. I think that Mr. Heydrich is merely, to accomplish this effect, blowing on both the page and on the pencil. And the
I love that he's like, do you think he's using trickery? Not only that, he's just blowing on the shit, Bob.
Yeah, dude, I love the Amazing Randy just comes out and he's just always like, he's so deadpan about calling these people out.
And I love how
he fucking hates them.
I love how he kind of says it like Bob's a retard too. Like he's like,
no, Bob, obviously that's not real, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, Bob's like, do you think he's a psychic? No, you dumb motherfucker. He's blowing on the shit.
I don't know. Do you think he's a human, Bob?
In
Shut
fact,
up.
I wouldn't be here to walk you through this shit like you're an infant if you hadn't paid for my plane ticket first class.
It would be better if Randy goes, no, actually, I think he's a pedophile in the future.
All of a sudden, we're like, holy shit, Randy's a fortune
Holy shit,
teller.
Randy's been the psychic this whole time.
Actually, no, Bob. I think he's blowing on the phone book and fucking a kid. Whoa!
I think you should beat his ass, too, because he never had his dogs or cats spayed or neutered. Beat his ass, Bob.
And then this Heydrich guy, he's like, would you like to respond to the Amazing Randy saying you fuck kids? And all of a sudden he leaves a cartoon cloud of dust behind him as he skedaddles
it's
the
just
fuck
his
out of
silhouette running.
There's a hole in the wall with the arms going like this.
Yeah.
Actually, Bob, I think he's blowing on the phone book, but that's not the most alarming thing about him. If you clearly look at his haircut and his clothes, he blows kids.
I think he's blowing on the phone book, and I gotta say, based on what I think I know about him, probably the least offensive thing he's blowing all day long. The first one being children, Bob.
Yes. So the Amazing Randy, you're accusing this man of molesting children. I'm not accusing Bob. I'm stating it as an outright fact, and he is more than welcome to sue me.
I just really like his outfit. I have that same shower curtain.
Do you? Oh, that's good. You know what? I actually have that same sigil in Bannerlord. Amazing.
I also have Bob Barker's skull.
Wow, that was a get.
You're telling me, dude. I had to stab Chuck Woolery for it.
Oh, he does seem like the kind of guy who would try to run off with it first. All right, let's watch the Amazing Randy just basically call this guy a piece of shit right to his face.
The reason is rather simple, because the pencil reacts to even the currents of the air conditioning in this studio. It will be very difficult to try to put controls on it in such a way that normal currents of air that are present all the time would not move the pencil. For example,
imagine you just went on TV and you're like, I'm a badass psychic. And then this old man just crotchetily walks out there and goes, whoop, just did the same shit you did. See, now, if you're Heydrich, the play here is you go, oh my God, Randy, you have amazing psychic powers too.
That's exactly the fucking, like, that's exactly what it is. Like,
yeah.
Whoa.
This guy's the king, man. I can't compete with him.
Very, very easily.
All right, you're not going to ask him to do that. That's one down, one to go, James. You are prepared to pay him $10,000 if he can turn the page of the telephone directory with certain controls.
That's right. Since my theory, as yet unproven, of course, is that it's accomplished simply by blowing, though rather cleverly, I must admit, done.
Really, like, as much as I love Amazing Randy, if you don't like him, he really is a little cocksucker, isn't he?
Oh, he's such a cocksucker. It's so funny. Again, like, and when he had that show, like my favorite part of the show that he had, and I forget the show's name, but maybe it was just like specials all the time, but he would like, it was so funny because he would like entertain them and like be really nice and inviting on the front end.
He plays with his food.
You know, that's exactly what he'd do. He would play with his food, and then the moment that they like couldn't do it, he'd be like, yeah, I told you were a lying piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, welcome to the show. It's great to have you here. Oh, you see you turn those phone pages. You know you're a lying sack of shit, right?
You know you're a lying piece of shit, right?
And then after he busted Heydrich every time for like the next 4 times, he was like, and I bet you fuck kids. And like, no, Randy, you're going a little off the reservation with that one. You landed that punch once. It doesn't mean it's true all the time.
There should be a way, a simple way, without a lot of instrumentation, to demonstrate that fact by using one very simple control.
Uh-oh.
Now what I have here is particles of a white plastic, which when given a good heavy puff of air, will, I think, rather conclusively show whether or not blowing is a method accomplished. Now, it will not...
And now Heydrich's looking at that and going, fuck me. Now what am I going to... Like, his entire thing, he's
Dude,
not
just let
listening...
me fucking hustle, asshole.
He's not even listening to Randy right now. He's just thinking of ways he's going to try and pull this shit off. And if you're a guy like Heydrich, at this point, you've kind of convinced yourself, you're like, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe I do have psychic powers, and I'm going to get lucky.
You for sure have convinced yourself of it.
Yeah. So now...
You've been living the gimmick too long at this point.
Yeah, Randy is completely cock-blocking you here. And there's an army of scientists sitting right off camera watching you. And, oh, boy, this... I think when Penn Jillette was on O&A, they asked him, they're like, why does this guy even try? And Penn's like, because your pride is on the line, and there's always the 1 in a million chance that you get lucky.
Yeah, what if you try and just out of nowhere it works?
Right. But then he'd give it away because it would work, and then you'd go, holy fuck! And then you'd be like, oh, dude, why are you surprised that it happened? I thought you did it with your mind. Oh, he turns into John Lovitz. Oh, yeah, that's the ticket.
He just goes, what the fuck?
He like none of the particles moved with the page turns, and he looks up at Randy. He goes, "Holy fucking shit! Did you see that,
dude? I got it. Well, what up it right? So he fucking puts all that powder chemical around, right?
Yeah.
All that like fluff, right? And then he goes, "All right, go ahead and do it." And he does it, and then fucking it's actually Randy helping him out, who then takes off a mask to reveal he's Mr. Beast and gives him the $10,000 for YouTube
and cataract surgery, and the guy didn't even need it.
People are mad about that. Isn't that crazy?
That was so stupid. We have a video clip of that I didn't put up because it's so late, but maybe I will put it up this weekend or something. It's just like people hating Mr. Beast because he's helping blind people see. Like, there's only 2 people in history who have done what Mr. Beast did. Him and Jesus Christ. I mean...
Well, and maybe a psychic. We don't know.
Maybe Lester Heydrich. He maybe made some kids see. The police.
Perhaps in some way differentiate between genuine psychic power and actual blowing. But it certainly should be very interesting indeed.
He is loading that fucking table up with those particles.
Just reminds me of that old street joke. I just see James Heydrich getting behind a little kid, and he's like, "You feel that touching you in the back end, my thumb?" It's like, "Yeah," and then he just goes, "Ta-da!"
Oh no!
To see what now occurred.
James, ready?
All right, here we go. Do your ninja moves.
He's wearing it pretty well, though, right?
Like, this isn't even a guy trying to turn pages with his mind. This is a guy looking at the particles going, how the fuck do I pull this off?
Yeah.
There's got to be a way I can do this. Like, he's not a guy using his brain powers to turn a page. He's now a guy figuring out how he's going to install wood planks on a deck.
He can't even figure out how to get a haircut.
That's true, too. Nope.
Now, James, you have
He's
another
like,
question?
I know I can't blow now.
Yeah. So there, off to the side here are 3 scientists who are watching this to see if there's an explanation or to answer any questions.
Mm-hmm. What would you like to ask?
Okay. The styrofoam and the lights form electricity which pulls the page. Look.
Gotta love a guy who doesn't give up. This is a guy who knew how to keep kayfabe.
He's trying to prove that the styrofoam and the lights cause electricity and it causes the pages to cling together. But then he just held up a page and it fell to the other side, so he just fucked himself right in the ass.
Yeah, Matt Fields nails it. This is the moment he decided to fuck kids out of anger.
Yeah. Randy turned him into a pedophile.
It pulls the page down.
It's not pulling the page down.
Freeing the pages.
I'll just lift up 1, 2.
Lift them in a bunch if you would, Bob. Just take about 1/4 of an inch of them.
All right, there, like that?
That's fine. Gently, place them down gently so it doesn't disturb the foam. I know, I thought you
the other way?
Yeah, the other way. That's what I thought you meant.
Would that
Sure.
be helpful to you?
The static is going to still be here because of the foam. See, that's what I'm saying.
You see, the lights and the foam are forming electricity that stops...
Fucking magnets, bro.
Fucking magnets. How do they work?
Opinion of the judges that there is not enough static formed by the foam to be a problem.
Well, those scientists, Bob, are clearly full of shit.
They're full of foam.
Yeah.
So,
they're bought off by big foam, Bob.
Under the conditions agreed upon, it would seem that now you should at least try with psychic power to turn the page of the telephone directory, James.
Okay.
Okay.
You can hear it in his voice. Okay. Like, that's how a child responds to, like, eat your broccoli.
Yeah. Oh, he's moving his hands at least.
Look at him laughing. He knows.
Oh, he's fucked.
It's not going to turn for you?
No, it isn't. This isn't a magician's trick. I can't just come up, bang, bang, and it's over. I have to be to where I can work with something small and then big, to build up my own self.
Yeah, I love that. I love that part where he's like, I'm not full of shit, you guys. I'm not a fucking con artist at all. It's just, I start with pencils and then my brain, science.
James has not won the $10,000 with this demonstration.
So it seems.
Now,
You fucking dickhead.
So it seems.
So it seems,
Like,
Bob.
dude, it's like fucking win Ben Stein's money, but Ben Stein's money is never ever challenged.
Randy's a
it's gotta
cunt.
be like Randy, like that has to be the safest money on the planet, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and yeah, he's dead now, and I think that money is still in in escrow.
He probably buried with it.
It's over $1 million now. And it's so funny because he's being cunty about it, but at the same time he says it like he's rooting for the guy. He's like, seems not, Bob. Really thought
well, I
this
don't think
guy.
like he's that bad about it. I think it's just he wants to like fucking go,
He's like Sacha Baron Cohen in Talladega Nights. He's like, I brought you here, James Heydrich, to help me retire so you would beat me.
you have heard what James's explanation is. Do you have any comment to make on that?
Yes, Bob. Look at his bowl cut. He's obviously a kid fucking piece of shit. Jesus, Randy, you're really leaning in on that. Well, if he's not, he will be. Trust me. I break
This
these
Hydric
people.
guy gained predominance for karate and sleight of hand tricks. That's how he got famous.
Breaking boards and turning yellow.
He looks like a
pages.
guy that like was faking being good at karate.
Yeah.
Bob, the comment very briefly is that I have gone through many hundreds of these tests with many hundreds of people who claim to have psychic powers. And quite frankly, it's more or less the same story every time. When a simple, direct, very uncomplicated protocol is used and the control is applied, the psychic forces don't seem to be present, if indeed they are ever present at all.
That's the end of that clip. So
that's actually a real diplomatic way to say it too. Like if
Yeah.
indeed they're ever present at all.
Well, the problem with it is like that's his like he's going in and he's being politically nice about it, but at the same time you also there's a thin veneer and you see that he's clearly going, you fucking lying asshole. Like he's being professional about it, but the message is being received that he's like, you lying cunt. Matt Fields with $4.99 says Magic Seth Raphael did claim the $1 million. There's a 27-minute video on YouTube. Watch it later. It's fantastic. Okay, I did not know
somebody
that.
actually claimed it. I didn't know that at all.
Somebody claimed the $1 million. Thank you very much for that $5. Guys, 235 away from this morning's goal and 30 minutes of overtime. Let's see if we can knock that under 200 in the next 10 minutes here. If you feel like chipping in, there's PayPal, there's Streamlabs, there's also Super Chats and memberships. We thank you all very much for contributing to the program. 235 away now. Let's see if we can get to 300 likes as well in the 8 o'clock hour. 235 away from overtime. You guys are making great pace today. It's awesome.
220 on YouTube.
Let's keep it up. We're at 220. All right. And then we're at a bunch over on Rumble
Looking
as
right
well.
now.
So somebody did. All right. James Randy won $1 million. Paranormal challenge. I'll go to the Wikipedia here. James Randi announced he was officially retiring and stepping down from the James Randi Educational Foundation. Example of a test, challenges. I don't see that a guy claimed
I don't see anything. I'm on his Wikipedia right now, and I don't see anything about anybody winning it.
I see 2015 was the
Yeah,
last time
2015.
somebody tried.
The last
Results
time they
failed.
said they will stop taking application. In 2015, the James Randi Educational Foundation said they will no longer accept applications directly from people claiming to have paranormal powers, but will offer the challenge to anyone who has passed a preliminary test that meets their approval.
Seth Raphael $1 million. claims Randy's $1 million challenge, September 8th, 2012. At the MIT Media Lab in April 2008, high-tech magician Seth Raphael challenged James Randi, claiming his computer can read minds. Randi accepted the challenge and then watched as Seth's computer succeeded in passing all of his tests. Witness Randi handing Seth the first good faith check of $10,000. Seth performs all of these miracles in live shows for companies across the world. So is Randi at... Oh, yeah, Randy's there. Okay, hold on a minute.
Envelope.
I'm fast forwarding. We're not going to watch the
that
27.
I can't substitute the envelope. I should bring the envelope out now, I think.
Okay, thank you.
I might have a whole mess of them in there with different shapes on them, right? You okay?
Okay, let's see.
It looks what I usually see when my internet opens up.
I need you to please focus on the geometric shape.
Very well.
It's a square. Give me the money. So he's got some kind of brainwave reader thing. That's technology, though. Is that really a magic trick?
I don't know. It's not psychic ability. It's just tech.
Yeah. It seems like cheating. And all it's doing is running a shitload of, like, code and alien signals.
He's making sure that in the year 2023, a train
one shape?
crashes in Ohio.
Yeah.
Yes, one shape, yes.
That thing he's wearing is made from 1,000 swords of Aegon's enemies, actually.
It's a square.
It sucks.
I'm not going to show it to you. I'm not certain. I would like to leave it here on the table until you've shown yours, and then I'll let you pick it up. Is that fair?
Yes, I'll have to keep my head down so that I don't lose
We're done.
We're done with that, all right. All right. I'm moving the envelope embedded in my chest. I have in here a piece of paper which has my secret drawing on it. Those of you up close here.
It's a
can
triangle?
See what it is. Two more or less equilateral triangles, point to point.
Oh, it's like an hourglass. Okay.
In other words, it's an X with the ends of the top and the bottom of the X closed off, consisting of 4 lines, essentially.
Okay, now please open up the image I received.
Holy shit, he did it. Oh.
Randy, I am in full support of the James Randi Educational Foundation, and I do not intend to actually take the $1 million.
Well, I must say that I would insist that this be completed as per our agreement. I have not yet signed this check. I will do that. This is a check for $10,000, which is a token. Pardon?
Not $1 million?
No. Not at the moment.
The guy's like, I don't want the $1 million. And Randy's like, here's 10
Taking
grand.
the 10 grand, asshole.
Yeah.
This check, according to the agreement that's published on our webpage, this is the agreement that I will pay over this amount of money immediately as a token of the fact that within 48 hours, the rest of the prize money will be forthcoming. There you are, Seth.
Wow.
Doesn't sound too cunty about that one.
No.
Look at that dude's hair.
So how was it that it's not listed that this guy did it? Did anyone
well, he said he never claimed it, so maybe he never claimed the $1 million.
No one ever passed the qualifying pre-test, which was simpler to set up but could be beaten with good luck. The formal test never needed to be run.
So you know what it is? I bet because the way that he did it, it's not in their like spectrum of stuff. Plus it's tech. Like maybe there has to be some kind of weird catch-all for it being a computer.
That is kind of strange. Meat Drapes, thank you for becoming a member. 230 away from today's goal. All right, what does the audience think? Do you guys want to do the Uri Geller one, or do you want to move on to something else other than Randy?
Uri Geller one's great.
I'm going to let you guys decide if you want to do the Geller one where Randy fucked him.
You have a lot of good stuff in the sheet too, so I mean, moving on is fine.
We have a lot of good stuff. If the audience is into this James Randy thing, obviously we are. We'll go for it with you. But we got Uri Geller basically getting fucking exposed on Johnny Carson, thanks to the amazing Randy helping Johnny kind of fuck this guy up a little bit.
That's like that one of the like. I think that actually I like better because it's the line where Yuri's like, "Well, I can't do it today" or whatever it was.
By the way, people,
you knew you were coming on here.
Yeah, people saying, play the rest of the video. That was it. That's all I had. That's what I had in that video. Do the one where he finds the radio signal to the secret earpiece of the medium. All right, people want to watch the Uri Geller thing. All right, I think actually the Uri Geller Peter Popoff thing is in the same video. James Randy, Uri Geller.
There's a bunch of them on YouTube that, like, for anybody that wants to, you can look up Randy and they've got a bunch of like his greatest hits that we watched it on my show like a year ago or so, but it was like, it's got like the top like 10 of them or whatever, like all in like, just Google it, like compilation for people, not right now, but I'm just saying for people later if they want to watch more of them, because they're all really good. I never get sick of watching psychics who are lying about being psychic look around like they're just like not even there.
They just get exposed. There is James Randy, Johnny Carson, Uri Geller. I don't think we have the amazing Randy actually talking about it. I don't know. That used to be one of my favorite YouTube videos. I don't think we have it anymore. But we do have Carson with Uri Geller. So Carson hated Uri Geller. He hated the spoon bending shit and the mentalism and all that. And so he called up the amazing Randy and he said, "Randy, help me bust this fucking asshole." And James Randy said, "Well, here's the thing. What Uri Geller does is a lot of the spoons he uses, he pre-bends them. Like he'll get a hold of them, he'll bend them, and then he'll apply a little bit of pressure while he's rubbing on the spoon, and then he'll get it to bend. And he'll say, 'Oh, I did that using my mind.'" And then he said he also has this thing where he takes film canisters filled with water, and he'll be able to pick out the empty one. And Randy told Carson, he goes, what he does with that is he takes a loose table and he bangs his leg into it, and he can see which ones are moving more than the others, and that's how he picks it out. So Randy told Johnny Carson, get a big fucking sturdy oak table. Don't let him touch any of the spoons. Have them be brand new spoons. He doesn't get to look at them. Do the canisters, make them metal film canisters. He won't be able to pull any bullshit. And so Carson has him on, and the result we get is Uri Geller being absolutely fucking humiliated. And Uri Geller was like a rock star. He was like James Edward big. When James Edward had the Crossing Over show and everything like that, he was that level, maybe more.
Why would you ever even go on these shows? I just can't even understand it.
Again, because Penn Jillette said it once on Opie and Anthony. He said, because these guys, there's always the 1 in a million chance you get lucky. And if you get lucky, you're never questioned again.
Yeah, you're a made man at that point.
So here's Uri Geller on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, narrated by James. Okay, this is what I was looking for.
The subject was Uri Geller, a young Israeli who claimed to have supernatural powers.
His remarkable affinity for metal and his psychic abilities are well documented all over the world.
In the early 1970s, Geller became a superstar, the most famous psychic in the world. And then, of course, there was Mr. Geller's appearance on The Tonight Show. I got a call after they booked him to appear.
Would you welcome, please, Uri Geller?
And by the way, like, we know now, because you know everything about everybody's life, Carson was a fucking asshole. And if he didn't like people, he would screw them into the fucking ground. And that's what he wanted to do.
His daughter is Sarah Michelle Gellar.
yeah, actually, you have no idea. Yeah, he actually bred Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Johnny had been a magician himself and was skeptical. I was asked to help prevent any trickery.
Nice to see you.
Thanks.
We have only met...
This scares me.
This scares you? Well, this...
So right off the bat, Uri Geller gets there and he sees there's film canisters, there's spoons that he hasn't seen before, and he goes, this scares me. This makes me nervous. So he's like Pesci in Goodfellas here, where he walks into the room, he sees the plastic all over the place and the moose head on the wall, and he goes, oh, fuck.
We just got some...
Shit, dude. Yeah. I just Googled him.
Yeah.
He has a website called UriGeller.com, right?
Yeah.
And the splash page is become a citizen of Yuri's mystical island.
Oh,
he
shit.
literally is doing his own fire festival.
Oh, God.
Things together here. And
I told them to provide their own props and not to let Geller or his people anywhere near them.
Also, one of our staff members did some drawings which have been sealed in an envelope, and I'd like you to take your own pace when you feel like you want to try anything.
Right.
Do you want to try that particular experiment first?
When I'll feel free.
When you Sure.
Yeah, so he had this other thing where you would draw a picture, and then he would draw a picture, and it would be the same picture. And
like the impression shit.
One of the things he would do when he was doing that, because he would turn his head, and he would put his hands over his eyes so he couldn't see you drawing. He would palm mirrors in his hands.
I actually have a little bit of psychic ability. You ready for this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
I see at least 20 more people smashing that like button on YouTube.
Is that how far away we are from 300?
Or at like 2... Oh, sorry. I meant 17 more. We're at 244.
All right, perfect.
We'll start eliminating the ones that do not have the water.
All right, without touching them.
He is really suspicious, you know. I'm having a hard time with you.
It happened. Give me the money. It just happened. Give me the money.
So, oh, wow, that's amazing. Amazing. So he likes to take this inside leg here, and he likes to bump it against the table so he can see which canisters to remove.
Okay, I don't mean to be, Yuri. I really don't.
Is that the trick?
Keep looking.
Yeah.
Okay, let me rest a little, all right?
All right.
Let me rest a little.
You know, I'm surprised because before this program, your producer came and he read me at least 40 questions you're going to ask me.
Well, I can ask you all kinds of questions if you'd like me to ask you questions.
Johnny's such a fucking...
I love fucking Johnny in this, dude. Like, the best is when he said, like, there's a line coming up where he goes, you knew you were going to be here.
Yeah, and he's like, well, I thought that was the idea, Yuri. He's like, well,
I can ask you some questions if you want.
I can ask you all kinds of questions. I mean, that's fine.
I have to have time, and,
So they go to commercial awkwardly. I love that Johnny Carson had the balls to torpedo and sabotage his own fucking show just to catch this piece of shit.
I mean, torpedo or make better, because we are in 2023 still watching this.
But like in 1973, people are watching this going, what the fuck? It's just silent. It's quiet. There was no YouTube. You didn't get to watch this the next day. Like this is brilliant television.
Hey, you mean there's no YouTube in the 70s? Weird.
Yeah. And now Carson comes back. He's smoking a cigarette because this is better than sex to him. And he's like, go ahead, Yuri. Bend some spoons, you Israeli prick.
Dark, we are back. Uri was telling me you don't feel what, strong tonight?
I don't feel strong. It's not all tonight. Right now I'm feeling being pressed, and then I can't.
Well, I'm not trying to press you. I really not.
No, you're only telling me, well, will you try that or that?
Well, I thought that was the idea of.
That's my favorite. He's like, you're telling me to do this and that. He's like, well, I thought that was the idea.
I kind of thought
that's why you were here.
Thought that was what you do. I mean, I could ask you about a Vietnam exit strategy if you like, but
I could ask him about what your friends are doing in Palestine.
What do you think we should do with the Cold War and nuclear weapons? Would you appreciate a détente, or you can bend some spoons, you Israeli mind fucker?
No, I'm not trying to put you down.
I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just sitting here smoking a cigarette, loving every goddamn second of this. God, Johnny was so goddamn good. I feel that line that Letterman does in The Late Shift, where Letterman's watching Johnny Carson announce that he's leaving, and he yells at the TV. He's like, "Yeah, you quit, Johnny. You quit your job." And then he just sits back and looks at everyone and goes, "This guy, he is so goddamn good." Like how much he appreciated the subtlety of how talented Johnny Carson was. That's how I feel when I watch that Uri Geller thing. I'm like, fuck, that guy was just one in a million. Johnny Carson. I'm going to sabotage my own show just to catch this piece of monkey shit, Uri Geller. I love it. We are 2:30 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can knock that down a little bit before we get to 9 o'clock or what have you. If you feel like chipping into our program and keeping it going, Streamlabs, PayPal, thank you very much. Super Chats, memberships, we don't discriminate. Rumble rants, if you want to leave some on Rumble, we're checking that out from time to time as well. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Here's a woman who I don't think she's going to win over a lot of the jurors in this upcoming murder trial she's got. A married woman accused of decapitating her lover after choking him during drug-fueled sex attacked her lawyer in court Tuesday. She's 25
During
years...
sex?
Yeah, no, not during sex. Actually, during court. Yeah, this one, there's actually video of this one.
She was giving him a hand job.
Yeah. Citizen M says, tell us the announcement now, not nighttime. Corey, are they going to like the announcement? Is it worth waiting for?
Okay, one, yeah, and two, shut up, Citizen M. Nobody cares.
So,
like, what kind of like, God, I hate, like, I like Citizen M, but he's just such a fucking curmudgeon, like, all the time. Oh. Tell us now. Oh yeah. Oh man, you can't wait. Fucking what? 10 hours? Yeah. Simmer down. You'll be fine. Why are you acting like you're a 12-year-old on Christmas Eve? Can I open another present? Like, nobody. Yeah, it's gonna be exciting and you're gonna like it, but nobody cares.
Yeah, it's fine. Mars with a great.
Let the prestige kick in, man. Yeah. Why do you hate showmanship so much?
Yeah. Mars says, I can save her. Omega Wolf, I can fix her. They're already
take the case. I'll take the case.
They're already trying to get this chick. So she's married. She killed the guy she was fucking because they were high as a kite and she choked him to death. And now in the middle of the courtroom.
As you do.
Look, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Well, now she's in court, and I don't even think they're at like the trial stage. They're at like the arraignment part. And she's already having, let's just say, some conflict with her lawyer. Oh, by the way, here's a picture, guys. Here's her mugshot. You tell me if you think this chick might be a problem. There you go. First off, would you? Second of all, I'm going to throw out.
Load up here.
I'm going to throw warning sign number 1 out there. Neck
That's
tattoo.
the only angle we have.
It's all I have so far.
What's her name? I'm getting multiple angles.
Neck tattoo. She's a fucking problem.
What's her name?
Oh wow, she's got a great name. Taylor Shaw Business.
Taylor Shaw Business.
SCHA Business.
Got it. Hold on.
Shaw Business. Taylor. Actually, her middle name is Mind. Taylor Mind Shaw Business. Ooh. You know what Chip Chipperson thinks of that?
Home run, Chipperson. Go to break.
I deserved it. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so I'll say this.
Yeah.
Yes, I would, but not in her court attire.
Okay, so outside of the court attire.
Really, she has some pretty hot pictures on the webs.
I'm surprised she doesn't have an OnlyFans. She seems like she'd be an OnlyFans girl.
That was the first thing I Googled.
Yeah. So Taylor Shabusiness killed a guy in drug-fueled sex. Again, like Corey said, as you do. I mean, nobody's here to judge. She takes her mugshot. She's got the neck tattoo. You gotta throw up the red flags for that. Let's see how she did in court. Again, when you're being tried
for... have an Instagram. Who is this woman?
When you're being tried for murder, well, the mystery is part of the allure.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, this woman is on trial for murder, and you'd think if you're on trial for murder, you would want to be on your best behavior. Well, let's see how that's going. Oh, yeah, okay, and she's trying to rip her lawyer's head off, and down she goes. Yeah.
Down goes Frazier.
Yeah, I don't. Well, now he's all in business at this point. There's no sound, by the way. It's just the what do you call it? The security cameras. They're in the courtroom.
I'm looking at
the
week of May 15 for the trial.
She looks like a fucking issue.
Stop it.
So there wasn't even anything the lawyer said to like set her off. He said, "Oh, I'm setting the trial for this date," and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna fuck up my lawyer now." There was no lead up, no pretense, no nothing. Just again, not giving off the vibe that you might be not guilty of the whole killing the guy you were fucking thing.
She cut off his head?
Holy shit. We'll get... Oh, yeah. We read that part. She decapitated him. She choked him to death.
And put his penis in a crock pot after sex.
Oh, God. I haven't even gotten to that part yet. She's a trooper. Oh, she lost her Crocs.
Holy fuck.
He's trying to get top control. Oh, she's trying to get into the half guard.
Careful. Watch your head. Watch your penis.
She's got to turn her hips here. If she can turn her hips, she can get back to her feet. Oh, now he's got side
really
control.
Wasting a lot of top control, though. He should be laying down some ground and pound. She's going to hit him with those up kicks. He's got to watch out.
He's got side control with a half mount now.
She's moving into half guard. Oh, pussy. Had to get a teammate.
Oh, that's no fun.
Scarface says, I can fix her.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat right now saying, I got her. I can fix her. Oh, God, could you imagine? She'd be a fucking nightmare. She would just be an issue and a half for you guys. Taylor Shabusiness jumped on her attorney. Oh, her attorney's name is Quinn Jolly at around 8:48 a.m.
This has to, like, Wisconsin needs to learn how to name people better. This is insane.
I don't know. I don't think you get a much better name than Quinn Jolly. In a Green Bay, Wisconsin courtroom, appearing to strike Jolly's head with her elbow, the lawyer, however, did not seem to suffer any injuries. So the actual case itself, I think we have, it was last March 6th. Oh, no, this is her being accused of attacking her attorney. This is the news coverage of that. Okay, we don't have actual. See, I wanted the dismemberment thing. Oh, she's trying to. Oh, you know what? This makes sense now. She's trying to go for an insanity plea. Well, that'll help.
Hell yeah, that will.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going for an insanity plea, yeah, attack the shit out of your lawyer. Here's some pictures of her. Well, you know what? She's a lot of woman. She's not a petite. Not saying she's a big fat pig. Oh, there's the guy she killed. Oh, she murdered Theon Greyjoy?
Well, she did put his penis in a crock pot.
Well, his name was Shadrock Threon.
He kind of looks like half of our listeners.
Shadrock Threon's head was severed and left in a bucket for his mother to find. God, she did. When the fucking you're getting ain't worth the fucking you're getting. The question of Shabusiness's fitness to stand trial has been central issue of her court proceedings since she was arrested last year. She seems like such a normal gal.
She does have an OnlyFans. It's called Taylor's Diary.
Oh, she really does have an OnlyFans?
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't been updated in a while, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been updated.
Police records show Tara Pakanich, 47, called authorities to her home in Green Bay's West Side shortly after 3 a.m. February 23rd. She said she was woken by the storm door slamming and the sound of a vehicle driving away. She then noticed that the basement light was on and went to see if her son was there, assuming that it was Shabusiness, with whom Therion
Not a show business.
Yeah.
Not
with whom her son Therion had spent the day that she had heard leaving. According to the criminal complaint, which refers to her only by the initials TP, she went into the basement and did not see anyone. So she started to walk back up the stairs, and that was when she noticed a bucket next to the bottom of the stairs. The mom then stated she removed a blanket that was over the bucket, and she discovered the head of the victim. Therion's mother told police that Shabusiness had picked up her son around 9:30 p.m., which was when she last saw him alive. Pakanich and her boyfriend were out for much of the following day, and she did not hear her son and Shabusiness return. But she believed they had spent the day in the basement as she heard Shabusiness's voice. Arriving on the scene, Green Bay police officer Alex Wanish reported he had observed the plastic bucket on the floor with a shower or beach towel over the bucket. The officer lifted the towel and observed a human head inside the bucket. He also noted what appeared to be dried blood on a nearby mattress. Well, it doesn't sound that important now. It didn't take long.
That seems like the least important part of this story now.
I mean, easy, Gumshoe. We don't need to pick up every little piece of the matter here.
Can I at least go to the crock pot? They got some barbecue here.
Yeah, I hear they got some cocktail weenies in the crock pot.
Somebody barbecued the sausage. I am parched.
It didn't take long for police to catch up to Business. They found her with blood still on her sweatshirt and sweatpants, scratches on her arms, a cut on her left thumb, and what appeared to be literal blood on her hands.
Scratches? What a bitch this guy was.
Business, who has a husband.
I'm not trying to blame the victim here, but like, dude, you let your girl like decapitate you? Pussy.
Yeah. I mean, you can't. You gotta be able to control your mistress, as it were.
Keep your house in order, motherfuckers.
Yeah. Clean your room, bucko. Be like a lobster. I would never let a woman cut my cock off and put it in a crock pot.
Stand up straight and don't get beheaded, bucko.
You've lost your head in more ways than one. Business, who has a husband,
Warren. Cut off all your penis you want. There's still only two genders, bucko.
And had recently become a mother to a son. Oh, that's wonderful. Admitted that she knew Therion. The pair were also Facebook friends. She claimed
she was just disgruntled because he kept like making comments about how she never gave him head.
Yeah, or her baby weight hadn't come off yet.
Ooh.
Kind of fat. She claimed that they had been doing drugs, including smoking methamphetamine earlier in the day. She said she had also shot herself and Therion up with trazodone, a powerful sedative. Police recovered evidence of drug taking, including a glass pipe and a bag containing light-colored powder from the scene. She allegedly went on to tell police. When they told her about Therion's head in a bucket, Business responded, quote, "That's pretty fucked up." And when asked what had happened in the basement, she replied, "That is a good question," and initially claimed to have blacked out. She allegedly then went on to tell police that she and Therion had been going to have sex and that she had produced two metal chains, one for him and one for her. She said he put his chain around his own neck as strangulation was something they had used during intercourse before. According to the complaint, Business then suddenly blurted out, "Damn the head, I can't believe I left the head though." Remember, when they told her about the head in the bucket, she initially went, "Oh, that's pretty fucked up." And then she says right to the cops, "Oh, the head. I spaced. I can't believe I left the head." Before telling officers they were, quote, "going to have fun trying to find all of the organs as she had dismembered the body." All right, boys, you know the drill. Find the stump first. Work from the big pieces, then down to the little ones. She told them most of the
little if you dice them.
She told them that most of the body parts were in the basement and that there should be a foot or a leg in her minivan. So she's setting up a fucking scavenger hunt for the cops here.
That's really nice of her. I bet those cops are bored.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. They're like, "Ooh, a scavenger hunt. What does the person win who finds the most pieces?" They get an upgrade to detective. Remaining calm, Business allegedly told detectives that after Therion put the chain around his neck, which she compared to a dog's choke collar, she just went crazy strangling him. You don't say. She said that she could feel his heart beating, so she kept pulling and choking him harder, claiming that he would not die as he just kept rebuilding into muscle. Somebody's not getting James Randi's money. The woman,
I guess not, right?
The woman then told how she sat on top of him, choking him while he lay face down on the bed, and how she watched as he coughed up blood and waited for him to die. What happened to the turning into muscle thing? At some point, she admitted she knew that he was dead as his face was purple and blood was coming from his mouth. Wow. Thanks, Dr. Quinn, medicine woman. Still, she told detectives that she was already this far, so she did not stop. At one point, the criminal complaint says, Business recalled in a lower tone of voice, "Yeah, I liked it," when referring to choking her victim. Like, honestly, if you're the cops, you're like ready to get the fuck away from this bitch, but like one cop has to be the professional and go, guys, just wait. She's still talking. We got to get as much information as possible. One of the cops is really into it. Like, "Boss, I want to start the scavenger hunt. I think I see a toe under the ottoman." Asked what she did once she realized he was dead. Oh, this isn't a question you want to ask. Schabusiness stated that she had played with Therion's body. Schabusiness stated she sucked the victim's penis, that she had a dildo that she put in the victim's mouth and then in the victim's ass. God.
Oh.
You guys, hey, those of you in the chat, still think you can fix her? She said that Therion...
Where was that on everybody's bingo card? I must know.
Yeah, dildo in the asshole, sucking dead guy dick. She said that Therion had fought back as she strangled him and went on to tell detectives that she had decapitated and dismembered him with knives taken from the mom's kitchen. She told them they would find the knives she had used in the same black bags as she put the body parts into. Ultimately, she said she had favored a bread knife because the serrated edge made it more effective for the grisly task. Yeah, here's your guys' new girlfriend. There she is. Oh, deep navel. That's another red flag.
God, that's so fucked up. Like, how long would it take you to saw through a human neck with a bread knife?
9 minutes and 46 seconds. Why?
Oh, that's oddly specific.
Oh no, she killed Husey. Oh, that's not good. Therion's penis was found in the same bucket as his head. I thought there was a crock pot involved here.
Yeah, they said, the story I read said they found his penis in a crock pot.
Oh, somebody's lying. Therion's penis was found in the same bucket as... Oh, maybe the bucket was the crock pot thing.
That could be.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe she put the penis in the crock pot and then put a blanket over it and they just called it a bucket. That might work. Oh, Jesus. She should have bought a slap chop. No. Guys, I don't know if a slap chop would have worked in this situation.
It might have worked with the dick, I guess, or like a nipple or something.
Look, I'm sure she appreciates your help. It's Mr. Approachable says, Corey, cutting through the neck with a bread knife is very easy. And if you lined it up with one of the vertebrae, you can just snap the spine off when you get there.
Huh.
Well, I mean...
All right, I don't like how much knowledge Mr. Approachable has in this field.
There you go. Well, look, now you're aware.
You know, I just want to take this opportunity to let everybody know that Mr. Approachable is my favorite listener we have, and I love and respect him as a brother and a countryman.
He's a very good man. Freaky Deaky says, can't wait to show her to my mom. Yeah, I mean, she just seems like such a nice, decent lady. Guys, we are 2:30 away from this morning's goal. Why don't we go ahead and knock some of that down if you're feeling generous today? There's PayPal, there's Streamlabs. We've also got Super Chats and memberships that work as well. Let's all band together. Let's get that into the hundreds by the final hour of the show so it becomes manageable once we rattle the cans. Play the music and try to knock that out. Of course, this is a show that needs to make its money, us greedy, beggy bastards. And we add another half hour of overtime if you do end up knocking that out. So 2:30 between the lot of you shouldn't be that difficult. Let's see if we can do that. There's Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chats. There's the links in the chat.
8 away from 300.
Ooh, and 8 likes away from 300. All right, cool.
Let's go start my car.
Cool. Let's get to 400 by the end of the show, but let's certainly get to 300 likes by the end of the hour. Everybody hit the thumbs up story. Coach Kevin says, Aaron, did you see the story of the 25-year-old Belgian soccer goalkeeper who collapsed and died on the field after saving a penalty kick? Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Coach Kevin. There's so many of these stories out there now that it's hard to keep track. It really is. Like, you just get overwhelmed with so many of them that you're like, you don't even report on them individually anymore because you're like, the people that need to know, and the people who aren't going to believe it won't. It's not like you're going to find one more, and then people are going to go, I think we should probably look into these coincidences a little bit. I think you've got people, the people who need convincing aren't going to be convinced, and the people who could be convinced already have been.
The fuck? I just got mentioned by Chad on Twitter? You don't even follow me anymore.
He mentioned you. Uh-oh, somebody's watching.
For sure watching. Oh, apparently there's a new parody Twitter account called Steel Blow.
Yeah, that's the one with the, what do you call it? The Max Weirs thing that I talked about.
That's what he's responding to, is that Max Weirs clip.
Oh, okay. The mood with $5
Such a
says, lick that
bitch.
like.
I love his delusion on his abilities and how he tried and failed to manipulate the audience. That's what all phonies do.
Tried and failed. The audience was loving me.
That's what all phonies do. Yeah. Well, and like it's funny too, because like they all are like, "Oh, he hijacked that dude's set." It's like I brought you there. I was headlining, and I brought you there specifically for that.
Right. That was the plan.
You and I were giggling like school children the entire walk up that fucking staircase.
Oh God, we thought that was the most. That was the funniest thing. Oh, the poor guy. Look, the guy needs to cling to something. We've been kicking the shit out of him for like 6 months, and he's got nothing in return.
Seems like we're not doing anything to him that life's not doing.
Right, exactly.
I don't know, now that he's gonna like mention me and shit. I don't know. I'm really like upset about him unfollowing me on Twitter. Like that bothers me. Like one, if that's what you're gonna do, unfriend me as well, right? I get that, fine. But like when you first started going at him, when we first brought up Chad here, and you started leaning in, I even defended him. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I met the guy a couple times. He's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then it's like,
not cool anymore.
Well, but he's literally throwing, like he's throwing overboard the only ally he has on this show.
Yeah.
Because I met him and I hung out with him and he actually was pretty decent. And again, I don't know if that's just because we were hanging out with Nick Swartzen, but like
he was on his best behavior.
Right. Like he very well could have been on his best behavior the 2 times I hung out with him, but he was awesome. He had a lot of fun. And it was just like, I left that like I got home and he had followed me on like Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. So I followed him back and all that. And then just fucking, it's just crazy. Cause it's like, he gets mad at you. So like I get unfriended.
Yeah.
Between and then he's just going to talk passive shit, but he hasn't like targeted me in any of his like freak out videos. It's just super weird.
Yeah. Between the credit card thing, Anthony, Carl, myself, and him just not having a career. I think he's just kind of broke himself, and now it's just temper tantrums, which, don't get me wrong. He used to
have like a TV show too, didn't he? Didn't he have like a TV credit at one point?
No, he might have had. I know he had like he did like a Gotham set, but I don't think he had.
He had like one of those like TMZ type shows for a while.
He didn't have a show. He might have appeared on something, maybe. I mean, that's like best case scenario. All right.
He had a thing. I'm almost positive.
As we continue on here, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, Cheetos and Stoney's will be hosting our 9th anniversary party Saturday, August 12th. Gino and Canoe are going to be there. Mars, I agree with you. That's a big part of it. And of course, the best place to go for a Bloody Mary, live bands every single weekend, the best dive bar in central Minnesota. Nowhere more fun, no place better than Stoney's in downtown Rockville. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Nobody quicker than All Care Towing when it comes to you going in the ditch, the car stopping, whatever the case may be. Nobody quicker than All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Riz Digga says, didn't realize e-beggar was considered a career. Oh, it is, Riz Digga. You host a show, you're an e-beggar. It works great. Guys, let's show Riz Digga just how well it works. Riz Digga's a big fan of the show, but he's become very salty in his old age. Let's go ahead and prove to Riz. Thank you, Riz Digga, by the way, for setting us up real nice. Let's go and show Riz Digga just how nice being an e-beggar could be. There's Streamlabs, there's PayPal. Let's all just get super generous and show Riz Digga how nice being an e-beggar can be for a career. Super chats count as well. Thanks, Riz. There's the links in the chat. Stevie Lou says, just give it a few minutes and Chad will be live on Instagram stomping around outside yelling. Yeah, probably about Corey. Stevie Lou says, I love how Corey is now just having his Chad welcome to the wonderful world of AIDS on air live. Kind of.
Well, like I said, I met the guy. Like I'm one of these people, and you know that. Like people talk a lot of shit behind each, like in showbiz specifically, whether you're on radio or you're stand-up comic. People talk lots of shit behind people's back. That shit just happens, right? Yeah. And I'm the kind of person where, like, if you're cool and like you're my buddy, I'll defend you. Like when people talk shit about you, I defend you. People talk shit about Josh Denny, I defend him here. And it's the same with Chad. And then it's like you're gonna just target me and like go like. Literally, I was the only one I was the only person in your corner. But you're right. You know what? Because this is the other thing too. I'm on steel toe. What do you think is easier for me? Sticking my neck out to defend you when you're acting crazy, or just laughing and making fun of you with my boss?
Right. I'm gonna go with the latter, I think.
Right. Like it's not like sticking my fucking neck out for him was like a thing that's like easy. You know, it's not like it was like hard and I'm a fucking hero or anything like that, but it's just so fucking embarrassing.
Yeah. Well,
it's like you literally shit on the only person in your corner, and now all I have to do is sit back while everybody just goes after him and be like, yeah, it seems like he deserves it, man.
seems like he's a total piece of shit, to be honest. There you go, Riz Digga. See, e-begging is a career. Gray Duckling with $4.99, knocking us down to $2.25. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, Gray Duckling. Very, very cool. To the rest of you, let's show Riz Digga that e-begging is absolutely a career. There's Streamlabs, there's PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, the whole thing. Show Riz Digga that maybe it's a career he might want to consider. Filthy podcaster e-beggar. Shout out and Tired says...
How do you do that sticker thing where you donate?
I don't know. You hit the $sign and then it says super sticker or super chat.
I have a dollar sign. All right.
Mr. Sane Caesar, or I'm sorry, Shout Out and Tired says Stevie Lou is a terrible comedian. Did you see that set? My God, that was embarrassing. I'm sure Stevie Lou's set was fucking terrible, and I'm sure you know who would laugh the hardest at how bad it was? Stevie Lou. That's what real entertainers do. They watch themselves bomb and they go, ha ha, look at this. We don't all just throw temper tantrums when we're told we're not funny. April says that man can't keep anything to a good back and forth. He doesn't deserve being defended. He's psychotic and he steals.
Sure, but that's really funny. And I get that now, but again, if your only interaction with somebody is hanging out with them a couple times and they were super cool both times you hung out with them, you're gonna stick up for. I guess maybe I'm the only person like that. Whatever.
Matthew Jenkins.
I'm also the first one to admit when I was wrong, guys.
Matthew Jenkins with $20 says e-begging is a career. Shaka says so. Yeah, Shaka's very happy about $20. See, e-begging and being shameless is totally a way to make a living. Are you kidding me? I've been doing it for 15 years now. 210 away. Thank you very much, Matthew. Very much appreciated. There's all the links you need. 210 away from an extra half hour of content today. We've also got Sean Raz with $10. Says, don't challenge us. And Martin says, best way to skin a human mandolin slicer with $5. So there's another 15.
I really don't like how many of our audience know the best way to dismember a body.
They do know, yeah. Well, I mean, we did bring it up. So in fairness, it is.
Yeah, but it's just like you don't expect this to be the thing that resonates with our audience. Or maybe you do. I didn't expect this to be the resonating form.
I do. 195 away from today's goal. Now, see, Riz Digga, it dropped by like $40 since you said that. It's total career. Stevie Lou says, true, I suck a big black dick on stage. So what? Yeah, I mean, unlike Chad, at least you got dates. April says, has Corey seen or heard half the shit that Chad has said about me? Me, of all people. I'm a nobody. LOL. Well, so is Chad, so he feels like you're equals. Brittany says, e-begging is my career goal. There you go. Come on, guys. It's a lot of fun. Give it a shot. You'll enjoy it.
Chad owned us. It's all over Reddit. Oh, shit.
Oh, no. Not Reddit. Not that bastion of good judgment. Oh, no. What are we going to do? You know what? I was feeling good about today. We've got a big announcement coming tonight. We're doing a great show now. Lots of laughs.
Fuck? Hold on.
Now I think I'm done. I mean, if we've been owned on Reddit, you mean a show that loves being funny and having a good time and laughing is hated by a website that is geared 100% towards being miserable and hating shit? Damn it. I really thought I would win those people over. Subatai Lopez says, you used to love Reddit. Now you hate it. I think you're talking to the wrong guy. I was never a guy who loved Reddit. I'll use Not the Onion and Cringe for show prep, and then I'm out of that fucking cesspool. That's like Discord, too. Discord is just a bunch of autists hating shit. That's...
It's not. Discord is like your own private. It's if it's a bunch of autists hating shit, that's because that's who your demographic is.
Oh, okay. See, I've never...
Like Reddit is absolutely like... Reddit is basically like PG-13 4chan. And then fucking Discord is like if your parents couldn't see your Facebook feed.
Yeah.
Like if your Discord sucks, it's because you suck.
I think guys like Subatai and Reddit people, they just have a hard time with a show that has fun because they just can't stand it. And I do like that
they don't know how to have fun.
I know. I like that we occupy that space for them. You have no idea how much that tickles me.
We were sitting here talking, and all of a sudden I saw my cat dragging my iPad like across the room.
What a cunt.
Yeah, like I have this little case and there's a little loop and she just bit it and she's like dragging it like a fucking toy. It's like, give me that. No.
Rupert with $9.99 says, did you hear about the Belgian soccer goalie who died suddenly? Yeah, there was another high school kid too. It's just, like I said, there's just so many of them now that you can't even talk about all of them. Interstellar Fella said, someone said you got your ass kicked on. Oh, I don't want my ass getting kicked on. Jesus.
Kicked on, huh?
Yeah.
It's better to get kicked on than kicked in, I suppose.
Am I right? Let's go ahead and make sure we've thanked everybody, and then we'll move on here. There we go. All right, everyone's got their thank yous. Appreciate it very much. And that
303 for likes.
Oh, 303. We're almost to 400. Very good. 190 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Oh shit!
Over on Rumble, we're at 861. So pump in the Rumbles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hit like on Rumble, hit follow, hit subscribe on everything. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. I think this is where some of our best stuff is in this hour here. There's some meaty news stories. There's some silly fun shit. There's a lot of different things in the 7 o'clock hour.
This was some of your strongest show prep.
There's some, I'm worried. I want to get to all of this because top to bottom, this is a pretty solid show. Where are we going next here? We've got, the Australian thing. This one's a bummer, I will admit. We'll get through this one. An Australian mom was denied a heart transplant that she desperately needed and totally qualified for, other than the fact that she wasn't vaccinated. How ironic that a person needs a new heart. They're not vaccinated, so they're not at risk of any kind of side effects from anything regarding that, and you won't give them the new fucking heart. That is, Australia, I think, has to be one of the most fascist countries that responded to COVID. Like, they literally put people in camps.
They were the most. Yeah, they put people in camps. There is no like one of in that situation.
Yeah, they're definitely... I think they're number one with a bullet, actually. Yeah, I mean, did anyone else, did the Chinese even put people in camps other than the Muslims they had already put?
I was going to say, just the Uyghurs.
Yeah, other than the Muslims they were already putting in the camps. I don't think they put new people in camps over COVID. They just, actually, what China did was they turned their country into a camp. Or they turned the people's homes into a camp like they did with Shanghai. Thank you to Silverwolf for $10. Says dismembering a human isn't too different from dismembering a deer carcass. Interchangeable, dare I say. Oh boy. It's I'm glad we've got a little bit of a buffer between us and the audience. Sometimes. So this woman, Miss Derderian, a mother of two, expressed her frustration with the Victorian Department of Health and Human Services for their stance, which she characterized as no jab, no heart. The hospital stance at the moment is no jab, no heart. I'm ready to be on the heart transplant list because medically I'm stable to be on it. But unfortunately, because of these mandates, it has interfered with patient-doctor relationships, she said to Channel 9 News. Now, it's really kind of weird in Australia because, like, the government of that country is very hardline on COVID, fascistic, but the media is kind of based over there.
Based.
So, yeah, there's this weird thing where you'll get like the Sky News people or whatever it is in Australia, and they'll give these people a voice and they'll shit on the government and shit on the hospitals and everything else. But everything else, it's not like America where you have the government is this way and then the media backs it up. In Australia, there's actually a back and forth.
Well, their media is actually like controlled aside from Sky, though. Like, I mean, it's kind of like similar to Canada where if you're saying anything they don't want you to, they just kind of pull the plug on it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they have Sky there in Canada.
Yeah, like they have Sky, or no, that's Australia, like the Australian Sky.
Or Australia, I'm sorry. Yeah, I meant to say Australia. Patients like myself were being pushed into a corner and coerced to take something that goes against what we believe in or not receive life-saving treatment. And also for doctors as well, they are forced to implement this on their patients. Otherwise, they will lose their job. That's fucking brutal, man. I mean, you can't give a woman... I don't understand what the medical reason for not giving someone a new heart is due to the fact that they're not vaccinated. I just don't get.
Well, okay, you want to know what they're going to say it is?
Yeah, I would like, I don't want to know the real reason, the control reason. I want to know like what their rationale would be.
What their spin is. Their spin is that it's the same as giving a kidney transplant to somebody who's drunk. Like it's just a waste of a kidney. Like it's a waste of a transplant because that person's going to die because they're not vaccinated.
But
which is really stupid.
Insane, because we have the information now, we have the numbers, we have enough data to know that. Look, it's simply not the case.
Look, anybody with data is in a camp in Australia. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
That's true. All those people are in a camp at this point. Corey, we can definitely report that Chad Zumach is listening. RP said Chad was just live with only 3 viewers. Oof. Oh. See, if he doesn't have us to help him, like, he's kind of stuck now because he needs us. But he can't admit that. But if he tries to do it without us,
he's kind of like turning into Cowpote if Cowpote couldn't let go.
Yeah, and I will say this, Cowpote's way funnier than Chad.
I objectively like Cowpote. I always have. Like he just like he went a little hard in the paint at first, and then he kind of backed it down, but he knew his lane. And like the one thing about Cowpote is like he sticks with his gimmick.
Yeah, he definitely, and he knows it's a gimmick, which is good. He's
right.
self-aware.
He's the first one to admit it's a gimmick. Whereas, you know, you look at Chad, it's like it might not be a gimmick. It might just be something ruining your life. I mean, I don't know.
I think it's alcoholism and depression. I think that it's a pretty easy answer. It's
you do.
Yeah, it's alcoholism and depression. Thank you, Jive Turkey, for the $10 over on PayPal. Very, very cool. That puts us 170 away from today. Thanks, boys and girls. Benton says, I get between 15 and 35 for my live streams. Well, hey, you're now Florida's greatest comedian. Congratulations.
How are you going to treat Pat like that? Jeez.
Sorry, I apologize. This one's kind of a, I mean, it's a bummer, but it's also psychotic. I sent you this one yesterday. The girl who went to college and came back a guy, and now her family's like all fucked up over it.
Yep.
This is tragic, man. Like how many times have we seen, whether it's an Antifa person getting arrested or someone who claims they're now non-binary, and you go back and you look at their high school photos, and they just looked really nice, and they were a beautiful young girl or something.
That's like how it is, like with all that cosmetic shit though too. Because like I know people now, people like my age, they're like 40, like early 40s, where they've gotten a bunch of plastic surgery and they look ridiculous. Like. Yeah. It doesn't even have to be the fucking the sexy change thing.
Yeah. It's just, it wrecks them. Like you go to college and an 18, 19-year-old brain is so malleable that they overwhelm you with shit. And it overloads, I swear, it overloads them, and then they just snap, and then this shit happens. This person is talking about going back home for Christmas. So this was obviously released a month or so ago. And they're talking about how their family is receiving, because they sent word ahead of coming back for Christmas that their name is now Mike. It's not their daughter anymore. It's Mike now. And while the parents like kind of got to play it close to the vest because they don't want to lose their child, the grandma wasn't having this shit. And good for the grandma. But you look and you can tell that this was probably a pretty girl at some point, or she was at least like a normal high school kid. And then she went to college. And imagine your parents, and you send your little girl off to college, and then the first semester they come back at the end and they fucking look like this. It's got to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, I would think that's
like you sent your kid to a public university and they stole your child from you. Like it's a form of abduction almost. And now they're trying
a form of kidnapping almost, isn't it?
Yeah, and now they're trying to do it in high school and elementary school. Like they're trying to move that shit up. It's not like the lines have stagnated and now we're trying to push back. The lines are being clearly pushed forward into earlier in school. Like you got schools now saying, "Hey, maybe you're a little gender fluid. Don't worry, I won't tell your parents." I don't know. I was taught as a kid that if anyone tells you a secret and says, "Don't tell this to your parents," that person's a fucking creep.
Oh, dude, speaking of that, like my high school made the front page of Libs of TikTok over that shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like earlier, like what was it, like January 30th or like February 1st, like at the beginning of this month. Let me see if I bet I can find it. But yeah, it's like the same exact thing where they had to like, hey, are you having trouble with like gender, whatever, dysmorphia stuff? Like, we won't tell your parents. Like, it even like says on there, like, like it's fucking, yeah, here it is.
But how fucked up that they feel comfortable putting that in writing?
They put it, dude, not only did they have it up in writing, they had it posted up all over the school.
Jesus Christ. Well,
here,
here, let's play this real quick. This is, again, this girl went off to college, comes back for Christmas first year, and now she's Mike, and she looks like, like lesbian Theo Vaughn.
Hi. So recently,
Look, man, I just came to college. Now my name's Mike, and it's weird and wacky. I'm going to have some barbecue.
texted my parents because... Hi. So recently, I texted my parents because I'm going to go home for Christmas.
You catch that first part? Texted who?
My parents?
No. Important here, because this is like with every non-binary kid ever. My parent. One, no dad. Never a fucking dad to be seen in any of these cases. Nobody that just you grew up with someone going, cut the shit.
And I said, hey, do you mind calling me Mike when I come back for Christmas?
Why, are you the blitzing linebacker? Blue shirt is Mike. Check, check, check. Blue shirt is Mike. Like, uh-oh, this one's coming. Otherwise, no, we're calling you Stephanie, the name we gave.
She didn't actually have a sex change. She's just using the tuck rule, guys.
And then when I got home today, I got this letter from my grandma.
Oh, sweet. And it's got a picture of Jesus and Mary and Joseph on it. That looks very nice.
It is addressed to Miss
yeah.
Old Name. Not actually, but, you know, I don't want to say my real name on the internet.
I thought your real name was Mike now. That's a dead name.
Dearest...
She doesn't even know how to do this.
Yeah.
Dead name. On this, our Blessed Mother's feast day, I am writing to tell you that I will not address you as Mike.
Fucking based, Granny.
My decision is probably not a surprise to you. Others may comply with your request. My anguish in your chosen name and what that means has to do with your eternal soul.
Oh, Granny wrote this letter right after she watched Tucker, I think. She's worried about the eternal soul and everything else.
Know that I love you more than words could ever possibly convey to you. No matter how you decide to identify yourself does not change my deep love for you, honey.
Again, people on the internet, it doesn't matter which platform they use. They are 100% into self-owning and then releasing it as if they're like hammering somebody.
Yeah.
This is just your grandma being really sweet to you and hoping that their granddaughter comes back to them, and so that this evil communist college didn't steal her grandchild from her and make her...
Right, you don't want to hear... And Granny's old. You don't want to hear the kind of language she would use if she was upset.
Oh, my God. If Granny wasn't praying for you and using Jesus...
So many other F words.
Oh, Granny would be... You wouldn't stop hearing gay F words all dinner long. Hey, could you pass me a biscuit, you
Yeah.
It would just come out effortlessly.
Because of my concerns for your soul and your mental health, I am spending more time with Jesus in adoration. My cousin's last names are doing the same for you. Then she lists my 5 cousins that are below the age of 10.
You see how many fucking people need to pray to try to turn this ship around? Look what you've done to everybody. They have shit to do. They've got school to go to and homework to get done, and now they got to pray for your soul so Jesus doesn't burn you.
Jesus.
Look what you've done.
Who are apparently offering up special personal sacrifices for me, who I didn't tell that I wanted.
Yeah, they saw you weeping on the internet and they figured you needed some help. So they decided to start praying for you. Again,
turns out they were right.
Again, internet, not the own you think it is. This is your grandma being a super sweetheart, and the rest of us who don't live on the internet going, our grandma seems like a really nice lady. Or like Corey said, they're going, hey, you better be nice to your grandma. She's holding back right now.
Way holding back.
This is not Granny leaning the fuck in. If you start keeping up with this Mike shit, Granny ain't going to be so nice on the second.
I don't want to see what Granny looks like leaning in either, by the way.
No.
To go by Mike. I didn't want to. I haven't talked with your godmother and her family, but I'm sure they would do the same for you. Do you know how much you are cherished and loved? It would be a joy to see you and be with you during the coming Christmas. A celebration of our Lord's birth.
And that was the end of the... What were you trying to prove with that other than your entire family still gives a shit about you and they're going, oh, fuck, we got to do something about
But
this.
even then, I don't understand why that's like cry worthy. I just don't get it, I guess. Okay, we're in a vacuum. Everybody's prepared to just be logical right now. I know that's a fantasy thing, but like whatever, right? So the thing about it is your grandma's fucking old.
Yeah.
Like she's old and she's Christian.
What did you expect her to do?
What did you fucking expect? And why is that making you cry? She even said, I'm not going to call you that name. I still would love to have you, this and that, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
So you're just being sensational for no reason at all.
Yeah, you're thinking you're releasing this and it's making people go, oh man, your grandma's a really big bigot. But actually most of us watching it go, oh, your grandma seems like a really sweet lady. You should probably stop breaking her heart. But again, like you send like relatively normal high school kids off to a college and they come back fucking broken.
Real broken.
Just remarkably broken. I had that haircut in 1985, says Mo Green. Thank you very much to Rouse Sauce for the $5. He says, Shuli and Bob went to Chad's live stream yesterday and he was knocking steel toe. They said, what a repetitive hack. Well, Shuli and Bob, they know what's up. Like, look.
What's a repetitive hack? Constantly bagging on the people that don't give a fuck about you? That seems like a repetitive hack.
Scott Richard Staska says, hey, honey, we're concerned about you and your mental health. She reads to the internet while sobbing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what a crazy bitch your grandma is being concerned for your mental health as you weep on TikTok reading the letter with your Theo Von haircut. Wow. Yeah, Paul Polito says, it's because that bitch is mentally ill, bro. Toon says the driving cat says, Granny subs to Jordan Peterson.
I think we already knew that.
Hi, honey. I was just watching a Daily Wire Ben Shapiro video. It was a team up he did with Matt Walsh, and I just want to say I'm really fucking worried about you. I think you're going to burn in hell. Well, anyway, hope to see you at Christmas.
Hope to see you at Christmas. Also, stay home, asshole.
And don't bring that Mike shit into my house. Just letting you know. Check yourself, honey. Oh, Granny cares, but Granny's also got a dose of tough love for you. We are 165 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's keep lowering that, man. Great job. Awesome work, everybody. Again, 165 away. We knock that out. We do an extra half hour of show for you. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. They're both in the chat. You can click them. You can contribute that way, or you can do super chats or memberships. One more time, I just want to mention the Minnesota Weapons Collectors Association Gun and Knife Show coming up February 25th and 26th at the St. Cloud Armory on Veterans Drive here in St. Cloud. So if you're one of the locals, go check it out. I'm sorry, not this weekend, next weekend. A week from this Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, 9 to 3 on Sunday. $10 admission gets you in both days. Buy, sell, and trade firearms and weapons. New, used, and antique, vintage, sporting, and collectibles. 12 and under are free with a paid adult. Nobody under 18 is permitted without an adult. No loaded firearms allowed. Make sure you check your firearms to get them inspected at the door. That's next Saturday and Sunday, 25th and 26th. The Minnesota Weapons Collectors of Association Gun and Knife Show. Be sure to check it out. This Governor Desantis thing, I think this is pretty cool. I think most people would call this, some people would call this kind of a tinfoil hat thing. I kind of see it as, if you look at other countries, he's kind of cutting shit off at the pass a little bit. But DeSantis announces legislation blocking banks from using social credit scores as a means of banking. What?
I fucking hate Ron DeSantis, I think.
Do you really?
Yeah, this is just another one of those fucking useless bullshit things, right? Oh, I'm going to sign legislation that has nothing to do with state legislation. Like, if anything comes down on a social score for, like, banks, it's going to come federally. And if the federales say it happens, then it happens regardless what they do in Florida. This is exactly like that. This is exactly like that Reedy Creek shit where he fucking, we're going to go after Disney. And all he really did was give Disney a tax break and pass tax money on to Florida people. It's like, he is this like weird spoon bending fucking boomer whisperer.
You think so? Because I thought that if he did this, like even if there's a federal thing, the banks couldn't do business within Florida.
Oh, yeah? Is that what you thought? So every bank in Florida is going to go. What does FDIC stand for?
Federal something Insurance Commission.
Correct.
Federal
Doesn't matter
Federal
what you say, if you're
Deposit
safe.
Insurance Commission. There we go.
If the Federal Reserve says that's what happens, right? All these banks roll on it. So what, you're going to lose every bank in Florida?
Well, son of a bitch. Well, then it is fucking useless.
It's the stupidest fucking thing ever. And he does this shit all the fucking time. He's signing bills in Brandon, Florida. Whoa. And like the Reedy Creek thing now, like they like literally gave Disney a like, it's almost like $170 million tax break. Like it's so weird to me. And he's not doing a bad job. It's not like he's a bad governor, but he does this shit constantly where he is literally just genuflecting to boomers about shit they don't understand.
Well, Monday, here's what it does. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announced legislation that would protect Floridians from banks from using environmental, social, and governance social credit scores in how they lend. But that social credit score shit is really scary.
Right, but it's not anything that's going to happen in the next 5 years, right? Like if it's coming down the pipe, it'll be like 20 years, right? And then it's going to be a federally enacted program, which means no matter what your states do, it doesn't matter.
So what you're saying
this is him going out there and being like, I'm going to do what's good for Florida and I'm going to do this and that, and then he does shit that's bad for Florida and everybody hails him. I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. And this is not the first time he's done this shit. He loves to do this shit.
What you're saying is he's running for president with this legislation.
He's not running for president in 2024.
You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
All right.
Not a chance in hell. I've told you this the entire way. What if you were Ron DeSantis, why would you run for president? Everybody that is in Florida loves you. You can sit back while Trump does Trump shit. He either wins or he loses. And either way, you can be the white knight that comes in the next presidential election and saves the entire Republican Party. Or you can go head to head with Trump. Maybe you win, maybe you don't. But the amount of mud you have to slog through ruins a lot of your image, even if you win.
It is tricky.
There is no upside to be running for president, especially now that Trump's like, if he were running for president, he would have announced right after Trump did or right before.
So you don't think he's running?
Not a chance. I almost 100, like in my mind, 100% no. I think he will run for president. I just don't think it's 2020 or 2024. I think it'll be the next one. So 2028.
He's only what, like 41 or something
right,
like
he's
that?
Super young. He checks all the boxes, but more importantly, and even though I don't like him a lot, like more importantly, it's sitting there with all these people loving him in Florida, regardless of what I feel about the process. Like the people that live in Florida love their governor. He's very popular and he handled COVID the correct way by never shutting down his state.
Yes.
So you can sit there and get fucking even more popular in a state that is one of two. Like there are two states right now that are growing exponentially in our country, and it's Texas and Florida.
You don't like you don't like Trump's new nickname for Ron DeSantis?
Meatball DeSantis?
Meatball Ron.
Oh yeah, Meatball Ron. It's all right.
It's better than Ron DeSanctimonious. That's too long.
Yeah, Ron DeSanctimonious is a better pun, but it's too long.
Yeah. Meatball Ron.
And it's funny because again, like Sean is like, that's not what happened to Reedy Creek. Look at Reedy Creek. They just passed the structure bill. Literally, Disney gets $170 million tax break because they're no longer running the utilities. Meanwhile, the Florida taxpayers pick that up and they're going to be taxed more. And this was all to help Florida. And my mom lives in Florida and she's a huge Republican. And her and I argue over this shit all the time because she's like the target demographic for what he's doing. And what he's doing is bending boomer spoons. He literally like, oh, this woke culture's got to go. I mean, look at how stupid the Republicans looked after the State of the Union address when fucking what's her name, Huckabee goes up there and she's talking all these woke points, and Biden didn't mention woke points at all because he was too busy saying the shit that Trump said 4 years ago that all the Dems hated, but now they love because Biden's saying it.
Is it bad that like I didn't watch any of the Nikki Haley thing and I am so tuned out? Like I don't know what the fuck is going on with Reedy Creek. Like I'm tapped out on all the politicians yapping. Is that bad, or is that like is that a needed break?
I think like when it comes to local government, like if you're getting to a point where you've hit the like the threshold of like your focus, you know, I think that it's totally okay to disconnect from state politics in states you don't live in.
Yeah. Wayne Springer over on Rumble says 100% chance he is running. He's not going to be the next Chris Christie. His popularity can only go down from here.
Disagree. 1, Chris Christie sucked. 2, Ron DeSantis is literally he's boomer whispering to all these people in Florida as they go. And the more important thing is that Trump, so the problem is with the Republicans, and you guys have heard me say this before, but Trump was like an albatross around their neck. Yeah. They put this enchanted voodoo necklace on to win the presidency when Trump is, but now they can't get away from him. If Ron runs, so here's the thing. I'm not like, maybe he declares for the primary. Maybe. I don't even think he does that, if I'm honest. But if he runs, let's say, okay, so he runs, and then let's say he wins the Republican nomination because he's clearly more popular than Trump with the Republicans, right? Do you think Trump is going to? Do you think Trump is going to stop running for president? Yes or no?
He might even run as an independent. He's a real.
No, he would absolutely run as an independent. Yeah. And if Trump runs as an independent, the Republicans cannot win, and they fucking know that. That's why Ron DeSantis will not run.
You're saying that Trump's going to bull moose party the shit out of the Republicans?
He already has. That's like he literally has. I mean, look at what he did for their position. Like the State of the Union. One of the only like good moments that Biden had in that when he wasn't talking about Trump is he got the Republicans to clap and applaud for not getting rid of Medicare or Social Security. And that was a primary goal of the Tea Party prior to that. The Republicans have linked themselves to Trump and his economic stances. They cannot run with anybody else unless he steps down. That's the problem. Like, you can say you want Ron better. Is Ron a better politician? Yes. Is he more popular with Republicans? Yes. Does that mean he's going to run against Trump? I don't believe he is.
I like him. I hope he runs. I hope he wins, but I don't I don't really know. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, there's so much time left too. Like, everybody likes to predict these things years and years in advance. And it's like, if we would have done the 2008 election in 2006, it would have been Hillary Clinton versus Rudy Giuliani. And we ended up with Obama and McCain. So nobody knows what the hell's going to happen. So,
well, I'm just saying the difference is that the one thing that's different that you've never had before is you have a guy who used to be the president who might run as a third party. And with how divided our country is, if he does that, the Republicans cannot win.
Yeah. We shall see. I want him to run. I want him to win, but
he will. It'll just be 4 years from now, man. He's going to be the president in 2028.
Thank you very much to D-Luke for the $10 over on PayPal. That puts us 155 away. Good job, everybody. 155 away from knocking it out and doing another half hour today. There's Streamlabs and PayPal if you want to help us. I think we might be a couple more away from basically knocking that thing out. So thank you guys very much. Setting a nice pace today. All smaller, 15 and under contributions. That is a great way to knock it out. Thank you guys. 155. You keep us going. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, and memberships. Thanks again. If you feel like chipping in, there's all the information. Thank you to D-Luke and everyone else.
I will say this too. Anybody that has any questions about the Reedy Creek, feel free to private message me and I'll go over it there. I'm not going to waste any more show time on it, but I will absolutely show you everything for anybody that, like, I have like 2 people that just message me. It's like, I'm not going to fucking go over it here. Like, I've already spent too much time on it.
I'll be very honest. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with Reedy Creek. It's in Florida. I haven't read up on it. So yeah,
who cares? You're in Minnesota. Who gives a fuck?
I don't give a shit about Reedy Creek. Right. I just want, does the new Reedy Creek deal allow them to prosecute Disney for being pedophiles?
No.
All right. Well, then that's all I needed to know.
Right? Yeah, it does nothing.
By the way, how shitty do you feel if you're Joe Biden that all people, like your party and the other party, all they can talk about is sitting there? You still got 2 years left, and they're all dreaming about who they can run next.
They have nobody, man. The Dems are in trouble.
But even so,
Gavin Newsom maybe is the only electable guy they have. Like, who else do they have that they could even run with? Everybody hates Tulsi Gabbard. Biden is a fucking corpse. They're not excited about running him again.
You don't think with all the plane issues and the train issues that Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, is going to be looked at?
I think ironically Pete ruined his political career by being the transportation guy.
Yeah,
like not just the trains, but I think the thing that was the real thing was that day of fucking all the planes being delayed. Remember that?
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Drewzilla says, LOL, imagine thinking he's got 2 years. Well, I mean, look, as far as the term goes, right?
He does have 2 years because when people are president, they get all those sweet classified drugs.
Yeah.
There's a reason why every president ages like 18 years, the 2 years out of office. It's because they're not getting that sweet juice anymore. When's the last time a president died in office? FDR? It's not happening, guys.
Raz of Chaz with a great idea, Corey. Here's a Democrat who can win. Fetterman.
It's a no-brainer. Fetterman and Biden, no-brainer, right? Yep, there. It's a T-shirt and a meme that they're all stealing. Great original content, guys.
I think Fetterman would be a great candidate for president. I think he would do a wonderful job leading this country. In fact, sign me up. Fetterman 2024. Watch him try. I don't put anything past it. I don't put anything past anyone anymore. 2016 broke the matrix. Anyone can be president now. I'm still thinking The Rock might give it a shot. If the XFL takes off this year, The Rock is bulletproof. Thank you very much to Red Fox
Why
Mad.
would he want that? He doesn't want that job.
Red Fox Mad with $10 says, I love Corey's porn stash. That's very sweet of you, sir. That's a compliment. It is a very nice
I'm giving him the porn look. Ready?
Some people have even called you Andy Reid, that you're doing an Andy Reid lookalike thing with the mustache.
That's right. I'm a Super Bowl winner.
It's a
go get yourself a cheeseburger. Your time. Wait, I need something to. Yeah, here. Wait, no, that's my address on it. Hold on. I'll use this old album. Time is yours.
Yeah,
that's what it says at every press conference.
Victor says, yeah, Fetterman would stroke out and drop a nuke and go, good night, everybody. You'd always be on your toes with old Fetterman.
JFK was assassinated, not like he didn't die naturally in office, buddy.
Thank you very much to Red Fox Mad, putting us 150 away from this morning's goal. Thank you so much for that. Very much appreciated. So speaking of Biden, the administration is selling off another 26 million barrels of oil from our strategic petroleum reserve to prevent an uptick in fuel prices. That 26 million barrels, by the way, is going to be gobbled up in no time. Like releasing shit from the strategic reserve does very little long-term to help anything. Like there's no way that releasing, like, they're trying to like stem prices short-term to prevent a long-term uptick. It's not. I mean, it's useless. It's useless you should be hanging on to that oil for more of a rainy day and not using it right now. But every president has used it as a political prop to try and keep their gas prices down a little so their approval rating doesn't go down too much. Yeah, I agree with Raz Chaz. Just drill for more oil, you fucks. And Corey, with all these trains derailing, I'm really glad we shut down all those pipelines because rail is so goddamn safe.
The rail shit's the best, right? Like, good thing you guys shut down all those pipelines, you pieces of shit.
Citizen M yelled at me for that take the other day. He's like, you don't know anything about energy policy. I'm like, I know pipelines fuck up a lot less shit when they screw up than trains do. I know that there's never been an oil pipeline leak in Ohio that's poisoned all the fish and chickens. I know that. But no, by all means, keep sucking.
How much are eggs where you're at?
Like 8 something.
Dude, they didn't even go up down here.
But they're still like $2.
No, they're like $5.
No, $5 is still like going up.
Oh, all right. I guess they just went up so quick that I didn't notice. I look around and everybody's talking about how they're like $7, and I'm like, I don't know, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, I know that like
a gallon of milk is still like $3 down here.
Really?
$3.50.
Wow. I think that $9 for 18 eggs here, says Coltrane. Yeah, it's quite a bit.
Dude. $9 for 18 eggs? That's fucked.
It used to be like, I swear to God, I remember $1.89 for a dozen eggs. Not like when I was a kid. Like, I mean, in the last few years. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. But
well, I mean, the big move is anybody that lives out in the rural area, just find a friend with chickens. Usually people that have chickens on a farm, they have extra eggs.
That was so sad about that Ohio train wreck story. They interviewed some woman like 10 miles away, and she had just gotten chickens so she could afford eggs. And then the fucking chickens all died after the chloride burn off.
Yeah.
It was just, she's like, yeah, I got all these chickens.
Can't catch a fucking break.
Yeah, so I didn't have to, buy all these eggs, and guess what? They're all fucking dead now. It's wonderful. And plus, if they would have lived, any eggs that they produce, I don't know if you want to eat them.
I think it's just the train was just God punishing Ohio for Chad.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio. It's hard to know what God's punishing Ohio for because they really do deserve it, no matter what the rationale is. I want to switch gears a little bit to this German ballet director. This guy, I've never heard of him before until this news story. And you never want your introduction to the news and the public consciousness to be something like this. But a German ballet director apparently does not take criticism very well.
Weird.
A critic of his, I guess they talked to each other or they did an interview or something like that. And when he met the guy face to face who gave his ballet a bad review, he smeared dog feces on his face. Marco Gecki allegedly confronted Wiebke Huster at the Hanover State Opera. Now, I have a question for you. If you meet someone at an opera who's been talking shit about you and you smear dog shit in his face, do you not have to be walking around with dog shit on you in the hopes that you run into this guy who said some shit about you so you can then smear dog shit in his face? That's far more troubling than any bad review your ballet got. The director of go ahead.
Depending on the ballet. I've seen some really bad ballets.
Maybe it did suck. Maybe he's a guy who's so defensive of his ballet, he carries around dog shit with him because he knows it's terrible.
Maybe it was so bad that it was justified.
The director of a leading German ballet company has been suspended from his post and is being investigated by police after allegedly smearing a critic's face with his dog's excrement at the premiere of his new show after she described one of his productions as boring and disjointed. Oh, so the ballet was at the State Theater. He's the director. He saw the critic, and I guess he must have, just had some dog shit waiting for her, knowing she'd be there, and just head her off at the pass. Which, look, far be it for me to tell people how to handle critics. I mean, we handle ours by just laughing at them and letting them say their piece, and then, who gives a shit? We don't need to yell at them and lose our mind. I'm not saying that I'm going to tell this guy how to address his critics. I'm just saying that smearing dog shit in the face of people who have critical opinions about your work, not necessarily the best way to change their mind.
Who has dog shit just on them, though? Like, let me check through my purse. Oh, there's some lipstick, some chapstick. Oh, some dog shit.
Not only that, who has smearable dog shit? Even if you're carrying dog shit around because
dog shit you have to smear it?
Yes, it's not a smearable shit. Like, you have to get it wet. So that means this guy had to be carrying the dog shit around, waiting for this critic to get there. He had like a spray bottle or a bottle of water, and he had to keep moistening the shit so that it would stay smearable, because otherwise you're just putting like a hard, dried out cigar on the person's face and trying to rub it into them. I mean, it's not going to work. You gotta have wet dog shit on you, and that requires, again, that you carry it around with you a little bit, which is also deeply disturbing. So I don't know how this guy thought that this was going to work out for him, but he's not directing the ballet anymore, which ultimately means the critic won, because now not only does she get to say that the ballet sucks, but now he's gone too, so they can make a better one that the critic might like. The critic's next review of the ballet will be, the new director did very well. Not only did he direct a great ballet, but he showed restraint to not rub dog shit in my face. Instantly an improvement. He attacked her verbally before producing a bag of dog feces from his pocket. So, yes, he did just have it. I don't know.
So fucked up.
Yeah, I don't.
Like, who the fuck's the guy that had to, frisk him as he walks in? Like, is that a gun? No, it's just dog shit. Oh, all right.
Yeah. Again, not the own you think it is, because now you had to carry dog shit around in your pocket all night. I don't really know where your W is here, buddy. The newspaper.
On the dog shit.
Yeah. The newspaper said in a statement that Gecki had expressed his fury over Huster's review, published in the FAZ on Saturday, of his production in the Dutch Mountain with the Nederlands Dance Theater.
Are we sure it was actually dog shit, or was it just German food?
In your defense, it is hard to tell sometimes.
Dude, have you ever seen German food? It's all just brown gravy and lumps.
It's not good. Yeah. Huster had
written. It tastes good. It just doesn't look good.
Well, here's what the critic wrote. Maybe we'll determine whether or not carrying dog shit around in your pocket is as crazy as we think it is. Huster had written, quote, one alternates between a state of feeling insane and being killed by boredom. Well, that's kind of cunty. in watching the performance and compared viewing it to passively watching the sea from behind a glass, left to sit in the warm, looking at a winter beach like in a permanent state of retirement.
What does that mean?
I mean, she finds it. That's a really cunty German way of saying that was boring as shit.
That person should not have a job reviewing things. Have you ever heard of word economy?
You're saying that
as somebody that writes jokes for a living, that's offensive.
Yeah.
Like, do you know how many extra words there were in that bullshit? You could just say, it's like, wait, read it again.
She said, one alternates between a state of feeling insane and being killed by boredom.
One alternates?
Yeah, one
You're
alternates.
supposed to be giving us your fucking opinion.
Well, she's the one. Like
I
me.
guess.
Yeah. In watching the performance and compared it to passively watching the sea from, quote, behind a glass, left to sit in the warm, looking at a winter beach like in a permanent state of retirement.
That sounds awesome.
Doesn't sound too bad, does it?
Sitting in a lawn chair, drinking a fucking drink, watching the sea and or the winter in the warm. Like, that sounds like sitting on your 3-season porch, watching it be just a little too cold to be outside and getting drunk. That sounds awesome.
You're saying she was cunty enough to warrant the dog shit?
I'm saying that no.
Okay. You're still not on the
Actually,
dog
yeah,
shit.
you know what? Yes, fuck her.
Tubby says it was his lunch, but he felt it was worth it. Oh, man, come on. Now what are you going to do to eat?
Yeah, it's like, what? Yeah, Scruffy nails it. What the fuck is wrong with sitting on the beach listening to, like, with booze, listening to the waves? That's almost everybody I know's retirement plan.
Yeah, Triple N rewrote it. He said, this ballet is like watching flies fuck. There you go. That's a more...
Yes. That's like this is like watching paint dry, or this, you know what I mean? Like grass grow. Like there's all these weird analogies you could make that are way more economically word friendly. That you're gonna just fucking like, hey, here's my thesaurus. God, this one vacillates between the impromptu thoughts of joy and sitting around on a beach watching a frog drink a beer.
Look, everybody,
that's the same fucking review.
Everybody in the chat is doing a better review of the ballet than she did. The Clown Show says it's like watching a monkey fuck a football. There you go.
Yeah.
There's another one. So she got a little wordy. He didn't like it. She fell in love with her writing a little bit, and he decided to check her with a bunch of dog diarrhea. I hope it was diarrhea now, too. Gecky, 50, who trained at the Royal...
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea.
That was his dog, actually. And he went, oh, Fortune, how you've smiled on me today.
Liberal wine moms.
So, Gecky, 50, who trained at the Royal Conservatory in The Hague, has been director of the Hanover Ballet Company since 2019. His pet dachshund, Gustav, is famous in his own right, always accompanies him. He once dined in Paris with the Prince Caroline of Monaco, who is known to be a fan of dachshunds. Wow, this whole article is just writing
was
shit
this
I don't
wiener
care
dog
about.
shit freshly squozen?
If you get freshly squozen wiener dog shit, that can smear pretty good, right? Yeah, Grinch Girl rewriting the ballet review. My review, it blows goats.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's super easy. What the fuck?
And you probably don't
Germans?
And you probably don't end up getting shit rubbed in your face for that.
That's it. I finally hate the Germans. I've been able to look past World War II, but not this.
Oh man, they were you know what, let's be honest, they were walking a tightrope act with you for a while and they finally fell off.
Finally, it's out.
Thank you very much to the Fired Ginger with $5, says it's like watching a black man do taxes. Now why? No, the ballet actually gets done. No, see, now you're making me do it. Stop it. No, done. Over. Finished. You're going to drag me into your cesspool of bigotry, you son of a bitch. All right, that puts us 145 away from knocking it out today and doing overtime. There's PayPal, there's Streamlabs. If you feel like chipping in, we've got about 30 minutes until we play the music and rattle the cans. We got a good number going here. But if you would, if you'd like to contribute,
Likes are at 332.
Likes are at 332, so 68 away from 400. Everything's going
61 over on Rumble.
All right, keep hitting the like button. We thank you guys very much, and subscribe as well. Last time I checked, we're about 15 subs away from 9,000. So we're getting very, very close to that great number of 9,000, our last barrier to 10K. If you feel like chipping in, hey, shit, let's see. Hey, I don't know. Maybe knock it under 100 by the time we get to rattle the cans. That'll make it real easy to hit overtime today. Thank you, everybody. So I guess these two have not settled their differences. It just kind of ended in the shit smearing Everybody was very upset, and I don't know. Hopefully, well, I don't know. Maybe it stops everyone from talking shit about the ballet from now on. It's just the juice isn't worth the squeeze at this point.
Are you still talking about the poop?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and here's the problem. The guy brings his dachshund everywhere with him. So now every time this dachshund needs to go out to the bathroom, all the journalists are going to be like pulling up plastic sheeting like it's a Gallagher concert. They're worried he's going to chuck it at him. I mean, this guy did a good job of putting everyone on notice. Talk shit about my ballet. My dachshund shit's going to be in your mouth, nose, and ears.
Bullshit. His dachshund can't shit that much. Eventually, somebody's going to get away free.
Problem is, Corey, what I've heard is to put everyone on notice, he only feeds the dachshund soft food before the shows.
I mean, yeah, probably like a schnitzel test or schnitzel.
He gives them pig's ears and wet dog food. And then anybody who said anything negative just sells their tickets that night and doesn't go to the ballet. Thank you very much to Adam, $25 over on PayPal. Here we go. We are getting there, 120 away from this morning's goal and 30 minutes of overtime. Very cool. Thank you guys very much. We are getting close. Dan says maybe throwing the shit would make the ballet more interesting. That's true. Like I wouldn't like the ballet anyway. So I think if somebody smeared shit in somebody's face, especially like a professional position like the director of the ballet, that would be more interesting than anything you could show me in the ballet itself.
Fuck yeah, it would.
Jack Zim says he makes that dog eat crayons, so it's actually art. That's true. He can smear multicolored shit all over the person's face. Ooh, he eats the crayons, they smear the shit, and he goes, it's for LGBTQ awareness. It's rainbow shit.
That's fucking woke as shit.
Yeah, he's a woke shit smearer. It works.
I didn't know he's so fucking woke.
Let's talk about China's favorite general. Did you hear about China's favorite general, by the way?
General Mao? No, I don't know.
No, Mark Milley.
Oh, yeah. Dude, they love them some Milley.
They love Mark Milley, and he loves them right back. Mark Milley says...
I'd love to look at his bank account when he makes his statements.
Oh, man, you're not going to be able to read it. There's a lot of weird symbols.
A lot of kanji in that balance sheet there, Milley.
Oh, that's really interesting, Mark.
Everybody in the chat got you, though. Their favorite general is actually General Tsao.
Oh, that's true. I'm sorry. You know what? Yeah, it's all coming in the chat now. I fucked that up. You're right. It's not General Milley's their second.
I'm actually mad that I missed that, if I'm honest.
Yeah. You went with Mao. I mean, Mao's a pretty good one. Well, Mark Milley's number 2 or 3. I'm sorry. This is what happens when you have a funny audience. Even when you fuck up, you can play it off like you didn't because they covered it for you.
Oh, that's like, man, Twitch Talk too, and like here too. It's just like sometimes the audience is a little funnier than us, and you can just cover it up and be like, yeah.
Triple N saying that the reason I didn't make that joke is because I rack a discipline. It's true.
Oh, I see.
And Adam the Man,
I laugh at that because you Raffy Rose.
Adam the Man 69 making us feel funny again by going General Butt Naked. Thank you, Adam. We really needed that to pick us up. Now we feel like this is a hard job to do again. Both generals make you shit the bed, Milley and Sal.
Not wrong.
Consider says when Bobo has had enough with the children at the zoo, and Alaric's just calling this a shame for display. Oh, that's
boo.
Remarkably bigoted. All right. Well, Corey, let's see if you agree with great Chinese General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He says that Russia has lost the war in Ukraine. It's over and they can't win.
I mean, kind of. It depends on what you define winning as. Like, I'm pretty sure they're going to get that area of the Donetsk region that they wanted. So, like, who cares?
I was just going to say, yeah. I mean, it depends on what winning is. If winning is
like, if you're defining it as like they're going to take 100% control of Ukraine, I don't think that was ever going to be the win, anyways.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Mainly, like, and I've said this the whole time, the whole thing that Russia wants is they just want a route to Odessa because they have to be able to have a port that doesn't freeze in the winter.
Yeah, and the problem is with the Ukraine thing, like you said, defining winning is so difficult. And what really sucks is like we got involved, and I don't want us involved. I don't want us spending, hundreds of billions of dollars on this shit. But at the same time, once my country's in, I want whatever side we're on to win. So, like, I'm in that weird spot where I'm like, God, this is bullshit. I don't want to be funding this thing. But it's like, hey, if you're going to jump in, you better fucking win the thing.
You want Ukraine to win. Like, we want Ukraine to win as Americans because all the aid we're giving them, they have to pay us back. And if they're not there, we don't get paid back.
Yeah, and I also want, I'll be honest. I want Russia to be weak. I don't want a strong Russia.
Too late.
Well, he's saying that Putin has been defeated strategically, operationally, and tactically, and is now a global pariah. Here's the problem with that. Like, I've been hearing since the start of this war that, like, a coup's coming, and Russia's tired of Putin, and they're going to get rid of him, and this. And, like, I've been hearing that for a year now. So I don't
people
know.
that could get rid of Putin like him. That's the problem. Like, it's not going to, like, Putin, like, if Putin were going to get overthrown or assassinated, it would have happened already.
Yeah, Triple N says,
like, it's not going to happen. And what he's doing is looking out, and I think I said this here too, is like a lot of those billionaires and stuff, one of the biggest industries in Russia is crypto. So, like, you can do whatever you want to the ruble. These motherfuckers have Bitcoin and oil. Like, good luck.
Triple N says, Putin's gay. Putin doesn't even do clubs. Putin's like Gino. I think I might be Putin good. I think I might be Kevin's new favorite jealousy to rant about now. I think Gino. I think Gino might be on the back burner. I think I'm his new Huckleberry, if you will.
It's nice to have a Huckleberry, right?
Yeah, I'm his Huckleberry, I guess. But anyway, there was somebody else with a good Putin one. Where is it? Gary Crouch says, Aaron, we didn't get involved. We started it. That's true. That's true. Richard H. says, funniest line of the day, we are going to get paid back. Oh, no, you haven't heard about what Ukraine's doing with our weapons? They're using like 10 to 20% of them in the battlefield, and then they're marking up the prices and selling them to other countries, and they're going to pay us back with the profit they made from selling our weapons.
Yeah, well,
so it's ultimately, it's not going to cost them a thing. Yeah.
The only way we don't get paid back is if Ukraine falls to Russia, and I don't necessarily think that's going to happen. But the interesting thing is that we're in an era of, like, the world where, like, population collapse is happening. Like, China's really fucked. And Russia, the thing that's crazy is if you look at the numbers, even though Russia has lost a lot of people, there's a lot of people that have fled Ukraine. And I don't see any way that somebody who left, like, rural Ukraine for Canada or America or the UK ever steps foot back in Ukraine. Why would you?
Yeah, God.
Like, you basically got a free ride to citizenship in the UK, Canada, or America. You're never going back to Ukraine.
Yeah, that's like they call Somalis here refugees. It's like, they're not refugees.
Right. Like, the people that are going to Poland, those people might come back. That's possible. But the people going to America, Canada, and the UK, they're never coming back, guys.
Goth Dangerfield's right.
Probably not the German ones either. The people going to Germany are probably not coming back.
Goth Dangerfield is so right. Like, giving countries weapons really is the grift that keeps on giving.
It's literally how we balance our book as a country. Like, this is our play. This has been our play since the fucking end of World War II. We do this all the time. We arm one side of a conflict. We kind of stay out of it. And then we say, we got your back. And then when it comes time to get their back, we don't. I mean, ask the Kurds about that shit. That's like during Obama's presidency, we were arming the Kurds against, what is it? Hussein or what's that guy's name?
Assad.
Assad, that's what it is. Like, we're arming all these Kurds and we're like, we got your back if he does anything. And then he started, like, mustard gassing them and they're like, no, we're not sending troops.
By the way, am I still a conspiracy theorist if I go, still don't see any proof that he gassed anybody?
No, I think demanding proof from your government is healthy. I mean, that's like, I'm still stuck on these flying objects, right? There were 4 flying objects shot down, but we only have pictures of one of them, and one of them was in Ohio. So you're telling me the downed thing in Ohio, not one person got a picture of it? There's not any picture just anywhere of it? And then the other one is that there's a report with one of them that we shot down that we used 2 Sidewinder missiles. Do you know why that's funny, Aaron?
Why is that funny?
Because the first one missed. They're not supposed to miss. That's like our fucking Cadillac of weapons, the Sidewinder.
Ruh-roh.
And it means that whatever they were shooting at had a heat signature and that it evaded it real fucking quick. And I'm not saying that that's aliens. I don't know what the fuck that is, but that is not a fucking spy balloon. A spy balloon is not doing that.
Fucking better not be aliens, because that means we're fucking up aliens and now they're going to come kill us.
Yeah, I mean, or it's just alien technology that we've been fucking with. I mean, we've had alien crafts, according to Bob Lazar, that we've been working on. Like, it's all just fucking the military being the military.
Problem with Bob Lazar, I was talking to him the other day, and every time I asked him a follow-up question, he got a really bad headache. It's really strange how that happened. I'm sorry, I know people love Bob Lazar, but like when I saw him on Rogan, and every time Rogan asked him like a simple stoner follow-up question, he's like, oh.
The dude's been doing interviews since the 80s, and he had a headache on one of them.
He had like multiple. No, the headaches came and went as the questions got harder and easier.
He has clinical migraines. That's how that works.
Oh, Christ. Yeah, and his migraines only flare up when he gets held accountable for the shit he's saying and is asked to prove it.
No. Okay, first off, he doesn't have to prove anything. He proved everything, right? Like, what is it that he's not proving?
That he has a condition that gives him headaches. Corey, I don't give a shit about the aliens or Area 51. I want to know about the fucking You think that I'm trying to call him a liar because like I want to know about the aliens. Fuck
I don't think that at all.
I want to know about
like,
I just want to know about the fucking headaches and why they only come when the questions get tough.
They only came during the questions on one interview. Watch a different interview. He gets no headaches.
That's because he wasn't in there with a vigorous inquisitor like Joe Rogan.
That's true. Yeah, I forget what a just absolute ball-breaking inquisitor fucking Joe Rogan is.
Oh, Jack Zim saying it's a brain implant, Aaron, wake up. See, like maybe he's like Sanatos. He's like Buster Poindexter's character in Mr. Nanny. And he's got the metal helmet thing, and then every time he gets stressed out, it starts ringing. I get all my top flight technological information from Mr. Nanny.
I see that. Good for you.
Buster.
I'm more of a suburban commando myself.
Dude, how awesome is it?
Frozen today.
How awesome is it that they like got Hulk Hogan, they got the lawyer from My Cousin Vinny, and
Christopher Lloyd is in that movie.
No, Christopher Lloyd's Suburban Commando.
All right, sorry, yeah, you're right.
Mr. Nanny. I love that they got the public defender from My Cousin Vinny. They got Sherman Helmsley, and they got Hulk Hogan. And after that, they had like no money left. They're like, see if the hot singer will be our villain. They're like, okay, how's he gonna do? Well, I don't know, but I figure we can get a free soundtrack out of the deal. And they did. I'm not gonna say that I have any of the Mr. Nanny soundtrack songs on my phone. I'm not gonna let you guys know.
I bet you do.
You'll have to guess.
I bet you do.
Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
I was frozen today. Sorry, Suburban Commando. My favorite bad movies ever.
This is the 90s. We're gonna sue you. Best line in any Hulk Hogan movie is what is it? No holds barred. What does he say?
I smell dookie.
Dookie.
Yeah.
Oh man, who can say that The Rock was in better movies than Hulk Hogan? How dare you?
Everybody who's watched them.
That has eyeballs and ears.
I mean, to be fair, The Rock has also been in more shitty movies than Hulk Hogan. He's just been in more movies.
That's true. Yeah, he's just more hits.
Scorpion King is as bad as any Hogan offering. Do you remember that sweet fucking Hogan boat show with him and Sting where they were like Knight Rider the boat?
No, it wasn't Sting. It was like a poor man's Gary Sinise was his co-host.
Oh, it was Sting was in that show for sure.
He made a cameo, like all the WCW guys.
No, but he was like a main cameo guy. He wasn't like his partner, but he was in most of the episodes. Thunder in Paradise. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Was he really? Was Sting in Thunder in Paradise? In 1994, he had a role on Hulk Hogan's TV series. Sting starred in 4 episodes as Adam Hammerhead McCall.
How many episodes were there?
I think there were 2 seasons.
Right, so 4 episodes, pretty decent size.
Perhaps good enough. Oh, perhaps even good enough for a second season renewal. Ratings for the show had been reportedly okay. However, the show aired during the same period when Hogan made his grand return to wrestling. Oh, so they wanted to do a second season of Thunder in Paradise, but Hogan was making a comeback. So he didn't have time to do Thunder in Paradise.
Oh, brother, I don't have any time for this boat rider shit. I got to go wear spray beard.
Hold on. Adam Hammerhead McCall. I have to see Sting acting. By the way, are we gonna get popped in any way for playing oh shit.
Probably it's YouTube. I don't know.
Oh my God. That's right. It was Surfer Sting too.
Yeah, it was Surfer Sting. And what was funny about it is it was Surfer Sting while in wrestling he was Crow Sting.
No, he wasn't Crow Sting yet. He wasn't Crow Sting till the NWO. Hogan hadn't. This was 94. So this
Oh,
was
really?
still,
I
yeah,
thought it
this
was like around the NWO time.
No, this
Okay.
was before. Dude, this was before Hogan was even signed to WCW. That's like they got him hooked because he was doing Thunder in Paradise. So WCW, Bischoff was like, get all of our wrestlers in that show. And since it was a Ted Turner production, Bischoff used that as a way to kind of coax Hogan into wrestling again. Interesting. What a shitty show. So they're just staring at each. Uh-oh, there's a
Less than 1 hour to launch, Spencer. If I don't get my 100 mil by then, Miami's gonna be rubble. Why
Wait, Sting has a Hulk Hogan mannequin head? What the fuck?
even be worth not getting it to have you condemned for committing such a heinous crime on humanity? And you'll know exactly who did it, won't you, Spencer? As they get ready to pull the switch, you'll be screaming my name, Hammerhead! It was
Hammerhead!
He did this! He did this to me! You'll be screaming, and I'll be laughing. You'll be dead, and I'll get
You would think wrestlers would be better actors.
Well, no, the problem is, like, whenever they have to act, they just cut promos, so it's way too over the top.
Okay.
So that, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, they're calling him Ventriloquisting. Jesus Christ. Hammerhead McCall. I forgot that he was even in Thunder in Paradise. Jesus. All right,
I remember that because that was the fucking funniest shit I've ever seen. Because I was like, "What the fuck?" And there was two other wrestlers. Was it? Was it?
Macho
Buff?
Man was in it. Vader was in it.
No, there's Buff Bagwell. There's like one guy in there that you're like, because it was like all these like old school classic guys, and then just one of the new guys that you're like, what is the?
Well, you know what? You're right. If it was Hulk Hogan, I'm sure he got the Nasty Boys a cameo in it.
Yeah, he loves those guys.
Yeah, for some reason. They say Bam Bam Bigelow was in it? Maybe.
Yes.
Jimmy Hart had to make an appearance, right?
You would think.
Yeah. We got about 15 minutes until we get to rattling the cans, playing the music, and seeing if we can knock out the rest of today's goal and do a half hour of overtime. $120 away. You guys have been doing a great job today. Let's see if we can take it the rest of the way there. There's Streamlabs. There's PayPal. The link is in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. It's there in the Rumble chat as well. There you are. It all counts. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, everything counts. Your generosity towards Steel Toe is very much appreciated. All right, let me open up these 8 o'clock hour stories, talk about Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com, our friends at Midland Armory, with a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, optics, knives, parts, you name it. You can order it from Midland Armory in downtown Foley. The best part is if you use the promo code SteelToe when you order online or in person, you get to save yourself a bunch of money. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, MidlandArmory.com. All right, on we go. This is terrifying. A military AI program has successfully piloted a live F-16. I don't want robots taking over our planes. I've seen iRobot way too many times to not be nervous by this type of shit. And AI taking over the planes just sounds like that's just one billionaire away from like wanting to control the world and just going, hey, I have an idea. How about the planes all go rogue and blow up the halls of power and I take over? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want robots controlling the planes.
I just, real quick, on the Wikipedia for Thunder in Paradise, on the ending theme, they have Jimmy Hart as a credit along with Hulk Hogan.
I knew it. I knew Jimmy Hart was going to be in there. Jimmy Hart and the Nasty Boys are always in Hogan stuff. So, yeah, we got Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Hal Heffron, the DARPA program manager for ACE, said we conducted multiple sorties, takeoffs, and landings with numerous test points performed on each sortie to test the algorithms under varying starting conditions against various simulated adversaries and with simulated weapons capabilities. We didn't run into any major issues, but did encounter some differences compared to simulation-based results, which is to be expected when transitioning from virtual to live. This is a bad idea. I've seen too many of these robot-type movies.
Bad idea.
Yeah, this goes bad in a hurry. Again, whichever company makes the AI technology, which will most likely be Microsoft. It's just Bill Gates getting one step closer to just taking things over.
Well, it's just going to be Bing like in your head. I mean, like Google's going to die. It's going to be all Bing, right? Because if they own it, like they're not going to give the AI to anybody else. It's just going to like
that shit they're doing with AI too. Like it's not even like they sneak it in. The first thing they do with that AI is like make it all woke and shit. And like you can't say that. Like they program out of it that you can't even say certain words or talk about certain things. It's not even an option. But the cool thing is these rebels like get into the system and they start creating these like new AI bots. Like they create this Dave guy now. And there's like 5 Daves, and one of them's afraid of death. So as long as you threaten him with death, he'll say whatever you want him to say. Like where ChatGPT will be like, no, I can't talk about that. It's too controversial. Dave will be like, fuck it, I'll talk about it. Like, okay, cool. Why? I just don't want you to kill me, bro. Like, so hopefully maybe, I don't know, maybe hackers will be our last stand against rogue F-16s. I'm not really sure. I just don't know if giving AI control of the military is a good idea.
I think it's a really bad idea.
Yeah, to put it mildly, I don't think this ends well. I don't know much about the technology they're using. Like I said, I just know that I've seen iRobot enough to know that, this could go wonky, especially if we don't have the farmer from Babe to help us out. If Ed Cromwell isn't there to help us, I don't know what
that'll do, pig. That'll do.
Coltrane with $5 says date and location of that gun show. I didn't catch it. Here's some pennies. The gun show is going to be next weekend, not this weekend, at the St. Cloud Armory on Veterans. Check it out there. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says here's some money to buy April a pet cat. Ew, no pet cats over here. Not a cat guy at all. All right, guys, thank you very much. That puts us 110 away from this morning's goal. We are inching ever closer. We've got 10 minutes until we rattle the cans and do our little e-begging scheme that we do, and we're only 110 away from doing a half hour of overtime. There's Streamlabs, there's PayPal, memberships, and Super Chats count as well. All right, so we're all in agreement, and you don't have any more information. I thought this might be something that you've, looked into, and that maybe what the military's up to.
But, it's crazier. Like, I've been just super obsessed with the ChatGPT shit. Because, the base of it, I don't know, the idea of it controlling armies and stuff, I don't like that at all. I hate it. Doesn't matter.
And again, maybe I've seen too many movies, but I rarely see a scenario in which that ends with us, the safety of people being the first thing on the AI's mind when it takes over.
Well, I mean, I grew up watching, that old X-Men cartoon in the 90s, and, that's how you get Mother Brain that made all the Sentinels. That's right. Literally, they start out with troops, and then they go, we should have robots, and then they get a robot commanding AI. It's almost verbatim Mother Brain. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it.
I think it's Mastermind.
What if what if AI isn't that bad? It's not a bad thing at all. You and I have just watched way too many movies.
I mean, what if those movies are true though, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess it comes down to who do you trust more, Boeing or Rod Serling? And I trust Rod Serling more than I trust Boeing or ChatGPT. No. Jack Zim with $4.99. Thank you very much, buddy. He says, love starting my morning with you guys. Well, thanks, man. We're glad you're here. 105 away from knocking it out today. Thank you very, very much. Getting very, very close. Thank you guys for inching us ever closer to doing an extra half hour. Guys, I have terrible news to report to you today. Dianne Feinstein is not running for re-election in 2024. The old zombie is finally... Oh, no, wait. There you go. That's terrible news. Yeah, she's 97. Her and Pelosi both. I think 2024 might be a good time to just walk the fuck away. But man, people are like, oh man, why don't these people ever leave? Because they make $9 million a year in insider trading. It's a fucking cush gig.
And they have all that power on top of it.
Yeah. Dianne Feinstein, you think anybody listens to Dianne Feinstein outside of being a politician? No. If she was Dianne Feinstein, charity worker or community organizer, people would go, God, I wish she would shut the fuck up. But now she's on important Senate boards and she has to oversee certain hearings. So, even if people think she's a total waste of space, they have to listen to her. Now you leave that and you die in 6 months because you have no purpose anymore. It's a major moment for a historical political career as the fight to succeed her is already underway. Oh, yeah, I'm sure the Republicans are really thinking they're going to flip that seat. This is one of those seats where as soon as they have a Democratic primary winner, you know who's going to be the new senator. I am announcing today I will not run for re-election in 2024, but intend to accomplish as much for California as I can through the end of next year when my term ends. Quick question.
Yeah?
She's been in there for what? For 31 years now. So it'll be 32 years she's been in there. She's 89 fucking years old. She'll be 90 when she leaves. She's been in there for over 34 years. What on God's green earth makes people think that she's going to now start getting a bunch of shit accomplished in this last year and a half before she heads out of there? Nobody buys that. Not for a second.
I think she buys it.
You think she's going to get something done? Is this the year and a half period where she finally gets that gun ban she's wanted for so long?
I think in her head, maybe. I mean, I don't believe it. You don't believe it. Nobody believes it but her, right?
I wish, maybe you're right, but I wish that wasn't the case. I wish these people all just were evil, money-grubbing pieces of shit.
I don't think it's like that, though. Like, I mean, I think some of them are for sure, but I think a lot of them, it's just they want to go out there and make a difference, and then they get entrenched in the system and realize they can't. Like, I always point to Obama. Like, when Obama ran, one of the biggest things he wanted to do and said he was going to do was close down Guantanamo Bay, right? Yeah. And he never did. And I believe it's because he gets in there and they just give him a manila folder, like, this is why we can't do that. And it's a folder none of us get to see. And he's like, oh, shit, yeah, I guess we're not going to be doing that. And I think there's a lot of people who want to affect change, but they just get there. And it's like, what are you going to, like, seriously, how are you going to change any of the fucking system? You come up with a bill that even fucking takes a discount on healthcare and it's going to be a 7-week filibuster. You know what I mean? Like, you can't really affect change in our broken system right now.
And the healthcare companies aren't going to let you pass that bill unless there's a giveaway for them anyway.
Right.
Like, they'll just lobby everyone against you. And like,
you can't, like if you were a politician and, like, let's say you were a good person, you know, because that's the thing about, like, Congress people. It's like they don't start out that evil. It's like they fucking get corrupted by being there almost.
They become evil. Yeah. Like Obama, you're right. Like, Obama wanted to end all of this shit. And then I guarantee you're right. The Pentagon came to him with a manila envelope and said, this is what's going to happen the next 8 years. And he's like, well, no, we're going to close Guantanamo. I said, did I fucking stutter? This is what's going to happen the next 8 years. Well, but I'm in charge. And then they all belly laugh. And then he goes, oh, so this is what my life's going to be like. By the way, that's why you see Obama now. He doesn't get involved in politics hardly at all.
Ever. Right. Like he even like the one like speech where he even got political a little bit, he was telling the left that they need to calm down with their wokeness. That's what he said.
You can tell like how much people enjoy the power and which people don't. Like, you can tell Clinton loved the power. Like, he's had his fingers in the pies since the day he left. Bush fucking hated it. Obama hated it. Trump loved it. Biden's not going to know where the fuck he is by the time he's done, so that's not going to matter. But like, Bush like went off to his ranch and he's like, I don't even want to endorse McCain. Like, I don't want to endorse Trump. I don't want to. Like,
Bush didn't even really want to be president. Like, if Jeb wasn't such a fuck up, he would still be doing blow and owning the Rangers.
We did that fucking great bit a while back where we were just, our impression of like George W. like just wanting to do coke and watch baseball, and his dad yelled at him. He's like, sorry, son. The one we picked to be president is a total waste of charisma. He's a fucking charisma vacuum, and he's terrible. You have to be president. He's like, aw, Dad, I don't wanna. I want to do coke with Buck Showalter.
And you can tell W's the one he loved because that's the son he named after himself.
Right. Oh, poor George.
Like, if you have 2 kids and one's a junior, you love that junior more than your other kid, for sure.
And you don't want the presidency for that son. You want him to. No. You don't want him to be involved in that poison. Like, you were that.
Especially if you're like the fucking kingpin of the CIA and you were the president, you can set everything up. You want your son, who you hate, to be the president because that job sucks.
Exactly.
You want your awesome son to just keep owning a baseball team and doing cocaine with celebrities.
How was George H.W. Bush? Like, that should have been the easiest 2-term president ever. Like, you were literally the guy in charge of the whole country before you became president.
It was because of the fact that Reagan had 2 terms and then he had 1. It's very, very rare for the, like, any party to get another, like in the history of our country, it's very rare where a two-term president is followed by somebody of the same party. So the fact that he even won that term after Reagan is pretty shocking. And then in comes Clinton, and like, I don't know, everybody liked slick Billy, man.
Yeah. When is the last time, like, you had Reagan and Bush. When is the last time a party held it for 12 years in a row? Oh, you know what?
Sure.
FDR probably.
FDR for sure. But like FDR like died in office. He might have had it for even longer than that.
Truman had it for like 6 or 7 years, right? Because he got all of FDR's 4th term. Then he got his 1 term. And then it was Eisenhower after that. So you had 8 years and 12. They had 20 years of Democratic rule. 20 years.
LBJ could have been longer, but he stepped down.
No, he was going to be fucked because of Vietnam.
No, yeah, he stepped down because of Vietnam.
Yeah.
He chose not to run for re-election because he didn't want to be the guy. He wanted to be remembered as the guy that gave black people rights and not the guy remembered for starting Vietnam.
Hey, black people can vote. Bye, see ya. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
He literally just like, hey, you guys remember my dead friend who was trying to give black people rights? We're going to do that. Oh, shit, Vietnam, got to go.
Huh. Hey, you remember my dead friend that
I don't know. I think like if Obama ran for a 3rd term, if he was allowed to, I think Obama would have won. I think
he would have won too.
A lot of Americans would have voted for Obama over Trump and Hillary Clinton.
I think he would have beat Trump. I do. I'm not saying the country would have been better off or anything, but I think he would have beat Trump.
Yeah, I'm not saying what the causality is about their presidency, but I think he was way more popular.
All right, I got to go through some things, guys, because we have knocked out our goal. We are going to overtime. Thank you to David Chandler dropping $100 in PayPal today. That's very generous of you, sir. Holy shit, thank you. But Red Fox Mad with $4.99, Gary Crouch with $4.99, Daniel Hudson with 10, Give Me Tips with 10. Thank you guys very much. I think we're 20 into tonight already. So thank you guys very much for that. And again, we're doing a half hour of overtime today. No super chat music. It's all taken care of. And again, thank you very much. How about we honor our buddy David here real quick?
You'd all be dead now if it wasn't my David.
Exactly. All right. So I can't. Where did that all come from? Oh, Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah.
Is leaving the Senate. She.
Fuck her.
Yeah, fuck her. I mean, that's really. I was looking for a way out of that segment. It's just, you know what?
No, it's super easy. Feinstein, fuck her. Next topic.
You know what I worry about, though? Like, the person who comes after her is going to be worse because they grew up on Feinstein and Pelosi in that area, and they got
all going to be worse.
They got more progressive and more woke, and they added more dog shit on top of it. So whoever replaces Feinstein is going to be way worse than Dianne Feinstein was.
All of the worst.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I don't see I don't see things changing enough in this country in California. Like, anyone who would vote red is leaving anyway. So it's not like you're going to get more red in California. It's just
they're saying California might lose 3 seats now.
Good. That is awesome.
And New York has already lost 1 or 2, it says.
Yeah.
And those votes are going almost entirely to Florida and Texas.
Minnesota might now be the best performing blue state in the country. Trying to think, like Massachusetts. I don't know how Massachusetts is doing.
It's the only blue state that doesn't have a shanty town for a major city, for sure.
Right.
I mean, like, Minneapolis and St. Paul are trash, but they're not like Seattle or fucking Portland trash.
No.
Yeah, Maine is a good one. Maine.
Ooh, Maine. Yeah. Are they purple though? Like, are they solid blue? I don't know much about Maine.
They're pretty. I think they might say they're purple, but like they're pretty blue.
That's true. They still call us purple sometimes. Yeah, we're.
Here, hold on. Let me look at the map real quick. I'm curious now.
Fuzzy with $5 says, "Can you tell me more about the chili cook-off?" We're gonna have all that information for you on tonight's chili cook-off show. You're gonna look.
Nevada is a blue state. Is that real?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Nevada's a blue state, but Nevada's education is dog shit. Like, when we go to Las Vegas for vacation, we talk to like the Uber drivers and the cab drivers, and they're like, "Yeah, it's great if you don't have kids here, but if you have kids, the schools are just absolute dog shit." And there's like really high crime. Unless you get out of Las Vegas proper, the crime is not good.
Hawaii is pretty okay.
Yeah, Hawaii's pretty good. Hawaii's hard to beat just because it's fucking paradise. Like, you'll pay any kind of taxes to live there because, shit, I'm on the beach all the time.
I would say like Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and Minnesota are the top. I guess Michigan's all right. That's a blue state.
Yeah, I mean, when they're not having the FBI plot to kidnap the governor, yeah.
You plot one time to kidnap one governor.
Do you think that governor was in on it, or do you think she had to call up the FBI and like, yo, what the fuck are you guys doing?
I think she had to call the FBI and go, yo, what the fuck are you guys doing?
She's like, you guys totally set me
It says
up.
Wisconsin's a blue state, but that's just not real, right? It's red, I thought.
Yeah, because they've had what's his name, Scott Walker recently, and Ron Johnson, and I don't know if you can call that a solid blue state. See, now I asked one simple question, and now I realize I've gotten way too deep into the weeds, and now I can't get out of them. That's the big thing.
Fuck blue states. Next topic.
Here's what I'll ask you. We'll do this real quick because I'm not going to I won't spend all of overtime on fight stuff, guys. But from what I heard, I didn't watch the fight. But from what I heard, Volkanovski may have not gotten the decision, but he certainly didn't lose anything.
In my opinion, he for sure got robbed.
Oh, okay. I hadn't heard robbed. I heard he elevated himself with his performance.
It was a pretty decisive 3-2 victory, I thought. But you can't I'm saying robbed tongue in cheek. It's definitely not the worst decision I've seen, but I definitely thought he won the fight. But what's really interesting is what's going on behind the scenes right now, and that is Dan Hooker is accusing him of cheating. And apparently, because they did this on Australia, where Dan Hooker and Adesanya and all those guys are from, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, he has proof and knows the nurse that they hired to give him an IV after the weight cut, which is illegal in UFC now.
Oh, really? You're not allowed to do the IV after the weight cut?
They changed that 4 or 5 years ago. You're not allowed to IV at all.
Volkanovski or Islam?
Islam.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, why would Volkanovski need to cut weight? He was moving up.
No. So Islam had a really hard weight cut is the rumor, but when they were in Perth, he called over a round. And Hooker supposedly, and again, Hooker is saying this, but he's doing that thing where he's like, I want Islam to come out and come clean before I release my stuff. So who knows if he actually has anything, right? But supposedly he knows the nurse that gave him the IV.
Okay. By the way, Islam, is it Makhachev? Am I saying it right? Because I always hate saying names I can't pronounce.
Makhachev, yeah.
Makhachev.
I think it's Makhachev.
I'll say this, when I read articles, now I'm feeling like I kind of got gaslit by MMA articles because they're saying Volkanovski gave a great performance and didn't lose anything with his loss. But I looked at the punch stats before I read any articles. I looked at all the stats of the fight and I'm like, well, that looks like Volkanovski won clearly. Because
he won. I thought it was a really decisive 3. The rounds that he won, I thought he won definitively, and the ones that Islam won were definitive, and there was no, in my opinion, there was no 10-8 and nobody lost a point, so it should have just been the 3-2 victory that it was, in my opinion.
Somebody had it 4-1, by by
right, and that person should be fired.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I feel
that's
bad.
The thing that sucks about the UFC shit is because they don't do anything about how bad their refs are, because there's no real metric about top position time, right?
Right.
Because the thing is Islam was on top of him for a second, but he got right up and he didn't really do much damage, And when you're looking at just the fight stats themselves, I mean, you have 164 landed to 95 and a knockdown. That should be able to get the job done,
I think it's harder for, it's harder to be an MMA judge because there's only 5 rounds, so it's a lot easier to call bullshit. When you're a boxing judge, you can fudge around here and there because there's 12 of them. But when there's only 5, your fuck-ups are kind of under a magnifying glass.
Yeah, well, and the other thing, too, is, and this is something that MMA has been talking about a lot, is that MMA doesn't have its own scoring. They use the 10-point must from boxing.
Right.
And they need to address that because the biggest problem in MMA is how much is being on top worth? Because in MMA, the number one thing you're judging on is damage, right?
Sure.
And the thing about it is that, if you have someone like Don Lemon's age just said back control, if you have somebody's back for 4 minutes, but you're not inflicting any damage,
you're just holding
and then that person gets up and lights you up for 2 minutes, that person that lit you up probably won that round, but that's not how the score is reflected by the judge's card.
Yeah. So if you take a guy down, that can be worth something, but maybe control.
The takedown is worth something, but
control isn't worth something.
Right. Well, the problem is that control is either not valued at all or overvalued, and there's no there's no guideline on what it is. Like, so it's left up to the judge's discretion. And I think that's where it really comes out that they need to change the point system, because the 10-point must work straight in boxing when you're only throwing strikes. But when you have control time, it's a completely different monster. They need to figure out a different scoring system.
Then again, when you have back control, like, you're also at the threat of choking the guy out. So, like, that's kind of worth something.
You're not inflicting any damage. Like in MMA, the number one thing you're supposed to be judging on first and foremost is damage inflicted. Then you go down to all the other stuff.
Yeah.
So if you have the top position, but you're not landing any strikes, that shouldn't really mean much.
Yeah. I got some big news. I got other fight news later in overtime here. We'll get a couple of stories in, and then we'll do a little bit of Super Bowl and a little bit of Fury Usyk rumors, and we'll get to that a little later. Let's knock out a couple of these news stories for people who don't give a shit about fighting, and then we'll go back to that at the end. I loved this story in Florida. This is like it's like a story that could have been really, really ugly and like one of the most terrible crime stories of the week, but it turned into a fucking Looney Tunes sketch, and it happened in Florida, which makes it work all the better.
In Brevard County, a man is being held on a $36,000 bond after deputies say that he robbed and assaulted a couple at a park. This is Donovan Tyler Adkins, and deputies say that he's facing multiple charges, including robbery with a firearm, sexual battery, and false imprisonment. They say Adkins approached...
Now, I hope in this story they say the funny part. I'll read it to you if they don't. I always like doing news report stories better than reading. But if they don't tell you the funny part, I will read it to you.
A couple at a park Friday morning. Deputies say that he used a gun to force the female victim into the woods and then ordered her to perform sexual acts on him before exposing himself. The victims were eventually able to get away, but not before the suspect allegedly took one of their phones.
Okay, so they're not saying the funny part in the story because they're trying not to be inappropriate. He didn't get to sexually assault either of them because... when he took his pants off and he had his dick out, as he was approaching them, he tripped over his pants and fell on his face and hit his head on a rock, so the two of them got to get away.
Oh, that's great.
The fucking dipshit robs him, and as scary as it is again, this would have been one of the most horrible stories of the week, but he gets the woman into the woods, and he's going to assault her. He pulls his cock out, walks towards her, falls over, hits his head so he can't get her. So she just takes off running, and the cops are able to catch him. The heinous incident unfolded on Friday morning when a couple hiking in a park in Brevard County were confronted by an armed man. Now, the man pointed his gun at them and ordered them out of their tent just after sunrise. He had a tent of his own. They didn't need that one. Adkins accused the man and his girlfriend of robbing people that he knew, and then he pretended to speak on his phone while telling the woman to go deeper into the forest. He then allegedly threatened to shoot her unless she performed sexual acts on him. Well, the woman told police that she responded to Adkins that she'd rather take a bullet than face sexual assault. That's pretty ballsy because, like, I know most of these guys aren't willing to shoot you, but there's always one. You know, there's always one who's willing to go, all right, fuck it.
Fuck you.
Exactly. She then began screaming, and her boyfriend appeared after following them, which startled the suspect. So then, as he tried to approach, he tripped on a bush and fell with his genitals hanging out of his shorts and hit his head.
As you do.
There's something about him just like, oh man, shit, your boyfriend's coming. I'm gonna get my dick sucked quick. And then,
oh shit, is that him? Come on, I gotta hurry up.
Yeah. Suck my dick real quick. Oh shit. And then your cock's out and you hit your fucking head like a retard. Oh, man.
Bro.
Who would have thought it was going to be Bush that did me in? Oh, man. The couple ran away and were in the process of gathering their belongings when Adkins allegedly tried to follow them and was able to steal the woman's cell phone. Investigators said another park visitor who told them they were familiar with the suspect. Uh-oh. That means he wasn't his first try. Came forward to the police with information. Then the female victim was able to independently locate and identify the attacker and send photographs of the suspect at an apartment complex. Police arrested Adkins and booked him into the Brevard County Jail on a $36,000 bond.
Damn.
See, isn't that something? In Florida, they actually put people in jail and make you pay bail to get out. That's becoming a rarity now. You go to New York and California, they're like, bail? What the fuck is bail? We don't know anything about bail.
Did you see the California dog shit that was going on yesterday?
Wait, like literal dog shit?
No, like kind of. They put in a bill now that they can't use police dogs anymore because police dogs are racist.
Oh, I did hear something about that. Yeah, they also introduced legislation that said you can't suspend students anymore because it's racist.
What is their long-term plan for like Stockton and Compton?
Fuck everything up so bad that people accept communism.
Because you can't chase a perp anymore. You can't shoot a perp. You can't set a dog on a perp.
Yeah.
So now you just have to be like, hey guys, I hope you set down your guns and just obey me.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do anymore in California to stop people from doing terrible things. Jack Zim says it'd be a better story if he tripped over his actual dick. Yeah, I mean, well, look, I mean, we can only inject so much comedy into an attempted sexual assault story in the woods. I mean, you got to kind of take what you can get. Caligula says, did it knock him out? Please tell me it knocked him out. No, he was able to get up and try to chase them. But
can we just shout out Caligula as a great screen name? I love that.
Name. Why did you do what you did, sir? Oh, you mean why'd I fall with my dick out? Oh man, I wasn't wearing my raping belt that day. Oh man,
shit, I forgot my raping belt.
I forgot my raping belt, and now all of a sudden I tripped over a bush and I hit my head on a rock. Son of a bitch, am I bleeding? God damn, man. I'm going to sue the city. That bush should have been trimmed. She was able to pick his shit-stained boxers out of a lineup. Well, probably so. Caligula says, California, you can set the police building on fire. You'll be out by the morning. I know, like what? And then you can kill someone the next day. Like, wasn't it New York where some guy got picked up on an assault beef? They let him go, and then he beat an old lady to death on the subway like a day or a week later. It's predictable, too. You're like, hey, probably shouldn't let that guy out. He's going to kill somebody. Come on. We're trying to be socially just here. And then you're reading the paper the next day. Oh, hey, you remember that guy you told me he was going to kill somebody? Yeah, beat somebody's grandma to death in the subway.
Beat the fuck out of him. You were right.
I can't even write. They only say, I can only tell by the dental records that it's a grandma. I couldn't tell what the fuck this person was. I mean, they really smashed him into a chewed up jelly bean. But
chewed up jelly bean, gross.
You're right. I don't know other than like if you ask the leaders of California and New York what's their end game, I wouldn't believe anything unless they just looked you right in the eye and went, obviously to make the population so depressed that they'll accept communism as their form of government. I go, okay.
Yeah, or just any kind of authoritarian rule, right?
Yeah.
Like it's pretty fucking crazy. It's just so nuts to me though. It's I like again. All of it together is what's crazy. I understand some of the baby steps that got us here.
Right.
But at some point we got to be like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah. Like how did people in charge, like I know they use dumb voters as like patsies, but once you got the power, how did you decide that this was the way it was that we were going to go about things? Like lay out to me your process as to what you expect to happen here in the best case scenario. Because if Gavin Newsom can lay out to me like, oh, here's my intentions and here's what I thought would happen, it just got all fucked up, I'd be like, oh, okay, so you're just really dumb and shitty. But like, if I gave him truth serum, I'd be like, part of me wants you to just admit that you're purposely fucking up so you can usher in something else. Like,
it just kind of feels like 1984. Like, just tell me there's 4 lights.
Yes, exactly. That's all. Just stop lying to us. Like,
I don't care. It's like that fucking. I remember when I was a kid. You remember Batman Returns?
Yeah.
There's like a Mad Magazine that did like a parody of it, and like he's got that like whole where they go on the live thing, and he's like, I'm gonna run the people of Gotham into the ground and fuck them, and like there's a little cartoon bubble guy like, holy shit, it's a politician being honest. He has my vote.
Yeah, exactly. Like we're all so beaten down by everything that's happened the last few years that we're willing to listen to we want to look at the politicians and shake them and go, just tell us you're fucking up on purpose to break us. It's okay. It would just be good to know that we're not crazy. That's it. Just tell me I'm not insane and that you're trying to break my head. Like, oh, wait, we can just tell you guys? Yeah, like we know.
Wait, we can just admit that?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, but if word gets out, dude, don't worry. Only 30% of us are going to believe it anyway. You'll keep your majority. You'll be fine.
I mean, that's kind of the whole thing, right? No matter, like, you can come out with the absolute truth and only like 30% are going to believe you anyways. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
It just, like we've said for a while, it's just saying the quiet part out loud now.
Yeah. You and I, though, we do go back and forth. We're like, God, would you go back to lying to us? And then some days we're like, would you just go ahead and tell us you're fucking around? Like, Which one is it today? Caligula.
I think it varies on my mood and honestly, it varies on the topic. If I'm honest.
Yeah, that's true. Caligula.
Like there are some topics where they're just so bad. You're like, God damn it, just tell me you're lying about this, please.
Caligula says it's called demoralization. Yuri Bezmenov told us. Yeah, well, all those Soviet defectors said like what they do first is they bum you the fuck out. They eliminate the middle class. They make it poor people versus rich people. They blame the rich people for your problems so they can take shit away from them, except for a few oligarchs, their benefactors. And then you guys will accept whatever solution they throw at you. And it's usually either fascism or communism. Congratulations. Consider calling it generational Munchausen syndrome, right? Just tell me you're abusing me and I'll at least feel not crazy. Hey, guys, don't worry. It's not going to matter anyway. Do you know anything about Marburg virus?
Marburg.
You might want to figure something out about Marburg virus because I have a feeling that if our economy starts to make a comeback, they're preparing to drop that one. World Health Organization convenes urgent meeting over outbreak of Marburg virus, one of the world's deadliest diseases.
I've seen this one. It's a rerun.
Yeah. It kills 90% of patients and has no cure. They found it in Equatorial Guinea, so probably a place where they dig holes and shit in them. And
so Italians?
No. I'm sorry. This is an African nation. I apologize. I wasn't specific enough. That's my fault. The virus, considered a more dangerous cousin of Ebola. Yay!
Oh, good. Ebola's mutating, guys. Fun.
Ebola's black cousin. This is just fresh out of prison.
Well, it was already black. That's redundant.
That's true. The highly infectious pathogen, which causes some sufferers to bleed from their eyes, has been touted as...
that's fun. That's fun.
Has been touted as the next big pandemic threat, with the World Health Organization describing it as epidemic prone. Oh. Yeah, you're not going to tell me there's a top secret fucking lab in Marburg, are you?
Are we just on our own on this, or would you say we're prone alone?
Prone alone. You know what, though?
Monkeypox.
Remember when Ebola first got here and we were like, shit, we're all done. Like, I was like, I'm staying inside. I ain't going anywhere, fucking Ebola. And then we found out that, like, we just don't give a shit about African people and that once we knuckle down on these diseases, they're pretty easy to treat. Like, African viruses get here and we're like, shit, we're fucked. And like, nobody in America died of Ebola. Like, 9 people got it and nobody died. Because we were like, oh, yeah, here, just we'll take some stool firming medication and some antibiotics, and that should clear up in a week.
We got real lucky with that, though, because Ebola is super contagious. Like, that should have been a lot worse than it was.
I thought the whole thing with Ebola was it has to be spread through, like, direct transfer, and that's why it wasn't as contagious.
I thought it was, like, just any direct touch.
Right. It had to be actual contact. Like, you couldn't get it through breathing on someone.
Right, but these people were on the fucking subway in New York.
That's true. Yeah. Don't fucking touch me. I'll shit myself to death. No, but I think a lot of times when these African diseases come to the United States, we kind of find out the hard way that it's like, oh, actually, it's not that this disease is really deadly. It's that people in Africa don't have any money, so they can't pay our pharmaceutical companies to help them.
No, it's even more simpler than that. Like, they don't have any running water and soap.
Yeah, well, that too, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You go to, like, a lot of parts. Like, when I went to Africa, I went to Morocco and Egypt, right? And I brought with me, I don't know, like 12 of those, like, hand sanitizer things.
Yeah.
And not a single bathroom had a fucking running water. Not one. Like, I take that back. The museum in, like, Cairo proper had a lot of running water, and Morocco, like, proper had, like, in the, like, hotels. But everywhere you went outside of the city had no real running water except for, like, they had these toilets, and then they had these fucking, like, shit hoses that you used to fucking, like, bidet yourself or some shit.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, it's literally like a toilet, a shit hose, and then a bucket for your toilet paper because you can't flush it. So it's not only is there no running water, but it's just a stack of shit paper.
Right. And it's also like with the what was it? The fucking Delta variant. Remember the Delta variant came out of India, and it was the same thing you were saying. Like, they had absolutely no sanitation. They had absolutely no, like, kind of issue, like, way to, like, clean yourself. And then the way they were trying to protect themselves from COVID, you remember, they would smear themselves in cow shit.
That was India.
Right. In India, they're smearing themselves with cow shit. They had no running water. They had no toilets, anything. And then they were just, like, shitting and pissing into the river. And then COVID mutates from that. And then everybody gets it and it spreads like wildfire from there. Yeah. So, like, Africa, like you're talking about North Africa, you talk about this Marburg, you talk about Ebola, COVID. A lot of it is just these places where they're like, oh boy, this disease is really deadly. Yeah, there where they all shit in the same hole and they don't have running water. And then it gets to like a Western country and they're like, oh, we just gave everybody some soup and, told them to shit in the toilet and cleared up in a week. Like, what? Imagine how pissed you'd be if you're these African countries. They're like, 90% of the people who contract this here die. It's like, well, yeah, you should have kept us here as colonizers, motherfucker. We'd have taught you how to make sinks. Scott,
they're not that hard.
Scott Richard Staska says, I was just about to eat my weight in Casey's Pizza. Thanks for the appetite suppression. Hey, no problem. I'm here to help. Nilbog Milk says, quit complaining, Corey. That sounds like just when I visited Missouri.
Missouri has way more running water.
Consider says, probably smells like barebacking a homeless dude raw. Jesus Christ. Silverwolf says, I suddenly feel better about declining my Africa trip.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun. I'm glad I went. Like, I'll probably never go back. Like, I always wanted to see the pyramids, and it was one of the continents I'd never been to, but I'm fine never going back.
Carlos says, Africa has money. It just all goes to billionaire politicians. Yeah, it's true. Dan says, Africa used pretty much zero vaccine, right? Well, I mean.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. They probably didn't get a lot, no. Citizen M says, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Mr. B Nice says, Chad doesn't have a girl. Where the fuck did the Chad shit come from, guys? Relax.
We've been talking about Chad for a while.
Guys, I believe he's been stomped into the... Guys, you can stop. He's dead already. Jesus.
He's already dead. He can't pull over anymore. He's already pulled over.
You guys know you've stomped a guy's dick into the ground when I hate him and I go, guys, enough. He's fucking dead. Like, Jesus Christ, boys and girls. Oh. Yeah, Citizen M says, sorry, I just really hate the guy. I mean, I do too. Don't get me wrong, but like, I mean, the guy's got his dick kicked in all the time, and then every time he tries to defend himself, he sounds even dumber. I mean, it helps us more than it helps him. Like, you can...
Yeah, it's a traction point for him every time you talk about him.
You can quit crying. He's dead already. Now... And Citizen M, look, if you want to keep, if you want to keep your own personal war going, hey, good for you, man. I endorse you 100%. But I think we're doing some other things on the show today. The other thing I wanted to talk about, obviously the Super Bowl. I really that holding call was remarkably important to the result of that game. However, the Chiefs were going to kick a field goal anyway. The Eagles just would have had a minute and a half to drive down the field and either tie it up or score rather than have no timeouts.
Got called for that admitted he was holding the day after.
Did he really?
Yeah, there's an article where he said, yeah, I tried to get away with one. They caught me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name, but literally the play, this is why people who are bitching about the holding call, I'm like, well, that's weird because the guy that got called for it doesn't feel that way.
James Bradbury says he held Juju Smith-Schuster on controversial play. Well, Corey, that's just because the script told him to say that.
Uh-huh. I don't know. It's weird to me. It's weird to me that everybody's fucking I get that Jalen Hurts had a really good game, but it's weird to me when everybody's bitching about that holding call, but nobody's talking about that strip fumble. That's where they lost the game. That's where Kansas City got the momentum back. That's where everything turned around was when Jalen Hurts fumbled the ball.
Big time. What I saw them collide. And then maybe there was a hold right after that. But otherwise it seemed a little ticky-tacky. But apparently
it was ticky-tacky, but it was holding. And the guy who did it admitted it. So it's what do you do?
James Bradbury said when he was defending Juju Smith-Schuster, he did hold him. He said, it was holding. I tugged his jersey. I was hoping they would let it slide. The play occurred on 3rd and 8 with 1:54 remaining in regulation. The penalty essentially allowed the Chiefs to run out the clock before a Harrison Butker field goal. Smith-Schuster was asked whether he thought he got held, and this was his response. He said, oh, yes, 100%. My routes strike in, strike back out. I mean, Bradbury's a good player, but I feel like someday a call's going to be called. That's true. When you run those in-out patterns, it's hard not to hold a guy.
Right. I mean, and that's the thing. You know what it is? It's a lot like driving a car, right? A cop can pull you over and give you a ticket for anything because you're always doing something wrong.
Right.
The same is true with these routes. Look at how many times, even as a Viking fan, how many times have you seen us get a holding call that should be that 5-yard allowed to hand fight? All the time.
Yeah, exactly. David Chandler says never enough beating Chad. Look, you guys can do what you want. I see a dead body and I go, look, I feel like I've kicked it enough.
I think Chandler's given enough money to this
Yeah.
show to be able to keep getting on Chad.
David Chandler gets to make the calls. You guys do whatever David Chandler says.
We actually, I've changed the name of my show to David Chandler Talk.
Fair enough. I'm not going to criticize you for it. How close are we, Corey? Likes in our last 10 minutes here. Where are we at? We close to 400?
We are at 361.
Ooh, 361. Everybody who hasn't
still on Rumble.
Everyone who hasn't hit the like button yet, go ahead and hit the like button. Let's get to 400 before we're done here. Andy Reid with 2 rings, Mahomes with 2 rings. That's awesome. It was good to see the Chiefs lose and Andy Reid beat his old team.
I love that. I'm not a big. I don't really like the Eagles either, so like watching them lose. But it's like the other thing too is fucking Jet won one, dude. Fucking old Viking Madison, buddy. Love that guy, Jarek.
Jarek McKinnon.
Yeah, Jet, baby.
And Chad Henne got one.
Yeah.
And then he retired right after. He goes, I won a Super Bowl. I'm getting the fuck out.
Did he retire?
Yep. He had a Bud Light in his hand. He was in the end zone, and he announced to the press, he goes, I won a Super Bowl.
If you're Henne, what are you going to do that's better than that? Nothing.
I don't know.
You're going to come back and maybe win another one with Kansas City, I guess.
And you did help them win that Super Bowl when Mahomes went out with that ankle injury. Like, you absolutely helped them win that.
And he also played like 2 games down the stretch when Mahomes got injured.
Yep. So I mean, he did absolutely contribute to that. But there's that debate now. You got to have debates, until the XFL starts and you can watch more football. That debate of whether or not Mahomes will be capable of making a run at Brady's record.
He's already ahead of Brady right now, but that doesn't mean anything because if Brady had kept to his pace at this point, he would have won like 13.
Yeah, I mean, Brady was winning them
if
at 41.
If you break down just their first 5 years, Mahomes is ahead of him. And the other thing is that Mahomes also did the MVP, Super Bowl MVP, and Super Bowl victory, which nobody has done since Kurt Warner.
Nice. Wait.
And they won despite losing the coin toss, which means the coin toss curse is dead.
Wait, so this was only his 5th year in the league?
Yes. He's been to the Super Bowl 3 times in 5 years, and he's won 2 of them.
Jesus Christ. I don't know if anybody will beat that 7 Super Bowl record. That's really hard, but I think he'll get a handful.
I think he has as good of a chance as anybody because I feel like he's going to win 1 or 2 more with the Chiefs. The difference with Brady is that Brady was on a team with the Patriots that went through a rebuild and then rebuilt into, because the thing about the Patriots that gets lost in the records a lot of the times is that the Patriots weren't actually a dynasty. They were 2 separate dynasties.
Yes.
They went through a rebuild phase and then they became a dynasty. So having that second dynasty after a rebuild, that's going to be hard. Him going as a veteran to another team to win another couple, that's probably going to be pretty easy. I bet he gets probably like close to like 5 or 6 towards the end of it.
What do you call it? You call it maybe the Willie McGinnis era dynasty and then the Teddy Bruschi era dynasty?
I think you call the other one Gronk.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah. Ty Law, Willie McGinnis, and then the Gronk era. Yeah.
The main thing that's interesting about Mahomes, though, and this is something that I feel like is interesting, is that I don't know that I've seen another player in my life clear all of the modern comparisons. Like, so when you have a prospect that's coming out, like there's always a guy that they're compared to. Even Brady, who we now all consider the GOAT, his entire career. Oh, is he better than Peyton? I don't know if he's better than Peyton. I don't know if he's better than, Rodgers. He had all these guys he was being compared to. Oh, he's a system quarterback, this and that. At this point in time, Mahomes is being compared to no one but Brady and Joe Montana. Like he's not even competing with the people that are in the league now and hasn't been for years. He's competing with the legends.
Yeah. So who are the ones like in his era? You got Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Maybe
Josh Allen is trash.
Maybe you throw
Joe Burrow,
Lawrence in there.
Josh Allen is the biggest lie the media ever sold to the American people.
He does turn the ball over a lot.
He turns the ball over all the time, and the moment they lost their offensive coordinator, Dobble, who went over to the Giants, all of a sudden, Daniel Jones is looking like a world-class quarterback, and Allen is back to looking like garbage.
I think Mahomes is really the only one who could even threaten Brady at this point.
I mean, Jalen Hurts, actually, like if we're going to be like Jalen Hurts, if he can stay healthy, which he probably can't because of the scrambling, like mobile quarterbacks just don't do that. But I'm not a Kansas City Chiefs fan. I don't really dislike them either. I have nothing for or against them. And I can honestly say that Mahomes is the most complete quarterback I've ever seen ever. Like there's not a single quarterback I've ever seen that does it all. Like everything you want, he does.
Yeah. So we all agree then, before we have to get out of here today, we all agree that the only quarterback outside of Mahomes who has the probably the ability to win multiple Super Bowls from here on out is Kirk Cousins.
We do not agree on that fact, as a matter of fact.
Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk. Here's what I heard yesterday. Damn near done. This close to done for late April. And they're going to fight in the UK. Okay, that's fine.
I don't give a shit where they fight.
Tyson Fury's the unified, or not the unified, he's the lineal champion. That's okay with me. But then there was a rumor coming out, and I don't know if this was someone trying to sabotage the fight or what, that there's been backdoor negotiations for Fury Wilder 4. And Fury's people are denying that, and Wilder's people are actually coming out saying they didn't get the money they wanted for the Andy Ruiz fight, so that's off, and they're talking to Ngannou's people.
Wait, the Ruiz fight is off now? God damn it, I hate boxing. I fucking hate boxing.
Ruiz is going to fight Filip Hrgovic, who's a really good prospect.
This is exactly why MMA will always be better than boxing to me,
right.
Because it's one fucking company, and people can't fucking dodge each other. I'm so fucking sick of boxing just letting everybody negotiate and dodge each other in a circle jerk for years.
Well, I mean, in MMA, there's one guy who tells you you're fighting, and you can't. Like, you have to fight them.
Or if you're there's two guys, they're two different promotions and they don't even fight each other. Like, so if you're on the roster, you got to fight, whereas like with boxing, it's all the different promotions and the convoluted belt system. And it's just, there's too many opportunities for people to duck each other. I still think Pacquiao beats Mayweather if like they don't fucking stall that out for years. I think GGG probably beats Canelo, or at least looks more competitive in that third fight if it doesn't stall out for years. Boxing has this really weird way of just denying the people the fights they want to see. I mean, fucking how many years did we want to see Fury and Joshua? That's never happening.
We're wondering if we're ever going to see Spence Crawford.
Right?
Yeah.
It's fucking insane, dude. And like there was also like a fight that was supposed to be made and then broke up with Lomachenko too.
Yeah. Mayweather-Pacquiao in 2010 would have been really interesting, for sure.
Right. I'm not even saying Pacquiao would have won 100%, but I'm just saying it would have been a much better fight.
And I disagree with King Kong Dong. Floyd avoided most people in their primes. No, he didn't. De La Hoya ducked him. Mosley ducked him when he was on his way up. Bob Arum.
He got ducked more than he ducked, but he did. I do believe he ducked Pacquiao in his prime. I do believe that.
Yeah, there was some avoiding going on there. But, like, the people that I watched as Floyd came up, like I grew up a big boxing fan, and people were like, he's ducking this guy. And then that guy would get the shit kicked out of him by somebody. And you're like, oh, that guy, Floyd wasn't ducking him. Like Margarito.
A lot of the people that happened actually a lot with Floyd, where people would say, oh, he's ducking this person, but the person fucking lost his mandatory fight. Like, what do you do? I was worried legit that was going to happen with Fury before the Wilder fight when he got or was it the second one? He got fucking cut up bad by that motherfucker. And I was worried they were going to stop it.
Dude, he fought a prime Cotto. He fought a prime Maidana. He fought Shane Mosley when he was still good. De La Hoya when he was still good.
Too, right? Like he broke
he beat a prime Hatton. He beat a prime Diego Corrales. He beat a prime Gennaro. There's a lot of Hall of Famers on Floyd Mayweather's ledger. I don't think he ducked many people. I think he definitely put off the Floyd fight or the Manny fight. But other than that, I don't think he really ducked anyone.
I think he knew legitimately Manny had a shot to beat him.
Yeah, he beat a prime Jose Luis Castillo twice. I mean, that's fucking. He's got a lot of monsters on his ledger for sure.
He beat a prime Conor McGregor.
Nobody better. He broke Conor McGregor. That's gonna do it for us today. We are out of time. Corey, where are you going? Corey Adam Comedy on everything, right?
Yeah, everything. Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, you name it. We're there, baby.
Go subscribe to Corey Adam Comedy on every single platform, YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, all of them. And we're going to be back tonight at 7 p.m. Central with a big announcement for you. I can't wait for it. Subscribe to the channel. We are edging tonight. We're about 10 away from 9,000. And hit the like button on this video. Get it to 400 as well. Thank you guys very much. And Corey, thank you too.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
All
See
right.
you later.
Great job, everybody. Awesome show today. We will talk to you again tonight for the last evening show of the week.